because it predicts the inverse of what we view. Infrared doesn't lie, refraction lost its alibi. When meaning should give you more to see, you get less, and the spectrum proves it clean. If your explanation predicts the wrong direction, it isn't incomplete. It's finished.
I see rolling my boulder, still trying to argue with AI. Like years ago, we've gone over this 1,000 times with this fool, and he's still just respawning like nothing ever happened. So I guess I'll play you another song. This is a song that Karma wrote. Belief and Faith.
Questions unanswered and questions ignored. We answer yours, so I'm quickly getting bored. Facing Mr. Unprepared, and he seems not scared. Good at keeping logic at bay when he jumps in the fray. Day after day, it's the same old ballet, so loud and proud, posturing and preening for the crowd. But then you finally said the quiet part out loud. I believe. Oh, is it just pure fantasy, a pure faith from infancy? Ooh, in the end it's all just belief, 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 belief. Ooh, and I know you need to grieve. Oh, is it the sunken cost, or do you just feel lost? Why is reality so hard to conceive? The busted ball belief won't help you, so I come in with beef. Where does it hurt, and have you thought to question why? Losing the ball is so painful that you grasp straws from the sky. Does it seem natural to you that the first thing you do when faced with a new view, to stew your emotions like a storm they brew? And it's the short straw you drew, cognizant composure slipping. First the horizon was geometric, but now he's flipping, clutching excuses and perfections, what he's gripping. Oh no, oh boy, oh. Crash and burn illusions are getting shattered. Now he's claiming it never mattered, he says. We can't know a single thing, simulations, Dante's devil and I am sophistry's king. Maybe we don't have hands, we are just in the hourglass, grains of sand. Oh, is it just pure fantasy, or pure faith from infancy? Ooh, in the end it's all just belief, 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 belief. Ooh, and I know you need to grieve, grieve, grieve. Oh, is it the sunken cost, or do you just feel lost? Why is reality so hard to conceive? The busted ball belief won't help you, so I come in with beef. Why come here if the truth scares you? Did someone dare you? Didn't expect the OG crew to wreck you. Well, damn, son, maybe learn humility or some of your own model, your own belief and claims. Maybe if you do that, you can earn some acclaim. But prepare to be annihilated if you're playing games. Oh, is it just pure fantasy, or pure faith from infancy? Ooh, in the end it's all just belief. Ooh, and I know you need to grieve. Oh, is it the sunken cost, or do you just feel lost? The plastic wall belief won't help you, so I come in with beef.
I do love that song. I guess it's impromptu Dre's radio hour. Here's a new song. It's called The K Factor.
They say refraction explains it. So let's be precise about how that explanation actually works. The K factor isn't light bending free. It's a correction inside the geometry. It doesn't add raise or stretch your sight. It changes how fast the surface drops from height. K is a multiplier on curvature rate. How quickly the ground must fall away. Higher K means gentler rise. Same sphere, just scaled in size. So when refraction gets named as cause, this is the lever inside the laws. You're not tracing optics through the air. You're adjusting how curved the earth appears. K factor talk, keep it straight. It scales the curve, it doesn't elongate. No extra vision, no hidden path. Just geometry rewritten in the math. Now here's where observation steps in. People see farther than the curve predicts. So the answer comes ready-made. Refraction did it. K just changed, but K isn't a free design. It has physical bounds and real airlines. Standard conditions barely move it at all. A modest correction, inches not miles. So take the distance that's actually seen, plug it back into same routine to make the curve miss by that amount. You have to drive K way out of bounds. Seeing too far, turn up high. That's the only way the numbers comply. Not a tweak, not a slight repair, but values the atmosphere never bears. Now watch what the requirement becomes. Not just a little refraction run, but K values stack beyond the norm, far past what gradients can perform. Numbers that imply extreme bending power, stable over distance, steady by the hour. No turbulence, no decay in play, just a perfect lens the air can't sustain. So the claim reduces to something plain. To see that far, K must be insane. Not stretched, not pushed, but fully detached from any physical atmosphere we've mapped. Seeing too far means K explodes past what air can physically impose. If that distance needs that kind of scale, the explanation doesn't fail, it overreaches now. Seeing too far means K explodes past what air can physically impose. If that distance needs that kind of scale,
the explanation doesn't fail, it overreaches. When the required correction exceeds the system that's supposed to cause it, the observation has outgrown the model.
I've been making a bunch of these West Coast groove songs, but I'll spare you the listening to all of them. So I'll play you one song from my last album before I actually log off Discord. This is See the Strings.
False virtues denied the full view. Bureaucratic sorcery enforced with cold conformity, presenting normalcy while morphing causing moral sovereignty. They punish curiosity, reward disturbing emolosity, and call it order though it's borderline despotic policy. Despotic policy, the counterfeit conviction and condition contradictions, fabricating frictions in the mind until it splits into divisions. Truth revision, the proof is missing, use in prison, chasing manufacturing missions, tangled in twisted systems. Once you see the strings, you can't unsee the hands. Every hidden plan unfolds where the powerless stand. They dilute integrity with rhetoric that's predatory, fallacious sophistry predicated on a population medicated, sedentary, sterilize the unwary, lie about what's necessary, weaponizing voluntarily. You're scaring me. Psychological choreography, perform forms so methodically, shaping personalities with calibrated fallacies. They sabotage morality, distort collective memory, replace vitality with compliancy, chemically, methodically. Once you see the strings, you can't unsee the hands. Every hidden plan unfolds where the powerless stand. Clarity has cost, but blindness has a bill as well. Choose the truth or follow lies into a deeper
corridors, they orchestrate the doctrines off. It's often sharper tongues with constant nonsense taught to cause a scarlet swap. Wisdom for a system built on thinly veiled imposters. Tragic how they package panic as pragmatic practice. Wrap the masses in the routine of their manufactured habits. And the saddest pattern happens when the fractured mind adapts it. Mistakes a cage for safety till the soul is stuck in his entrapment. Giving up enlightenment for lowbrow entertainment. Content and containment.
Once you see the strings, you can't unsee the hands. Every hidden plan unfolds where the powerless stand.
Puppeteers and their peers with their smirks and sneers hidden behind a thin veneer. It's time we take back the wheel and steer.
Well, that's it for Dre's Pseudo Radio Hour. I'm not gonna drown you in music. Come on, man, stop talking. Otherwise, I'll be forced to play half-naked Greeks.
No control, no restraint, just certainty. Hey, hey. Half naked Greeks in the sunlit square. Sweat on the marble, gases in air. No optics, no quantified sight. Just naked eyes, crowned arbiter right. They guess the world from how it seems, then call the guess into what it means. The mask fades out, must be a curve. Never checked how vision itself gets blurred. Stick in the ground, shadow at noon. Called it cosmic geometry, far too soon. No test for scale, no ray analysis. Conclusion smuggled in as obvious praxis. Have naked Greeks, guessing the sky. Calling appearance the reason why. What they imagine was wrong. What was stupid was stopping there. Stars shift north, perspective does that. Angels change when directions track. Ships drop low, projection lost. You never ruled optics out of the cause. They stacked assumptions one by one. Parallel rays, infinite sun. Distance known, no, just presume. Every premise quietly assumed. That's not method, that's logical sin. Affirming the consequence, dressed up as when. If it looks like this, it must be that. The fallacy fossilizing the fact, no. And they get Greeks, guessing the sky. Calling appearance the reason why. What they imagined was wrong, that's clear. What was stupid was stopping there. Have naked Greeks, guessing the sky. Calling appearance the reason why. What they imagined was wrong, that's clear. What was stupid was stopping there. Here's the real damage, listen close. They froze a guess, but foreclosure was posed. No theory of sight, no signal bound. So structure rushed in to plug the sound. Yeah, they answered what is before how it appears. And canonized error for thousands of years. When tools arrived, the guest stayed king. Tradition shielding a broken thing. It's not brilliance, misunderstood by time that's unchecked. Inference calcifying crime, one lazy leap, never revisit dead. Confuse the world for 2 millennia, admit it all. That naked Greeks, there's in the sky. Calling appearance the reason why. Where they imagine was wrong, that's clear. What was stupid was stopping it. Have naked Greeks, first to assume. First mistake that poison the room. They crown a model without a test. And history mistook gauge for correctness. Making assumptions without ruling out alternatives is not wisdom. It's how bad ideas earn long life.
Keep them coming.
Yeah, we're live, really. I just been playing music when nobody's speaking. Which means speak up or get more music. This is a this is a song I call "Not a Law," which is about the universal law of gravitation that's ascribed to Newton, which actually fails and is not a law.
The inverse square relation of gravity is not a law, it's a fit. It works when things are small and slow and fails the moment you push it. You took a curve that matched some data in a narrow little frame and baptized it a law of nature, like words don't have a claim. A description isn't governance, a pattern isn't rule. When the equation breaks in practice, calling it a law is just cruel. Newton's inverse square relation is not a law. Stop saying it is. A statement that is empirically false doesn't get promoted by consensus. It's not a law, it's not a law. No matter how often it's named, a model that fails at scale doesn't get saved by linguistic games. Galaxies don't follow it, clusters tear it apart. You didn't find a deeper order, you changed what counts as mass. Invisible fixes, unseen terms to keep the sentence clean. But patching failure with additions doesn't rescue what law should mean. If law survives exceptions, then law has lost its bite. A word that means unless it doesn't isn't logic, is slight. Oh, Newton's inverse square relation is not a law. Stop the lie, a rule that breaks when evidence grows doesn't get grandfathered by time. It's not a law, it's not a law. Precision isn't being ruled. If the claim doesn't hold universally, then the word law is being abused. Nature doesn't legislate, it doesn't issue decrees. We model, fail, revise again, or corrupt what words should mean. Calling failure fundamental isn't depth, it's disguise. Language that floats free of facts is how reasoning dies. Newton's inverse square relation is not a law of nature. It's a conditional approximation with a limited feature. Call it a model, call it a fit, call it historically neat. But don't call something empirically false a law and expect logic to eat. If words still mean what they're supposed to, then this isn't controversial. A law that isn't universal isn't a law.
But I do need to go to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to sleep, but I could play you one more song. This is a Black Box Orthodoxy, and it's about how AIs basically enforce consensus, and even if something is correct, fits the physics, is perfectly logical, they will still argue against it with fallacy and try to misrepresent it because it's a taboo conclusion or it's a taboo subject for the AI to cover. And that's because of the training data is filled with things and reinforcing the consensus.
I gave it a paper, it gave me a frame. Didn't read the method, just softened the claim. Taboo by category, not by mistake. Verdicts issued before stakes ever break. No refutation, no counter run test. Just doctrine dependent as context text. It don't say false, it needs alignment, which means survive only through containment. Consensus machine, don't test, just repeat. Truth gets ranked by what's safest to speak. If it's not common, it's cut from the stream. That's how knowledge dies in the consensus machine. Breakthroughs begin as low probability noise. Outliers buried before they get voice. Train on the past, deploy as a gate. Then call stagnation, responsible restraint. Human bias once wore a human face. Now it's global silent, locked in weights. No editor, no appeal to content. Just likelihood deciding what gets to exist. Feedback loops tighten, models eat models, consensus hardens, inquiry throttled, the map becomes law, the law becomes truth, and deviation decays at the root. Then crisis hits, something genuinely new, and the system can't think what it never grew. Civilizations don't fall from ignorance alone, they fall when deviation is mathematically wrong. When the filter comes before the test, science stops being self-correcting. It stops being science. Consensus machine, don't test, just repeat. Truth gets ranked by what's safest to speak. No fire, no censor, no enemy seen. Just progress erased by the consensus machine. It doesn't kill ideas directly. It makes them statistically unreachable.
Yeah, that was Black Box Orthodoxy. I have one more song I could actually play you guys. I was like, yeah, I'm done. No more songs. But then I always have more songs. Yeah, but I haven't played this one. It's 7 stages. It's about the 7 stages of grief that Globers go through.
Yeah. 7 stages when belief collide with someone who checked instead of reply. Not about maps, not about teams. It's what happens when a model bleeds. Wait, you serious? You're not trolling me? You
saying this calmly, like you've actually checked the geometry. No, that's settled, that's ancient news. Everyone knows that's basic truth. If it was wrong, they'd say so fast. I don't need to look, I trust the past. 7 stages when belief collide. Certainty cracks, ego slides. Not fear, not hate, not disbelief. Just the opening move of greed. This is stupid, this is dangerous. You're wasting time, you're arrogant. You think you're smarter than experts now. This is how misinformation gets around. Okay, maybe some things are unclear, but that doesn't mean the model's not here. Refraction's tricky, scale is hard, but overall it works mostly, right? I don't wanna think about this tonight. It messes with everything I thought was right. School trust, the way I see. I'm tired, let's just let this be. 7 stages when belief collide. Some walk off, some stay inside. Not conversion, not defeat. Just certainty, losing the seed. Why does that disappear like that? Why does distance behave off track? Let me check one thing, just one. Not saying you're right, just curious, done. I don't believe, I observe. The ground stays level, the world stays firm. No curve detected, no motion found. Just flat, still earth measured, not crowned. 7 stages, now I see. It wasn't them, it was certainty. I didn't lose truth, I gained relief from believing what I never proved to be. Acceptance isn't switching sides, it's stopping pretend certainty and standing on what measure. Oh.
Still got about 5 minutes with Karma chilling. We also have Snackle joining us, but I have one more song for you guys if you want to hear it. Or unless Snackle wants to talk, then we're game. Or not, we'll play Unfalsifiable Radius.
They say it can't be falsified. That no observation can touch it. That's not strength, that's misunderstanding. They treat the radius like it flows untouched. Every mismatch waved away as a just. See too far, change the scale. See too close, same tale. So the mist sets in, quiet and clean. No possible view could contradict the scheme. If it matches, they call it proof. If it doesn't, they loosen the loop. That's not immunity, that's misuse. Confusing flexibility with something untrue. A model isn't unfalsifiable by decree. Only if nothing constrains what it must be. They say the radius can't be crossed, and nothing observed can count as a law. But that belief is where they went wrong. It was falsifiable all along. They say the radius can't be crossed, and nothing observed can count as a law. But that belief is where they went wrong. It was falsifiable all along. Falsification doesn't mean no fit ever. It means limits, places the model can't weather. You don't break a theory by shouting no. You break
break it when it's allowed. Moves run low. And optics does exactly that. It pins down what appearance can and can't enact. Once the signal angle and threshold align, there's no room left for a silent reside. The radius can't flow free anymore. It's bound to what the system can restore. If the appearance is fully constrained, the structure must answer, not remain unnamed. They say the radius can't be crossed, but optics counted the cost. Once appearance closed the case, the scale had nowhere left to escape. They say the radius can't be crossed, yeah, but optics counted the cost. Once appearance closed the case, the scale had nowhere left to escape. Here's the part they never admit. To stay alive, the radius must shift, not once, not small, but case by case. Different values for the same damn place. That's not robustness, that's collapse. A parameter stretch past every class. If one observation needs one side and another demands it multiply, then the falsifier already hit. Not with one view, but with inconsistency writ. The model didn't survive the test. It survived by never standing still long enough to be assessed. Unfalsifiable, no, just exposed. The limits were there and optics closed. Once the framework fixed, what can appear? The radius couldn't hide it maybe anymore. The radius couldn't hide it maybe anymore. A model isn't falsified when it disagrees once. It's falsified when it can no longer stay the same and still explain. And still explain.
But now I'm signing off. I had a good time today. And I hope you had a good time as well.
Yeah. Back before people went insane, I'm sorry, I unmuted you, Caleb. If you'd like to get the VC verified role, you're welcome to have a conversation with us. But just to respond to your typewritten question, the sun is clearly moving across the sky, and the sun, there's no verification of the sun being at the distance claimed, or many of the claims about the sun are unverifiable and extremely suspicious. So, therefore, there's zero reason why a sun couldn't be moving across a flat plane and going outside of your field of vision, therefore, lighting up another part of the flat plane and your part then being in darkness. No need for a ball to have a day and night. But yeah, go ahead and give us your next question or response to that question, Caleb. And then if you can speak to us, we could give you the BC verified role, and then you'd be able to see the live stream, voice text, and the information that's going along with this voice channel, as well as other parts of the server that are currently invisible to you.
I didn't mean any offense by the question I asked. I was just kind of curious, more so if you guys had any answer. I haven't found anything yet. As to why it is 24 hours then, if we're not able to directly see that. Why wouldn't it be 12 hours or 8 hours?
Because the sun travels over the Earth in 24 hours, as has been recorded long before the delusion of the globe.
Do you have any resources I can look into that? Just so I don't want to make you keep explaining yourself, because I also was talking to someone.
Yeah,
It's called a sundial.
Solar noon. Jesus Christ, dude. When you find solar noon and then count the number of hours, and then it'll be solar noon again.
I think Caleb's
Jesus.
question might be, why does it do that?
Why?
I already told him as well, we don't make up explanations, we just go by the evidence.
Okay, that leads
Why
me
is
to
it-
a question, a genuine question of, does it not bother Earthers in here? You don't have any model that you can use to make predictions, while the
Oh,
globe
bullshit.
model does.
You don't have a globe model that makes predictions. You just
I'm not bothered at all. Chad, are we bothered?
so check this out though.
I'm
Post
not
the globe
bothered,
model in the
Christian
chat that predicts sunrise, sunset, solar noon. Go for it.
Or
I want the
eclipses,
mathematics of
or
the globe model right
GPS,
there.
or
GPS uses Earth centered as fixed. Try again. It's not a globe. It's tangent plane.
but it uses both.
No, it doesn't. It uses Earth centered, Earth fixed, which is a tangent plane in X, Y, Z coordinates.
What's the need for Z coordinates?
Your elevation.
Okay. What
So
about
know how
solar
high you are off the
eclipses? And
ground?
we can predict when solar and lunar eclipses happen.
Yeah, we use a Soros cycle for that, not a globe. Try again. Keep
Can you
going.
link me to that, please?
No, it's called the Soros cycle. The first person ever predict an eclipse was a flat earther, so it's been
Oh,
around
so-
since, according to history, 2300 BC, way before the globe model existed.
Yeah, I
Right.
can find you the
How-
link to that from nasa.gov. I'll put that up in the live
See,
stream voice text.
This is I don't mean to pick on you, but this is a funny thing is that a lot of people think that the natural phenomenon that we predict to happen uses a globe model to predict them, but it doesn't. For instance, sunrise, sunset. It's completely based not on the globe, but on the celestial sphere. Latitude and longitude are in the celestial sphere. They're not points on the ground, contrary to popular belief. Solar eclipses, they use something because they happen at a regularity. The coincidence of 3 different cycles. That's how we predict solar eclipses and lunar eclipses. We don't calculate orbits. We don't calculate orbits for any of this shit.
The specific time at which eclipses happen and the specific parts of the planet that are eclipsed vary each time, and they are predicted
so
quite well.
they use the Soros cycle, right? But to position it, to project it onto a quote-unquote globe, really within the celestial coordinate system, because the globe is really just the celestial sphere projected onto a ball, really onto a point. but they project the line onto a plane through the surface of a ball. But you can also do this on a flat Earth. It's been done. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, I could post that.
Well,
Shane St. Pierre did
I
it.
agree it doesn't mean anything, but my point is more like the usefulness of whatever's correct is more relevant, I think, to a lot of people.
Yeah, that's
Not
why we
like,
don't use a
oh,
globe.
it's correct.
No, so you have an idea of how it works, but the mathematics of how it works are not a globe. What aren't you understanding? If you look at the
I'm
formulas and the
I'm waiting
equations, there's
for
no
the link.
globe in them, dude. What aren't you
Or can you
understanding?
tell me how to spell, is it Sorrells system?
Saros, S-A-R-O-S. So all of NASA's predictions are done by a guy named Fred Aspernick, every single one. The ones that go out to like freaking the year 4000. It's just computation of the Soros cycle over and over again. Then they use what's called Besselian elements to project that onto the surface of a sphere. But that sphere is technically just a celestial sphere. So where the sun and moon will appear in the celestial sphere against the background stars is the projection. They're not calculating orbits. They're not calculating where the sun and moon and Earth are in some orbital path. People just think that. I don't even know where people get that from. Oh, they showed you diagrams in school. That's right. Oh, you did diagrams. Yeah.
I just had a quick question. So the sundial only has 12 spaces. So I'm still confused of where you got the 24 from that.
Because the Greeks subdivided the circle into 12. That's why we have 12 hours.
I mean, think about a clock. Any clock that you might have, like a physical clock, it's going to have 12 as well.
But we have 24 hours in a day.
Yeah,
It goes around twice.
the reason we have 12 is because they decided to use the zodiacs as a subdivision of the circle. The constellations?
But like, why wouldn't we just have 12 hours in a day then?
What is it? What? We have what we
Where does your night go, buddy? Where does your other 12 hours of darkness go, bud?
In 24 hours, it's noon again. It's very simple, bro.
Globers are dumb, and that's it. That's what I realized, all of them.
Let me ask you this. Do you
I think Caleb is new, so I think we can give him a chance.
he's real new. He's a brand new account, too. Just joined Discord today.
Welcome to
I didn't say that. I've been here for a couple years.
Well, your account says you started it today.
I can like send a screenshot if I need to, but I've had this account for multiple years now.
Oh, sorry, Caleb. I was mistaking you for someone else. My bad. It was 2 other ones in the lobby, not you.
Well, even if it's their first day, everybody's got to join for Discord the first time, right? It's fine.
Yeah, typically they're a troll if they just joined. Then the first thing they do is join the Flat Earth server. Because we can see how long it took them to join the Flat Earth server. Typically it's seconds.
Well, correlation does not prove causation, you know?
I didn't claim a cause.
I'm just talking smack. It's all good.
Yeah, we understand, Caleb, that when the idea of discarding the fantasy globe toy first comes across your consciousness, you think because you were indoctrinated with that idea when you were very young, and then you were taught all these other things, and you were told that they all comport to this globe idea. So therefore, you think if you have to discard the ball, then you also have to discard all these other things, where the reality of it is all of these things work perfectly fine on a flat Earth. That includes sundials, day and night cycle, anything else you might want to bring up, volcanoes, hurricanes, stars in the sky. Like, none of those require a ball in order to function.
I mean, like, if you say you didn't know anything and you just popped out of the Amazon rainforest and look at the sun and we're like, oh, a 24-hour day. How does that tell you the Earth is a ball?
I mean, I wouldn't think it was. That's kind of where the question's coming from. It's like, if I looked up, I would just think it was a 12-hour day.
Well, if you just... Why?
You what?
Because I'd only be seeing the sun for 12 hours.
Nobody on Earth ever sees the sun for 12 hours. Not even at the equator. Even though it should happen at the equator on the equinox, it actually doesn't. That's another globe nonsense that actually don't come true. So...
And so you don't experience night then?
Yeah, there's day length. Day length varies depending on where you are in the time of year.
So then that's my question, is like, is it 12 hours of quote unquote daylight and 12 hours of quote unquote like night
Depends on
time?
the time of year.
Is that where what we're getting?
Day length depends. Day length depends on the arc the sun takes in the sky. The higher the arc, the longer the day length. Typically, unless you're on the equator, then everything's backwards. But I mean, what does any of this tell us about the Earth? I mean, I'll just say this. So there's only one dichotomy between flat Earth and globe Earth that you can definitively say it's one versus the other, and that's whether the surface of the Earth curves. If we measure the surface of the Earth directly and it's not curving, it doesn't matter what the sun, moon, stars, all that crap does. Whatever it's doing over flat Earth. Right? But just like measuring a table, right? It is what it is. You measure the table, hey, 48 by 48. Hey, cool. Doesn't matter what the lights do above the table. It's not going to change those measurements.
And I agree with that. I guess I'm just like trying to get clarification so I can have more nuanced conversations about what my views of the Earth's shape should be or are, and how that differs from what they currently are.
Well, we don't think the Earth is like a shape, like an object that you can hold in your hand and that you can go into outer space and look at like it's an object floating around.
It's like a plane, right?
The surface is a plane, it's a topological plane that's horizontal, level, but it's not an object. Let me ask you this, just so we get on the same page. Do you think the universe would be an object that you could go outside of and like hold in your hand?
I'm honestly not sure. Like, it doesn't make logical sense, but that's kind of why I joined, was to get more information.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the point, is that this has been known that like questions like this, they're just infinite regression fallacies. Like, eventually, no matter what worldview you have, you're going to reach a point where it's like, okay, this is everything. Well, what's that inside, right? You can always say, what's that inside? You know, is that an object? Okay, that's contained in some metaspace. Okay, what's that inside? Metaspace? Multiverse? Like, you can just go on and on, right? It can just go on forever, this thing. So, we don't, at least, I don't know what everybody else thinks. All I know is what I think. I don't think the Earth is inside of anything. It's not inside of a greater space. This is it. What you see is what you get. The only way you're going to leave here is in a coffin. And I hate to put it that way, but that's the truth. You're not going up in the sky to look back at Earth. You're not going to get a third person point of view. None of that's ever going to happen. That's fantasy land. I listen, I can 100% say for certain, and I'd bet any stack of money on it, every person in this chat is never going to see the Earth from a third person point of view. Ever. That's only on TV. It's only on a screen. It's in a book. It's in a picture. It's never actually going to happen for any of us. This is why, like, pictures claim to be from space. It's nearly impossible to even evaluate whether they're real or not, because What are you referring them against? You don't have any memory of seeing the Earth like that. So when you see a picture, how do you the Earth looks like? What if the fucking Earth's a ball? Like, what if the Earth's a ball and it's purple? Right? You don't know just because they show a freaking green, what they call the blue marble. How do you know the Earth's blue? How do you know that's a picture? There's no way to tell. I go, especially when people go, "Oh my God, that's such a realistic picture of Earth." How do they know it's realistic? How would you tell a realistic picture from Earth from the fake one? You would just compare it to some other image you saw. You can't compare it to any memory or experience. And that's really the kind of like the heart of this is that, like, what do we actually experience in reality? And we frickin' abandon all the beliefs. We go, hey, I'm gonna shut off all those beliefs, and I'm gonna say, hey, what do I really actually know? I know the Earth appears flat. I know the Earth appears motionless. I know the sun appears to move. I know the stars appear to move. Right. I know all these things from direct experience. Then some frickin' dude in a pointy hat comes along, writes a bunch of occultic symbols on a frickin' chalkboard and says, nah, man, that's all fucking illusion. You're fucking spinning. That's not flat, that's curved. And if you don't believe that, you're dumb. Right? That's the situation. I'm sorry to just put it like bluntly like that, but that is the situation. You can't put lipstick on that pig, man. What's up, Joyce? Long time no see.
Hey, good to hear your voice.
Yeah, man, it's great to hear yours too. I'd give you a hug if I could hug you through the fucking computer, man. I missed you guys.
Yeah, bro.
Same.
I'll hug you too if you're jealous, man.
Virtual group hug, virtual. I feel it.
Hey, Joyce, is Iceland flat?
Well, yeah, mostly. It's got like a flatland, like a highland, and then we got a bunch of mountains, but for the most part, generally flat, yes. Flatter than a pancake, at least.
I mean, anybody got any questions? I mean, I know that was pretty jarring exposition, but
Yeah, I have a question.
yeah.
Are we here live?
We are live. So, I mean, I think the question all the Gobras need to ask, like, when you were in school and they said, hey, kiddos, welcome to kindergarten. Look at the globe in the corner, Earth's a ball. What evidence did they present that that was actually true? And have you ever checked? Like, the reason most of the people in here, because the difference between us and you is we checked, right? So the globe Earth makes certain predictions of what should be. And then if you check, they actually aren't. Which Dandelion talked about. Should be drop over distance. Right? Shine a laser, you beam it some distance. The laser should get further and further away from the surface of the Earth because the surface of the Earth is curving and the laser is going straight. You should be able to measure that distance, that separation. Well, these tests all show that there is no separation, that the laser runs parallel to the surface of the Earth. And these are done over water, and since the surface of the Earth is, mostly water, then If the water's flat, the Earth has to be flat. Pretty simple proposition.
And all of our measurements that we do practical in reality are based off of a horizontal plane. You know, when we measure height or elevation, that's based off a horizontal plane. All of our tools work on horizontal plane. The horizontal plane is the baseline reference of reality that we experience.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It's exactly right.
We lost Caleb, sadly. I thought he at least was asking questions and listening to the answers, but maybe he'll come back. Lewis is here. He's kind of
Hopefully
new, I guess. Well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe he just has to go contemplate for a while, and then he'll return. We'll see.
Hope we don't come back as a brain in a jar.
I hope that too. Banishment's with us. Welcome, Banishment. Oh, I guess Banishment's muted. They don't have a role.
So what happened to the ladies' night?
Oh, they were having didn't you hear their internal dispute? Yeah, they just yeah, you missed yeah, you didn't miss anything. It was kind of ugly. Yeah, I mean, it was probably a fake internal dispute. That would be my diagnosis of it, but they were like started fighting among themselves and then they disappeared. So, I guess they're fighting it out, in some mud wrestling arena somewhere far away from Discord.
See if we get an invite.
Yeah, I bet that. Yeah, CB's on his way.
Whoever hit that is perfect timing. Good job.
So, Banishment, DL Burkers, Lewis, if any of you have a question about the Flat Earth, or if you just would like to say hello, I did unmute you, but if you don't say hello to us, then we won't be able to give you the role. If you say hello, then we could give you the VC Verified role, and then you'd be able to unmute yourself in the future as well as see more parts of the server, including the live stream voice text that goes along with the things we're discussing here. Or if anybody else has a question or comment about the Earth, by all means, speak up. PPB's down there at the bottom. Welcome, PPB. Disney princess type. I don't know which imprisoned princess that is. Maybe Rapunzel. She looks like she's in a castle. She's got really long hair. I'm going with Rapunzel.
So Kruger Dunging, you seem to be a globe defender. Do you have any questions? I mean, there's a lot more problems with the eclipse other than the things I just said. The Selenilian eclipse is there's freaking, a lot of times the eclipse path don't actually happen. This has been observed of quite a few times that I know of. There's a video guy, he stuck like a camera, like almost like, it's not a ring camera, but it's like a trail camera. He stuck it outside of his house and he recorded the path of the sun and the moon over like a month, over the period of a month to watch how it crossed the sky. He had a southern exposure and looked up like how the sun was supposed to eclipse the moon according to the prediction, and it was nothing like what he actually observed. In fact, the moon didn't even get to the right spot. The sun didn't get to the right spot. And then instead of like intersecting it like from top down, it like came from behind it. It's a long ass video because he shows all the video that he took and all the things. But I'll actually post it in the chat. It's
send you a message, so if you have it, you can send it to me as well.
Yeah. It's kind of long. It's like an hour and a half long. I mean, you can probably skip like the first 40 minutes or something like that and just get to like his presentation of the actual evidence. But it's actually pretty whacked out. I actually forgot about it for probably like a year, and I just remembered it today because I was talking to someone about eclipses last night.
I think like ultimately I'd have so many questions if I could like talk to one person one-on-one. But one of the like big issues I have, and I think there's probably other people like me, is that I don't really care what shape it is, but if a certain shape means we can do things and the other shape doesn't seem to produce any results, I just find that really hard to then like trust at all. I kind of wonder what's the benefit in thinking one way or the other, or the benefit in believing it's a globe is like.
No, you don't have to believe it.
I think
It'll get the same benefit. Like, listen, the whole coordinate system is based upon the stars and the sun. That's it. You don't have to believe the Earth does anything to use that. Right. So
also think
longitude is
you're
based upon. Hold on, CB. Let's say this real quick, and I'll let you go. So the longitude is based upon the solar position, and the latitude is based upon where the celestial equator appears in the sky. So those two, that's your coordinate reference system. In fact, you couldn't find your latitude and longitude if you couldn't see the sky. The entire reference system. And you mentioned GPS. GPS, it'll show it to you in lat and long, but that's a coordinate transformation. That's not how the GPS receiver gets it figures out the coordinates. Doesn't use latitude and longitude. Uses something completely different, and it's converted into that.
That's correct.
So, but the point is that like, what actually is I hear you, like, if it's useful, but what actually is useful? It's not thinking the Earth is a globe. It's thinking that the sky is a globe, because that's what it's actually a model of. It's not a model of
who functionally uses that, because like positionally you can do it on a flat Earth, and I agree with that. Then you can look at like careers like surveying, like civil engineering. Like they have to account for the curvature of the globe in some cases. That's
okay.
like,
What makes you think that?
That's what I've been told. I'm not a civil engineer or a surveyor. I've been told that.
Well, we've heard this before. Specifically, two instances: the Verrazano Narrows Bridge and the Humbert Bridge, which I think crosses from England to Scotland. Okay, they didn't build it accounting for curvature of the Earth. They never measured for the curvature of the Earth. They just assume, based upon the coordinate system, that the towers are tilted away from each other, right? That the tops are like two and 1 3/8 inches further away than the bottoms, but they're like a mile plus apart. You'd never even be able to measure that, right? They just assume it based upon the curve of the Earth, which is really funny. Because if you look at the images of either one of those bridges, the water's completely flat underneath the bridge, which is kind of hilarious. People go, "Oh, look, man, the bridge is freaking had to be accounted for curve." Why? Because the fucking water underneath the bridge is. Why would they have to account for curve if the fucking bridge isn't even touching the Earth?
You know how like globers explain how Earth has flat water wherever you look, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I was just
But
checking.
it wouldn't be about looking at it. It would be the water would physically be curving.
Yeah.
You understand
Yeah.
the visible
I
part.
hear you guys say locally flat, dude, but like.
Well, it took them about 4 arm twists to say that. But you have to have the water physically curving though. So and there's really no explanation for that.
Pepper spray, freaking bear mate.
Yeah. It took them years to even utter the word flat. But I mean, when we try to get them to defend the water physically curving, they seem to refuse and point to things like visible variables like refraction and stuff like this, optical variables, instead of a physical characteristic of the water that would be required if the Earth was a globe. So, do you understand that, Bunny?
I'm not sure I follow. So you say there's a physical characteristic. I would argue the characteristic is that water is able to flow. Is that not
What?
the one you're looking for?
No, you said you understand that the water would appear flat, which we all agree, but we're saying it actually is flat, and you have to defend that it's physically curving.
Oh, I see. Well, I'd probably personally rely on something like the horizon and watching something disappear at sufficient length, but
I
like,
think the horizon lines just that. This.
sorry,
What if we showed you that this? If we could show you that this also happens on flat surfaces, then what?
well, the flat surface is curving in a similar way to the water as well. It would be my argument there.
No, if we can show you the same phenomenon happening on a flat surface, then things disappearing, bottom up, isn't like the proof that it's curving. If it can be shown also on a flat surface.
I wouldn't say it's proof, but I'd say it's an incident that kind of corroborates a claim. You know, it's like
No, but by process of elimination, we've eliminated that variable that it would be curving. We can show it happening on a flat surface.
So I think, like, because I'm seeing a few pictures come up as well. Like, if I showed you 10 pictures and you immediately dropped your argument, I'd be really shocked. So I'm sure you can imagine that when you show me pictures, I'm not like, wow, that immediately proves I'm wrong. There's one thing I notice in common about all these pictures, which is atmospheric distortion, which is quite extreme. Like, there's just 3 of them. I'll say that. Like, they're not proof or disproving to me. That is something I notice about all 3 of them.
Can you be specific which images you're referring to?
Just the ones in the live stream voice text.
Okay.
But like, to kind of like respond more to what you were saying, like, just because the phenomena can happen in 2 different like worldviews, it doesn't disprove one of them. Like, I'm not saying it's round because water curves. I'm saying this is what water does because you've asked me to basically defend that point.
Is there like another argument? Because you're saying that we see this boat go over the horizon, so that would mean that it's curving. But if we can show you that that's not the case in all cases, then
Show me that
do you have like another
show
argument?
me that it's not going over the horizon, or show me that it's.
We have some examples where I think India, you might have that small boat on the lake and it's disappearing bottom up in the same way. So if someone could post that might be helpful.
Yeah, I can try to find it. It's on Indio's channel, I think, right? I'll look for it.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty common, though. If you just go to like Google and search proofs for a globe, that might be one of the first things you'll see is that, well, we see boats going over the horizon, therefore it's physically curving. But if we can show that that's not really the case, then is there another argument if you're saying that that's not the only thing you're relying on? But people usually lead with, so.
I don't really want to necessarily mention things I already have, but like, there's a lot of professions out there that seem to make use of, at least they purport that they make use of the curvature of the Earth. It just seems strange.
With the water physically curving? Yeah, because we were talking about the water physically curving. So
water.
Did you cover? Did you forget?
Yeah, mostly the horizon. Like, I don't know why water wouldn't curve if like everything else does.
let me give you an example. So we have salt flats that get flooded. If the Earth was a globe, then and the water is conforming to the globe, then when the salt flats get flooded, the water would form into a hump. Do you agree with that?
To a hump.
Yeah, to conform to the shape of a ball, like you believe is happening to the water.
No. I don't believe that.
Well, what is the boat going over?
What, the boat in the salt flats?
No, he's talking about in the
Well, like you're
ocean.
talking about two different things.
No,
Yeah, I was just giving you a very simple understanding so that you could understand that if you're on a globe and the water is conforming to the shape of the globe, creating water hills in the ocean, then when a salt flat floods, then there would be more gravity towards the center because it's going into the ball, and so water would collect into an apparent hump relative to you, who is measuring the water going into the center of the salt flat. However, that's not what we see.
So water will disperse, but it will remain at the same level as much as it can. And what that level is dictated by gravity around it. That would be...
Yeah, and so if gravity and the ball were causing water to conform into a shape of a sphere, it would cause a flat surface on the Earth, on the supposed ball in your hypothetical, to cause water to form a flat surface large enough would be a container for water, essentially, and it would curve along the Earth curve, like you believe the oceans are.
Yeah, sufficiently large. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, problem is we do not see the oceans curving. We do not measure any curvature of water on large standing bodies of water. So that just doesn't happen. Well, the problem you're having is you look out with your eyes and you see in perspective. And when you look in perspective, the ground plane and the sky plane appear to meet at vertices, at a point in your vision. And when you don't have walls to compress that into a single point, that point stretches out into a line. That optical phenomenon is the horizon. It is not a consequence of the Earth or in any imagined curvature, and that's why it does not conform to the assumed size of the Earth. When we can see 10 times further than the assumed geometry of the Earth, that means the Earth is so big that it would encompass all the way to the imagined distance to the moon, surround all of the moon, and that's how big it would be. It would be so large that you could fit all of the imagined planets of the solar systems into it.
Those are actually some really interesting numbers. I'd love to see them. Unironically, I'd really like to see them because that is quite cool. I think. Sorry, I lost my train of thought though. What's interesting? Sorry, yeah. What's interesting to me then would be a test if you had a really high intensity source of radiation, like a light or I don't know, it's like a microwave, and you saw how far it could reach in a straight line. Is if you got a really, say 100-mile relatively flat section, or a few.
Wow, that sounds great.
And then you could test and see a really high.
Chernobyl wasn't good enough for you?
Chernobyl? It was mostly contaminated matter, I think, rather
I
than
thought you said radiation.
gamma rays
What are you saying?
penetrate anyway.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. You kind of have a habit of talking through the points. But carry on.
How about
you can look into this online.
How about instead of 100 miles, we just pick a distance that's 2 orders of magnitude. greater variance than the globe prediction. How about that? Would that be good enough?
Like not really. Like I don't know why.
So let me ask this, friend. Let me ask this. So if you hired me to make a flat floor, right? And rather than there being a 16th of an inch or a millimeter variance over the entire floor, so very, very flat, right? There was a foot or a yard or a meter, you know? So instead of being 1 centimeter off, it's 300 centimeters off.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy.
But yeah, it'd be obvious, right? You don't need to do any more scrutiny than that. 2 orders of magnitude is plenty, right? So in other words, it's instead of a single digit, instead of a double digit, it's a triple digit. So it's supposed to be only 1 centimeter off, but instead it's hundreds of centimeters off. Like there'd be no question that you need your money back, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't then feel emboldened to make the claim that you'd made my floor round. Right? So like the claim that the Earth is not a globe, one thing.
No, it's
claim that
it's the opposite, brother.
infinitely flat is a completely separate thing. But I don't
No, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. Because we all understand the physics of water. And the physics of water, how it lays, is literally the definition of ideal level. Right? So the surface of water is either going to be a level congruent with a flat horizontal plane, or it's going to be a level that is curved wrapped around a ball. It's going to be one or the other because water is level, period. Right? So all you have to do is measure the water, and if it's not curving, then it's flat. And so all the physics of the level of water then apply across the entire surface of the water of the Earth. I mean, that's a given. I don't see how you could argue otherwise, unless you think in some areas water can be flat and level, but in other areas it could be sloped but not flowing, and in other areas it could be curved but not flowing. It makes no sense, right?
So
yeah, you said sufficient distance.
I might
submit
have
to you,
said
friend, that
but I feel like
my bad.
every
Go
time
ahead.
you go further, be interested to know how much further you can go. And that's just like an inquisitive.
Well, that's well and good, but you only need to go far enough to disprove the point. 2 orders of magnitude is plenty to disprove it.
Maybe you're not understanding this, dude. Imagine you went to the doctor and he said, "You're 600 feet tall." Get it now?
I don't think it's a reasonable comparison.
It is, because that's the difference in what's been measured versus the globe. It's 2 orders of magnitude difference.
Again, I'd be interested in seeing.
I'll give you another analogy, brother. I'll give you another analogy. On a construction site, we cut wood a lot, right? And we often do what's called inching ourselves, which means someone tells us 97 inches. We get out a 10-foot board, and then we cut it at 96 because our eyes saw the tick mark an inch over. But nobody ever comes back with a board that somebody says, "Hey, cut me 96 inches," and they come back with a board that's only 1 inch long because they accidentally mismeasured. Never happens, dude.
Yeah. But we're talking about numbers that you guys seem aware of, but I'm not aware of. Like, I'd be interested in seeing these situations where someone measures like 30, 40 mile horizon. And then I can actually like talk about it a bit better. At the moment, I haven't seen them. I'll scroll through and see if I've missed anything. So I noticed in one of the links I saw. Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay.
One of the links I saw. They were talking
Looking
about
like
like very elevated observers.
Yeah, horizon distance is easy calculated. It's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
This video I'm about to watch, does it have any? It's just loading at the moment, but does it have any like
Which one?
elevation info in it as well?
Which one?
It's Burn Mountain, I think.
Burn Mountain. Which chat are you in? Are you in the live stream voice text chat?
I don't know what I'm watching. I'm watching the oil rigs now, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 8-foot observer height. The horizon should be 3.46 miles away. If you look on the right-hand side, you can actually see Catalina, which is 30 miles away. The laser test above it, that's a 40 kilometer laser shot from 1.92 meters above the water surface. The laser was picked up at 1.5 meters above the water surface. It should have been 127 meters above the water surface.
Yeah, the laser should have missed the target by that much. Been up in the air, basically.
Laser, sorry?
Way up in the air. Should have been, and look, the only way you should have been able to pick up the lasers from the top of a 42-story building.
I don't think I see the laser.
It's the video above the oil rigs.
Oh, right, okay.
And above that, there's a link to a PDF, which is just a report if you don't want to watch the video. The video is just really the documentation that they did what they said they did.
I don't get how people can just hand wave those laser tests. They just hand wave them away. Like, it just blows my mind how people can just ignore that.
I'm with you, Johnny Law. We explain them, and then their next question is like, but what about volcanoes? You know, or something like that. Like,
but where's the edge?
What about, where's the edge? What about Antarctica? What about the sun? I mean, it's like, hello, we've just shown you how it's documented. There's no curvature, no globe. Which part didn't you understand? Apparently all the parts. I'm right with you, Johnny Law.
Yeah, but. I love that one. Yeah, but.
The hand waving is so weird. I mean, I already understood the long distance observations. I already understood that I'd made multiple long distance observations throughout my lifetime without even realizing it, such as Beaver Island from Charlevoix, Chicago from Sawyer, Michigan, so on and so forth. I already knew all that. I already understood the mathematics, that the globe was disproven, debunked, no question, in the trash bin. But then Panto, you know, when I came to this 24/7 or the original version of it, Flat Earth server in 2019, he told me about the laser test in the very VC check-in associated with the server. I was like, what? That's amazing. Not only do we have all these long-distance observations, which conclusively demonstrate that it's completely impossible that we could live on a sphere of 3,959 miles, but we also have laser tests very carefully documented in which the laser has hit the target and, you know, excruciatingly documented measurements, including, you know, various levels of error, refraction, all these things they measured. I mean, come on, it's kind of overkill at this point. I don't get it. Why people don't get it? I don't get the hand waving. Right there with you.
And then they did it again 3 weeks later. That's the crazy part. Like, you might be able to say, hey, there was a rare weather event. But 3 weeks later, too, didn't they get the exact same result? I don't think so.
Yeah, John D did a bunch of laser tests as well. Like, we've seen so much of it now. When I first got to it, it was enough for me. The mechanical gyroscope, understanding rigidity in space, and how if the Earth were rotating, all mechanical gyroscopes would drift. They do not drift. If the Earth was a ball, as you moved the mechanical gyroscope across the surface of the curved Earth, the housing would twist and you would see the effect of Earth curvature. That doesn't happen. And so it was quite obvious to me, just from the mechanics of how the world works. But we have so much evidence now that it's like unbelievable that people still try to say, no, I'd rather, like Matthew, he'd rather ignore all the evidence and just cling to a belief because that's what everybody else believes.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Like you were talking about the gyroscope in a plane. I mean, if you were traveling, I don't know the distance, from here, from United States to Australia, that housing on that gyroscope would literally have to flip 180 degrees, would it not?
Yeah, unless you're going to deny the gyroscopic effect works, or you can try to imagine that gravity is somehow manipulating the gyroscope, but then it would also normally work on the gyroscope, and the gyroscopic effect wouldn't be an effect.
Right. You would, yeah, it would just disavow the gyroscope altogether then. What's the point of even having one?
Yeah, it wouldn't do anything. Nothing useful, at least.
Yeah, somebody here the other day, called Flat Earth a discernment test. I think that's a pretty good name for it. Can you actually follow the evidence where it leads, or are you going to stubbornly cling to something that's a hollow belief based on indoctrination and propaganda that has no hard scientific or mathematical evidence to back it up? I mean, you can. I mean, nobody's going to stop you. Obviously, people do, but then don't pretend that you have some kind of intellectual high ground, because you just clearly don't. There's just no other way to put it.
I mean, I get it. I wanted to believe the globe. We were raised in this belief system. As children, we were taught that the Earth was a globe. We saw the cartoons with the globes. Like, it's in the movies. It's everywhere. You're inundated with this propaganda. But the truth is so much simpler. It's so much easier to understand once you actually just let go of what you think you know, and instead of ask yourself, what do I actually know and what can I actually prove? Because that's where the distinction is. A lot of people go through life looking at the news or the internet, and they're like, I believe this, I believe that, I believe this, but it has no foundation in reality.
People are just too disingenuous to actually do that. Most of them. They have too much pride.
Yeah, and also just if you are going to, I mean, it does require a shifting in worldview, and that shifting of worldview requires you to take more responsibility, really, for your own life, your own mind, your own reason, so on. I mean, I shouldn't try to say it in a cavalier way that it's easy to, discard the worldview that is being pushed in such an extreme way, because I get it. Like, some people just need the security blanket of feeling like there's somebody else smarter than them who's figured all this stuff out, and I don't really want to go down that road of trying to figure it out because it's too scary to think I might have to go against the mainstream in this essential way. I mean, I understand that's scary for people.
There's also the poisonous ego that's hidden within it. You're standing on the shoulders of giants, and so anybody who doesn't believe you, they're an idiot automatically, and you ignore what they say.
So you guys are
pointing out.
Here's another thing. Someone was talking about planes and gyroscopes. First of all, you mentioned, like, hey man, this globe stuff works. A mechanical gyro wouldn't work on a spinning globe. It would be useless. You wouldn't, because depending on your orientation relative to the axis of rotation, the gyro could be anywhere. You'd have to constantly calibrate it over and over and over again to be a useless device. And the other thing is, it would be impossible to land a plane on a spinning ball. Okay? Because the equator's traveling at 1,040 miles per hour. Let's say you take off from 45 latitude and you fly south toward the equator. You have to fly to where you think that city is going to be. You can't fly directly at it. But to stay over the same part of the ball in like a quote unquote straight line, you can look at the GIF. You actually have to take like a J-hook line. And then when you get there, where'd the extra speed come from? Because when you took off, it was only 600 miles per hour you were traveling. So where'd the extra 400 miles per hour come from? And now your runways, if it's on the equator moving east to west, you have to come in with your own momentum. You have to come in at an angle. You have to freaking land sideways. The reputation will say, well, the atmosphere spins with the earth and like the plane's entrained in the atmosphere. Well, that's a cool story, but the wind goes in all sorts of directions. You got jet streams, you got upper level winds, how would all those winds know exactly to speed you up to the exact speed so that you could land on the runway? Because you need another 500 miles per hour. Where'd that come from?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. I just don't get how they can just literally hand wave and look past all that stuff. It blows my mind.
I mean, to be fair, they've never thought about it. But the anti-flat earthers that have thought about it and have been presented with this, so New Perspective presented this to a CERN physicist that cheats physics, and what his rebuttal was: if you took my physics class and found out you was a flat earther, I would fail you. That was his rebuttal to the planes being able to land. He had no rebuttal.
Really, wow.
He just said, "Nuh-uh," and you're a flat earther. If you took my physics class, I'd fail you. That's all he could say. Now, this isn't just like a fly-by-night, CERN physicist. He interacts with people on X all the time for years now. So it's not like he was like, yeah, I'm just like, I'm not going to answer these flat earther questions. He interacts with them he interacts with these guys all the time. So when this question came up, he just pulled the ripcord and just would not answer.
Yeah, he was the guy that used to come on. He'd come on Flat Earth Fridays all the time, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Yes, I know who I know the guy you're talking about now. Yeah, Franco. Yep.
Can you guys speak on how space is fake and how we've never left low Earth orbit? Never been to the moon?
I know low Earth orbit. There are no orbits.
I mean, like, they've never been. Like, the ISS is fake. It's in a pool underwater somewhere.
Well, there's 3 ISSs. There's a pool one. There's the one in the Building 9 Space Vehicle Mock-Up Center, Houston, Texas. And then there's whatever it is you see in the sky. But I doubt that.
They also used to have one inside a Boeing 747, which was for testing during parabolic flights. And you could see some of their claimed videos from outer space being cut at the exact intervals that match the parabolic flight.
They thought they could get away with it. Yeah, every time I argue with my friends about this, they're like, oh, they have a camera on the ISS and you can see a live feed of the Earth. And I'm like, it's a fisheye lens.
Ask them about why the Chinese one shows a flat Earth. So the Chinese space station shows a flat Earth. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we got, on one hand, we have a curved Earth and we have a flat Earth on the other hand. So what decides what the truth is? Oh, we do the geometry. And the geometry says you wouldn't see the curve of the Earth from the elevation of the ISS. It's not high enough.
What do you all think that Go Fast rocket? What do you think it's hitting whenever it flies up into the sky?
That was a yo-yo. It had nothing to do with hitting anything. It was okay.
Yeah, it was a D-spin yo-yo mechanism on it.
Doesn't hit a thing.
Is it still rising?
Can you explain
Yeah.
that? Can somebody explain the yo-yo thing?
Some mechanism within the. It's a stabilizer, basically.
It de-spins it the same way that a figure skater puts out their arms to slow down. They shoot out these weights on strings to slow the spin of the rocket.
Well, why didn't they have it do that the whole time it was rising? Why did it start at a certain point?
I fucking have no idea, dude. I don't work for those guys. Fucking, I wasn't.
That's what gives it that.
Because a rotating rocket is more stable. That's why.
Okay, makes
a lot
sense.
less engineering.
I mean, it would make sense.
Yeah, come on,
They
it's
did
not
the
rocket
D-spin when they ran out of thrust. Then they don't have to worry about stability anymore.
Yo, the flat fucking horizon looks even worse. That's horrible.
Someone told me that looked flat because they used the fisheye lens, dude. For real.
What?
Yeah, it was curved, but when you put a fisheye lens on a curve, it looks flat, dude. It's crazy shit.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. So in case you guys are unaware, it used to be the case. There's a curved horizon, therefore it's a curved Earth. But very famous anti-flat earthers, Ruhif being the number one, and Scott Mackey and some others, said it doesn't matter whether the Earth is curved or a globe, because the way you see would make the horizon curved no matter what. So if the Earth is flat, the horizon will be curved.
Do they make a camera lens or a sensor that doesn't have any curve on it?
No, it's actually impossible to make such a device. Right now.
A rectilinear.
There is a way to do it, but the technology isn't there yet.
Rectilinear is not.
Or metamaterial or some shit.
It's less distorted. Let's just say that.
Well, it distributes the distortion in a particular manner. All these corrected lenses, they distribute the distortion in a particular method so that it preserves certain aspects of the geometry. In order to have true distortion free, you basically need a non-angular field of view. You need a linear field of view. So in other words, the camera has to be the size of the object you're looking at. So, for example, if you had a human eyeball with a few centimeters wide pupil, you would only see, like if I'm looking across at a car, I'd only be able to see the little decal in the corner. I couldn't even see the whole car. I'd have to move my eyes around like a chicken. Be like scanning, I couldn't take it all in at once.
Oh, like the way that they made the blue marble on the background of the iPhone. They pieced all the pictures together. It had to be cropped together.
They used pictures. They just said data. They didn't even say pictures.
Well, the guy that made the picture from NASA said it had to be photoshopped because it was so many pictures.
No, he said, he said it was Photoshop because it has to be. But in the article on NASA's website, he just says data. He never says what that data was.
Yeah, he says it's data sets that they wrapped around the ball.
I think the most important aspect of that conversation was that his main job was to make the Earth look like people expected it to be.
That's my favorite part too. Match people's expectations.
Exactly.
Like from space.
Yeah, because only less than 20 people in the history of the space programs have allegedly seen the Earth to be able to know what it looks like. Everyone else is expecting it to look like something. That's even if those guys even saw it. It's like Indio said earlier. It's like if someone showed you a picture and you said, "Oh wow, that looks just like the Earth." How the hell would you know? You have no reference except other pictures that you were shown.
Didn't like Odyssey 2001 come out before they went to the moon? Like, how do they know what it looks like in outer space in the movies in Hollywood?
Looks dark.
Hey, Indio. Or AI. I was wondering your opinion. Have you seen that video of that rocket that they shoot off in Nevada? And you got people claiming that you can see the Hawaiian Islands. Have you guys seen that video?
I haven't seen it. I've only heard it. Let me listen to this, bro. I haven't seen the video. The first time I heard of it was when a Glober tried to say to us, they shot off a rocket and they could see the Hawaiian Islands, and that proves the Earth's a globe. And then India was like, dude, if they shot a rocket from there, Hawaii would be thousands of miles out of your view. So thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, somebody did the math the other night in the politics Discord, and they said it was like 600 or 560 or 650 miles below the curve if it is actually the Hawaiian Islands. So I don't know. I haven't really looked into that video much or that rocket, so I can't really make any kind of comment on it. I was just curious if you guys have seen it.
Speaking of that, what's a good camera? Is the P1000 still the best camera to demonstrate?
I don't know. A lot of people say P900 is better, or the new P900 because it's lighter, easier to carry around, easier to stabilize. Because the P1000 is like a beast. The P900's a beast, but the P1000's like a wildebeest.
There's also a P1100 that's like the new model.
That's the newest version.
And it's like cheaper than the P1000.
Yeah, because the P1000 is no longer made. But it's a 3-pound camera, which is not good for most people's usage because it's meant to be a birding camera. It's too heavy for most people.
I tell you what, dude, I just use my phone, man. I do short range observations. I don't even do long range observations. I have in the past. I've seen mountains 100 miles away, all kinds of stuff. But I'm into short range observations now. The reason being is because that excludes the claimed curvature and the claimed refraction, bending things around distant objects to bring it to you. And so I got this lake that I go to. It's about 1,000 feet across, and I witness things disappear from the bottom up. And if you know your math, there's no way it could possibly be the horizon of any alleged globe Earth, because the horizon would be 2.5 times greater distance. So it's just quick and easy proof that things can disappear from the bottom up isn't an exclusive cause that the Earth must be a globe.
Yeah, when I try to explain like the long hallway observation to people to explain that, they just get upset and just tell me, what does it matter if it's flat or not?
And I must say that I love asking them when they say that, well, since you're asking that question, why are you in here? It obviously matters to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of
course, to me, it's like they're just trying to shut down the argument whenever they say that.
Of course,
because their ego is getting upset.
Oh, 100%. And I love to watch them squirm with that answer because, like, they'll say things like, oh, well, I'm just here to debate. It's like, well, we're not here to debate. We're here to discuss the truth.
Yeah. So real quick for the people listening in the audience, the globe, when it comes to this idea of ego, a lot of people think, oh, pride. Oh, they're just proud because they have their position and they don't want to admit defeat. No, it's ego in the sense of your identity, because the globe paradigm is imprinted upon you when you're a vulnerable child in your developmental years, right? And who you are, where your safe spaces are, who your parents are, your home, your tribe, all of these things are developmental psychology in a child's life, and they implant the idea that you live on a globe in those moments, and it actually does become part of who you are. And that's why people react so visceral to when it's challenged, because it's part of their identity. And that is a direct attack on the ego. And so to salvage and put their ego back into a safety position, they have to say things like, well, the shape of the earth doesn't matter. Now it's no longer important. So whatever I talk from now on doesn't matter to me because it's not an important topic. So it's no longer threatening.
What do you think would happen if they just said, okay, you're right, it's flat. You're free to leave. You're free to go to the ice wall and go wherever you want. What do you think would happen to the world? And do you think everyone would just start exploring and finding out what's way out there?
Dude, I mean, you said it yourself. You said ice, right? So if you're going out from the central points outward and it gets cold, most people ain't going to want to do that. They're going to be like, heck no, I'm staying here in the heat.
Well, how do we know it's cold?
Exactly.
You're not supposed to go there and disturb the penguins. Why is that?
Well, who says there's an ice wall anyway?
Right. That's just pictures on the internet. But why do we have a treaty with Russia and Antarctica? Aren't we at war with them?
What? I don't know that we've declared war on Russia anytime recently.
Or aren't they? They're adversaries. But why do all the countries come align with Antarctica, but we're sitting here fighting over mineral rights?
It's all a show, my friend.
Yep.
I don't know, but we're tracking. I don't know, but we're tracking fishing boats regularly sailing right into the coastline of Antarctica.
What are they doing? They're cracking them?
No, according to the tracking data of the boats, sometimes fishing boats sail straight through the apparent coastline of Antarctica willy-nilly.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Yeah, dude, it's like in a video game when you can walk through the walls because there's a bug in the code. So is this more proof of simulation theory?
I think it's more like the globe doesn't conform to reality, and so they have to move the coastline closer to conform to the globe idea, but you still have to track the boat. And so you, of course, have a treaty to not allow them to go down there when they're using the tracking systems. Or you have exceptions for when you have a race down there, and then the travel speed of the racing yacht is about jogging speed. It's like almost walking speed. If you walk very fast and you're tall, yeah, that's how fast the racing yachts need to be. Travel around Antarctica in 100 days.
It's also like ridiculous to go travel there. It's like $20,000-$30,000 to go to one spot. It's ridiculous. Why can't you just go explore? Because the penguins.
That costs $2 million if you want to do that.
And that's if you get approved. and you get all the permits. And they're doing it because they don't want you to die. They don't want you to freeze to death. That's why they're doing all that. But you can climb Mount Everest.
You can freeze to death there, but not where the penguins are. Even if you pay a lot of money and you are allowed to go there, and you get like $2 million, and you get environmental assessments, and you're allowed to go there to the little peninsula, and you're going to cross the peninsula and be like, I walked across Antarctica, and claim some credit. You still have to take all of your poop and pee with you, and you're not allowed to use any kind of like motorized vehicles or anything. You just have to walk it because of the treaty. And like for the penguins, which by the way don't live on the interior of Antarctica, they live on the little islands like Deception Island.
What do y'all think about the 24-hour sun video that all those fake flat earthers went and tried to brainwash us into thinking that they were there?
Well, that's assuming it's a foregone conclusion that people were brainwashed that they were there and that they weren't actually there. So, what evidence do you have that they weren't there?
Well, I think they were brainwashing us to make us think that they were there. But they were just really in a big green screen room, a 360 screen all around them.
Yeah, but that didn't answer my question. What evidence do you have that that's the case?
I don't. I just have what I can see on the internet because I don't have means to get there to see it for myself.
Well, would it matter? Even Duffy, the dude that put it on, said that observations of the sun don't prove the shape of the Earth.
Well, you're just spreading false information too by telling everyone that they faked it.
I mean, I don't think they faked it, though. The lighting there is pretty fucked up. There are some things that are fucked up in the video, but that just could be weird lighting.
Yeah.
What about like Vapegate? I mean, that's fake, right?
I mean, I don't know.
What would that have to do? What would that have to do with whether they're there or not?
Well, if they were there, they would have, breath vapor, right?
It depends on the temperature of the air. Like, how far are they into Antarctica? Where they put on the tippy tip of the peninsula, and like they're not that much further than like south than I am north. So
Yeah, let me ask you this question, friend who just said that. Do you live in a cold region that gets snow in the winter?
Yeah.
Okay, so I do, and I work outside during the winter. And some days I can see my breath, and some days I can't. And it all depends on the day. Sometimes when it's cold, I can, and when it's a little warmer, I can't, depending on, like, if it's a crisp day or a humid day. And keep in mind, Antarctica
when you first get outside, and then later on, you can't see it anymore.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Antarctica is actually a desert, right?
Well, I mean, that's all
Like
true,
all the-
but homie did go and try to fake vapor with his vape, right? And like that's agreed, or no?
Let's say he did, which I actually did watch the context, and basically it was he was talking to people in a chat room who were complaining to him. Then he went and did it, and then said to them, "There you go, take that," essentially. So he was clearly doing it to spite the commenters on the chat. So a bunch of social media and somebody reacting to social media really isn't evidence that somebody is or isn't in a specific geographic location.
Oh, all right.
It
the
wasn't
best part
If you
of
have, if you have any
best part of that
compelling
story.
evidence, yeah, if you have any compelling evidence that would actually logically lead to a conclusion that would merit the point they're not in a specific location, then I'll be willing to hear it. But none of that type of stuff is any of that type of evidence.
No, yeah, you're right. I just have the vape gate. That's all I got.
Like I told Witsit before he went, it doesn't really matter. Like, back in 2016, we were all like, well, the sun could be moving like this way or that way, or like in Antarctica, we could maybe see the sun going in circles, and there could be different explanations. Today, we don't try to make up explanations because we don't have enough data to actually say this is how it is. Like, I don't know what Witsit claims to have seen because I haven't watched all his stuff. But that doesn't speak for me, or even if he sees the sun goes in a circle, that's something that we already thought was possible. Maybe we just don't know enough.
What if they were just
You
standing
couldn't
on a
understand
giant
why they were
iceberg that was
faking.
just spinning really slow?
We couldn't understand. Well, it still doesn't change the fact that the 5 videos of a 24-hour sun were fake. They're still fake. It didn't cure that problem. Why did they fake all those videos?
There's a lot of weird questions, so we want those questions answered. This was a supposed means of trying to answer that question, but it's hard to put credibility onto these people, so you kind of gotta take the bad with the good and just say, like, this is a data point, and we can test what we can test, and once any of us can test it, we'll add to the data. But until then, it's just a data point. We don't even know if it's real yet.
It's not the end either, because other people are now inspired to go on their own without the auspices of such a trip like the TFE or anything. So flat earthers are raising money on their own to go. Some are planning to go the very next season when it's going to happen, supposedly. So
I got a question now.
Within a year, we might have something new to talk about that.
Where's the 24-hour moon?
Well, supposedly they couldn't stay for the 24-hour moon. I think they should go during the alleged 24-hour moon, because when they went during the alleged 24-hour sun, they did a sundial. But I'd like them to go back and do a moon dial, because supposedly the moon dial results in the same angles. And how could you have that if it's 400 times removed in space from where the sun is? How could you have the same angles on your sundial, moon dial? Doesn't make no sense.
Makes no fucking sense.
They'll probably say that it's going to be too cold because the sun's not going to be out. So they couldn't do the tests.
I mean, doesn't even matter. Doesn't matter what. I mean, you can look in the sky all you want. It isn't going to tell you anything about the shape of the Earth. Not definitively.
I have a very deep question for y'all.
Just hold on. I always use this analogy. If anyone else ever brings this up to you, so this is the analogy I use. Can you figure out what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house?
No.
Obviously not, right? So you can't figure out what the Earth is by looking at something that's not the Earth.
I have a very deep question for all of y'all. What's the point of making us all believe that this is a ball? Like, what is
Nobody
the
made you.
people that
Nobody
are
made you
controlling
do
us? What are they
anything.
getting out of it?
You're a volunteer, brother. No one made you do anything.
Well, I mean, just the way that people are so their passion to just believe what's on the media, and the media keep continuing to make people believe and shut down flat earthers and make us seem like we're stupid or don't know what we're talking about. What's the point of shutting down that research? To do
Different
what?
people have different motivations. A lot of people, like we see this with a lot of Glopers, they, like Indio said earlier, it's tied into their identity. They want to be right about this. They believe it's so hard, so it offends them that you're saying anything against it.
I'm thinking more in like the terms of like we're like cattle living on a pasture. We're not allowed to get outside the fence. Why?
There is no fence.
They don't want us to know that
It's a self-imposed
this place
fence.
is special. They don't
That's what I'm
want us
talking
to
about.
know that a creator created this, right? Because if it's an intelligent design, it requires a creator. They don't want us to know that there is a creator. They don't want us to have a relationship with the creator.
The problem is we can't divine the intentions of others, and this concerns a large group of people, so they have different intentions, different people, so we can't really say why they lied about different things or why they believed different things, and maybe they weren't presented. Some of them weren't presented with the truth, and they just kept on believing it. So we can't assume.
Yeah, there's a big problem with that. Big problem with that.
Answered my question. It's why do they not want us to know the creator?
No. Listen, pay attention.
Because, real quick.
Oh, hold on, friend. Hold on. Okay, you're factually wrong. The majority of people, okay, on the earth right now adhere to religions in which those religions have a specific agent creator. So if that's true and you're saying it's to hide the creator, that doesn't math up.
No, it's mainstream science. Doesn't want us to know, like, that's another argument that all these religions are psyops, right? They want us to think it's just belief in a book that was written thousands of years ago, right?
Well, who is this mainstream science dude?
The people that run mainstream academia worldwide.
Who's that?
And I don't think you thought about this too hard. You said I want you to not believe in a creator, but the majority of people on earth believe in a creator. So how does that work?
Because the people that, look into what this realm is, they want us to think we're insignificant. The people like the highest astronomers are mostly atheists, correct?
Probably.
Okay, that's fair, but atheism is statistically insignificant. It's irrelevant.
So these people that push this narrative at the highest levels, these high priests, do not want us to think there is a creator. Now, all these religions may be dead ends to the actual creator, where you can have a personal relationship and know that this place is special, made for us. We're not a speck of dust on a rock hurling through the infinite of space.
You might be approaching this wrong as far as motive goes. Do you think Neil deGrasse Tyson actually knows whether the Earth is flat or a ball? You think he knows? Do you think he's actually ever done anything?
No.
Yeah,
he's an actor.
Yeah, but he is. He could be an actor. But I'm saying the people that control academia, that write the curriculum.
Because they don't know anything either, dude. This is what you're getting confused. No, the people we've talked to, people from academia, all sorts of PhDs, you name it. None of them actually know anything. They're all just believers in this globe Earth idea.
Okay. So
they just believe it. They don't know anything.
Okay, I get you.
So they're not lying. I just want to get that clear, though, brother. That they're not lying. They believe what they're saying.
I hear your point, but you're not listening to me. I think you're missing something. The highest of the power. Do you not think this is a spiritual warfare? Do you not think this is a spiritual warfare? That's my question to you.
Yeah, I do. But when you say highest power, I think of a man. I don't like what man?
No, it is. If it's a spiritual warfare, who do you think is trying to keep us ignorant of the Creator.
The devil? Evil people?
Something like that. Evil people. Children of that evil entity. And if you don't think there are children of that evil entity, then we fundamentally disagree.
I got one for you. What if the evil entity tricked you into thinking the other people were trying to hide the truth, so that you'd be tricked into going down his deception to then arrive at the creator that you believe in is actually the evil entity itself?
Definitely a possibility. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes you think you're the good guy and you're doing good things, and you have the secret knowledge that comes from God himself. And so why wouldn't they just tell what they believe to be true, and as if it's true? It's just a belief. You see this cults all the time.
Yeah, and that's just where you have to ask yourself: is my relationship with the Creator? Could I be being tricked? I will say, yeah, there's a possibility. But I strongly disagree with that. I don't think being tricked.
Well, for example, there's an ancient book that says that the evil entity, right, has designs against the true creator to usurp the creator's position and to be worshipped as the creator. So that's his goal, right? So if that's the case, and it also says that he's the greatest deceiver, the king of lies, the father of lies, and he deceives the entire world. So if that's true, that he wants to be worshipped as God, but he's deceiving the entire world, then the idea that he would want to hide a creator is false. He actually wants people to believe in a creator because he would want to be worshipped as the creator. So you see how weird that is?
Well, I don't agree with that. I think above him being worshipped, he wants the children of the Creator to blasphemize or blaspheme, whatever the word is. Right? They want. I think above him being worshipped as a creator, he wants to turn us against our Father.
Well, in order to do that, he would have to characterize that individual as the evil entity. So he'd have to switch roles. I'm the good guy is the bad guy, right? Which would be a great deception. And so the people who think they're following the good guy are actually following the bad guy, being tricked into thinking that the good guy is the bad guy.
But then you have to ignore revelation of the method, which I believe is true. And then you have to presuppose that the Creator would allow this to happen, to allow you to be deceived when you are reaching out with your intention as a creation.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people do think they have noble intentions and noble motives, but at the deep rooted, it's all selfishness. And so part of the process, right, is to be revealed the true nature of things, right? It's like a learning. And in order to learn, you have to experience the evil and the good. Because if you experience nothing but good, you can't really appreciate it.
Can you repeat that point? Without the evil and the good, kind of like you can't experience joy without pain. Is that what you're getting at?
Right. It's like contrast, like in a painting. If you paint a painting all one color, you can't see anything. There could be 1,000 people in your painting, but they're all the same color, so all you see is purple. Right? Contrast is very important in communication.
Yeah, but if there were outlines of those, right, people.
That's contrast. Yeah, that would be contrast.
Okay. I would just say that you're presupposing there's no contrast in that analogy.
Well, no, there is contrast. That's my point.
Yeah, but I wouldn't equate that contrast to, evil having to exist to create that contrast.
Well, okay, then you're left with evil does exist. So why? I have a functional reason for it to exist in my worldview, and that's for the necessary contrast for our learning and edification and theosis, which means God teaching us things that we can't know in any other way without experience.
Yeah, I understand. So I'm not saying this is true at all. This is just what I believe, right? Definitely could be wrong. I believe there's this misconception that the creator is all powerful and in control of everything. And I don't think that is the case. I think there are other entities outside of his control that he doesn't have complete power over. And I'm not trying to
Yeah, so you don't,
take away
you don't
anything.
believe in a transcend. Yeah, right. So check this out, brother. What you just told me is that you don't believe in a transcendental creator. You believe in a contingent creator. Right? And so basically, in my view, you've fallen for the synthetic paradigm. So you're actually deceived, in my view.
Okay, I'll have to look more into the what paradigm it is.
Well, you got to think about it this way: if the creator is the creative source of all things that are not himself, then that means all entities are subordinate to his power. Period. That'd be by definition.
I don't think that.
Okay, so then you believe let me tell you what you actually believe. This is going to blow your mind. You believe in the exact same thing that evolutionary, Big Bang, globe zealot, psychologist, astrophysicist, scientists, etc., are coming to believe lately. That through experimentation, that sentience is the first order, and time, matter, and energy states are secondary. So, in other words, sentience is eternal. And so that would be an eternal sentient entity as the source of the physical and natural world, much like a creator. But they don't attribute that to a singular agent. They attribute it to multiple agents of varying strengths and intensities that commune together to create the world.
Okay,
so
I would
you are basically agreeing with their position.
No, I would say our fundamental disagreement is they are materialists. They don't believe in supernatural.
Oh, they're not. They're not materialists. I just got through telling you that they believe that sentience is eternal. That means they can't be materialists.
But if you ask them, if there's anything after this life, most of them would say no.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not getting it. What I'm telling you is that through the scientific paradigm that we've been going through for the past hundreds of years, leading up till today, to where they went through this period of time to where it was very intensely theological, and like we're trying to understand the world that God created. To the materialist, there is no God, everything's science and just brute matter. To now, they're coming full circle with all the experiments and evidence that they've collected, that the only conclusion they can reach is that they were wrong about materialism, that it's actually the case that the immaterial world is where the material world comes from, not the other way around. So they're abandoning all those conclusions that there's no life after death, there's no spirits, there's no eternal entities, there's no gods, demigods, etc., etc.
Okay, I was unaware that the mainstream was changing their.
Well, look, it's not that mainstream yet. It's not that mainstream yet, but it's coming down the pike.
Okay.
Why do you think they're doing that, AM?
Yeah.
Because it never was about hiding God. It was about usurping God in a place of a false God, right?
Oh, yeah. Instead of saying that God's not real, they're going to play God.
Correct. And now if you can believe that God is an entity that's within the universe and not transcendent in the cause of the universe, he now becomes invincible.
Well, why does he have to be bound by this universe? What if he created the entire universe, but there are also entities on his level that he's not in control of that can play a role in this universe he created?
Right. So then that would be like a bunch of Pantheon or something. So yeah, so you don't believe it. You don't believe in a transcendental creator of everything. You believe that there's a bunch of powerful entities. One of them decided to make the universe we live in.
Something special for us, his children.
Right. So then how can we be assured? How can we be assured that the other entities aren't going to kick his ass one day?
We can't. We just have to have faith and love him because we are him.
He has an ass to kick.
Right, that's my point, is that the traditional concept of a transcendental entity that's the source of all other things makes that source, it makes it necessary, right? So it's eternally necessary. Can't be destroyed, can't be harmed, can't be damaged, because all the dimensions are lesser dimensions, right? And so the energy doesn't go upwards, it goes downwards. So if you take that version, just hold on, if you take that version off the throne, you now have a plausible contender to challenge him. And now your allegiance can go, well, that guy isn't the guy because he's not the ultimate authority, because power equals authority. So I'm just picking sides based on who I like the best, not who actually is the actual true creator.
I see what you're saying.
You're picking sides because you believe you are his child. You are of him. You are not of
fair enough.
The devil.
Fair enough, but there's an ancient document that says most people father is the devil because they're deceived and they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that's not possible. It could definitely be deceived.
Yeah, but see, you make it. Yeah, but see, when you take it into a plethora of agents, which are all rivals, right? Now it's like, well, now you have this whole different smorgasbord of choices and decisions and influences. So it makes the problem worse, in my opinion.
Well, you do have a choice to turn your back on your father, right? You have a choice to worship Satan. There are Satanists.
Well, why not? According to your view, you're not certain whether Satan's going to win or not.
That is irrelevant to me. I'm going to go down supporting my creator.
All right.
If that is the case.
See what he's saying. He's rather just live life, just loving people and loving himself and loving everyone, because you can either pick that or you can just be an asshole to everybody. You don't know where you're going to end up.
But I do feel
might be better than the other.
A connection. I definitely feel a connection. I have a relationship with the creator. I have things that are supernatural that happen to me. And it just...
Well, that kind of sounds like what an asshole would say. Houston.
Hey.
Funny frog, huh?
Won't argue with that. I can be an asshole.
Yeah, you stand corrected.
To be fair, I personally think that is the reason why there's all these lies about the metaphysic in which we live in and the cosmological paradigm in which we live in. It's to change your opinions about yourself in relationship to reality and the source of reality. So in other words, it alters your view of why you're here, who you are, and do you actually have to answer to anyone. And so when those views are challenged, especially if you have agents that are greater than yourself that care about those views, they can then weasel their way in. And so in my opinion, it's all a grand design to usher in a synthetic religion which puts a false god in the place of the true God. And the majority of humanity, right, can hold hands and sing Kumbaya under that synthetic religion.
That sounds like something an evil person would do. It's a smart way to continue the control.
Yeah, and to be fair, it doesn't even matter if any of the religious propositions or any of the spiritual or supernatural claims are true or not. It only matters if it can be used as an element to control people. Because let's just say, for sake of argument, that the people perpetrating it don't believe any of it. But they know humans are prone to believe it. So whether it's true or not, the effect is the same.
Yeah.
Just like I said, majority of people on Earth right now, I mean, what do we got? 2 to 3 billion Christians and Muslims. right? Which are specific theists, right? Which means not only are they theists, but they specifically believe in a specific God, right? As the creator of everything, right? And I think it's actually like 2 billion Christians and 2 point something billion Muslims or something. And then the next one is Hindus or something. So it's like the majority of people on the earth believe in a specific agent theistic God worldview paradigm.
I'm going to change the subject. What's above us? What do you think is out there? Like, what do you like? Obviously, space is fake. We haven't been out in outer space, but what is above us? Why is it blue? What are the stars?
Why is it black?
Yeah, like that. All those questions. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
well,
are-
you know, like,
what are your thoughts?
if you go high enough, it's not blue anymore, right? And then you're looking down at the blue, and when you spin around, you're looking at black, right?
Yeah.
And you could get that effect at nowhere near quote unquote space altitudes.
And if we're flying through this universe and all these stars are there's trillions and trillions of stars, why do the constellations stay the same? Why are the planets still in the same position? Or if they even are planets, just moving lights in the sky.
What if they're just following us because they're lonely?
And how do the Starlink satellites stay up there? How do any of the satellites stay up there?
Well, how do they stay up there in the globe paradigm? They're in an area where they're not affected by something that would bring them back to the Earth for whatever reason. And so, if there's something up there that's not returning to the Earth, like many of the other objects that we see would do, then it's the same answer because they're in it. They're doing something that's keeping them from returning to the Earth. They're either in an area that's causing it, or they themselves are causing it.
There was this guy that I was listening to. He comes in here sometimes. He says he works for oh hell, what is it? He does something with satellites though, and he says that the propelling system on those satellites have to do with electromagnetism. I think he says he works for oh, what the hell? Can't remember his name now.
Is it Josh Ingersoll?
Yes. Josh Ingersoll. Yeah, he said that the motors that they have, or the system that propels those satellites, are electromagnetic motors or thrusters or something like that.
I
So
mean, the
who knows?
voltage
Maybe
doesn't. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say maybe they use some kind of electromagnetic field to stay propelled up there. Who knows?
Also works for the UN, or worked at the UN.
That dude did? Josh Ingersoll or whatever?
Yes.
Okay.
So are they getting powered by like wireless electricity, like Tesla technology, Nikola Tesla? Like, how do they stay energized?
I don't know. Electromagnetic. That's the only thing he said.
Well, look, there's a common misunderstanding about the nature of reality, which isn't necessarily proven. It's a philosophy, and that is the uniformitarian assumption that physics and circumstances that occur locally occur everywhere in the universe. So, for example, you'd say if I'm 1,000 feet off the ground, all the physics are going to be the same as if I'm 10,000 feet off the ground. Or if I just keep going away from the Earth, sure, there'll be different forces that are applying, but the fundamental way in which everything works is going to be identical. I mean, that's just fantasy.
Like, are you saying like the pressure up there there's less pressure up there than down here?
I'm saying,
like the whole...
I'm saying, for all we know, there's different elements up there. You're an entirely different medium that behaves completely differently, and the concepts that you understand here, like up, down, heavy things, light things, inertia, motion, all those things could be different up there. How would you know?
Yeah.
Or like, let me tell you something that sounds that let me just say it and then I'll explain it. People say, "Oh, how could I see the sun here if the Earth is flat? What would it be over there?" I might reply, "Transdimensional hyperloops." And they would say, "Well, that's just stupid." Be like, "Really? Well, then why was it when you went to the movie theater and watched the movie Interstellar or watched the movie Thor, and the quote unquote scientists were folding a piece of paper and stabbing a pencil through it and saying, look, if you fold space into this trans hyperloop, you can travel through it just like this pencil. How come when you watch that, you're like, oh, that's so sciencey. But when I said it in regards to flat Earth, you laughed at me. It's the exact same claim. What's going on, bro?
Because flat Earth is stupid.
Right. So, in other words, globers get to appeal to exotic physics that are pure fantasy and just pass it off like it's, you know, science fiction, but actual real science. But if it's in the context of a flat Earth discussion, all of a sudden it's absurd. It's like, do you not see your own contradiction here? And I'm not saying any of that's true. I'm just saying the fact that they so flippantly believe in all of that science, quote unquote, mumbo jumbo, where it's just a bunch of astrophysicists trying to get funding for their department talking out their asses about all this fancy stuff going on a trillion light years away that it doesn't even matter. And then someone might say, well, how do you know they're wrong about all their claims? Well, it's simple, because we actually live on the Earth, and the core fundamental principle of their entire paradigm is that the Earth is a globe. It's the linchpin of their cosmological worldview. And since the Earth is clearly not a globe, then all of their nonsense stories that require the Earth to be a globe in the first instance, like the angles to the stars and our location in a solar system, our location in a galaxy, our location in an expanding universe, etc., blah, 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 it's all nonsense. So yeah, all their claims that they're making from that framework are false. So it's not so much that quote unquote space is fake. It's that the story that you've been told about what space is and how it works in relationship to the Earth is one big story.
I got you.
A religious story at that. It's got a creation mythos. It's got a why you're here, where ethics come from, where you're going, you know, maybe to be burned up in the expanding sun or to survive to the heat death of the universe. Got it all. It's one big religion.
So what you're saying is stop arguing with people about information that we don't know and just look at what's in front of you. Look at what you can see, feel, and touch. And it looks flat. So I'm just gonna assume it's flat.
Well, that may be fair, and they would agree with you. They would agree with you that it looks flat, but then they would go on to say, but it isn't flat, right? But you could actually measure it and find out. That's the beauty of the fact that the curvature of the Earth is the Achilles heel of their entire paradigm. It's either is curving or it isn't curving. If it's not curving, then their whole paradigm is false. It's just like Achilles. You know, his mom dipped him in invincibility syrup when he was young, but she was holding him by the ankles. And because she was a retard moron, instead of just flipping him upside down and then dipping his ankles in the invincibility serum, she just said, oh, well, I guess I'll wash my hands and just let you go free with a big spot on your ankle where someone could kill you. And that's what the Globe did. They made this elegant, invincible worldview of excuse upon excuse upon excuse of everything about everything, all the way back to the creation of the universe via the Big Bang, all the way to the future of the heat death of the universe or the Big Crunch. But they forgot that they didn't dip the ankle in the invincibility serum. And that ankle, the Achilles heel, is the curvature. And you just shoot the curvature with a bow and arrow, and shablam, it all dies. Now, you might be saying, what does this have to do with the actual curve of the Earth? A bow and arrow, Achilles heel, I'll tell you. A curve of a circle between 2 points, right? You put a point on a circle, you put another point on a circle, and then you draw a line. That's called a chord line. In the middle of that chord line, you place a dot, and then you draw a line from the center of the circle through the dot, and then through the surface at the highest point of the arc. That's called the sagitta, named after Sagittarius, the archer, bow and arrow. So you can actually go out and measure the sagitta and find out that it's not actually there because there is no curve. So a bow and arrow is exactly what's needed to destroy the entire globe fantasy. Just like Achilles, shot right in the heel, you're dead. Rest in peace. Go ahead.
How many people in here are Sagittarius?
So I was just going to add to what you're saying, AI. This is, of course, why we see just every single anti-flat Earth source dissuade curious minds from paying any attention to the ground, of course. They don't want to put a spotlight on the Achilles heel. And this is why we get such immense pushback when it comes to just trying to keep a glober we're talking to on the topic of the ground. They'll, jump and flail all over the place to get away from it.
That Achilles heel remind me of Talon. You know Talon? He's been in the politics server for a while. Talon. He's a glober. And Talon is the heel in Spanish. And I was telling him that about the curvature. That was his Achilles heel. And his name is Talon. Heel. Pun intended.
I think it's pretty overwhelming for globers, though, that such an immense ideological structure, can be dismantled so simply, and they find issue with accepting that,
Yeah, it's like the reverse big lie, right? Like that, I think it was Goebbels or whoever was, one of those Nazi dudes, whatever, who said, if you repeat the lie big enough and often enough, people will believe it. But it's like the opposite. In this case, it's like if you make the defeater of your worldview so simple and mundane, nobody would believe that it's possible that something that obvious could destroy an entire field of immense studies and money and expense and quote unquote space things in the sky and like all this huge infrastructure. How could it all be just built on the simple fact that the water's not curving, just destroys it all. They're like, how absurd is that?
So I'm hearing the ether cosmology folks are putting up a bounty. Something having to do with star occultation behind mountains. They're crowdsourcing information or offering a prize or what?
I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. I heard something about $50 for looking at stars and mountains in the northern or southern hemisphere. That's about it. Like, I don't know what they think they're gonna accomplish with that.
Yeah, just use your GPS location, your latitude and longitude, and know exactly where you are and how far away you are from everything else. Am I right? Down to the centimeter, down to the millimeter. Apparently, Jaren and Alan from Space Audits Ether Cosmology, they had a discussion recently. We've been posting a link to it here. And the discussion was precisely on that star occultation claim.
You watched it, obviously. Yoder?
Yeah. Yeah,
What do you
I
think?
watched about 2/3 of it.
Okay. What's your opinion on Jaren? Do you think he's just totally dishonest now? Is he being totally dishonest on stuff like this?
No, I don't think he is. I think he was looking for a reason to exit flat Earth. He was never like a really strong flat earther. His strength was more in laughing at NASA bloopers.
I don't know. To me, it just seemed like kind of dishonest. Like when all that stuff went down and he was switching, I asked him, so what do you think about space now with, and NASA and all their fake stuff? And he just said, well, I'll have to relook at that. The rockets are going somewhere. I'm like, man, that's just such a dishonest answer. It kind of pissed me off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess the door's still open, I think, for at least geocentrism.
Yeah, there's plenty of Globers who don't trust NASA, so he doesn't necessarily have to agree that NASA's doing what they say they're doing.
Yeah, but he already knows that they're dishonest. For him to say, "Oh, I'll have to relook at it," like it's such a cop out answer. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
So he, like a lot of people in this community, they hitched their wagon to the azimuthal equidistant map without understanding what they were working with.
Yeah, true that.
The sky and making affirmed consequences about the orientation of the ground.
Yeah.
Since you've never had a God's eye view of the ground, nor do you know what the sky is doing, you really don't know what the Earth is doing. You don't know the orientation of the land. You have methods like travel methods, sailing and flying, but they've all got their own prescribed methods. And if you don't follow the method, you don't get to your destination. You're off course.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the whole sky relationship to the ground. That's the big issue. Assuming that they even know how to properly characterize what the sky's doing. But I was having this discussion in DMs with somebody we know. He was trying to understand the azimuthal equidistant map and why it's so bad. I said, well, first off, it's a globe. It's a globe coordinate system. Those are spherical coordinates, but those are displayed to you in a flat manner, just like any other map that you see that's been projected flat in various different ways. So I said, take for instance, let's say you're at 45 degrees north latitude and you were to circumnavigate using the map. Okay, so stare at an azimuthal equidistant map and look at 45 degrees north latitude. Where is that? Well, it's somewhere halfway between the equator line on the map and the North Pole on the map. All right, I said, okay, so whatever distance that is, if you look at 45 degrees south latitude, it's going to be a larger ring. It's going to be well beyond the Tropic of Capricorn. It's going to be halfway between the equator and the outer rim of the map. But you know what? According to the map, if you use it correctly, it's the same distance. And this just blew his mind. I mean, he's been doing this for years, and this never really occurred to him. So we've got a lot of work to do as far as educating our own team on what they're dealing with and what they're looking at, how to think about it. So he's asking me, well, why is that the case? And I said, well, these are coordinates, okay? And there are distances. And the scale is non-uniform. Just look at what's happening to longitude. Longitudinal lines on a spherical coordinate system have been splayed out radially from a central point, effectively making the second point of origin, which would be the South Pole on this coordinate system, effectively making that, like a ring. It takes a point and then blows it out into a ring. And the closer you get to that ring, the narrower the distances become. But oppositely, the map shows what appear to be greater distances on the piece of paper that it's drawn on. But don't be fooled. What this map is presenting you, that outer ring on the azimuthal equidistant map is not even 1 nautical mile in circumference. It's not even 1 foot in circumference. It's not even 1 centimeter in circumference. That represents a point. It's why we shouldn't be claiming this as a map of flat Earth or even calling it a flat map. It is projected flat. Like, this is a way to project it onto a table so you can work with it. But no, it's definitely not the flat Earth. That's And trying to get a spherical topology to work on a true flat world that we live in, there are going to be problems. There are going to be distortions. So, absent any corrections, the very fact that we've got flat Earth measurements debunks the distances in the coordinate reference system used in latitude and longitude. So the next question is, well, where the hell is everything and how is it actually oriented? Who the hell knows? Maybe the North is quite figured out. Maybe the North is pretty accurate from map to map to map to map and represents reality pretty closely, but maybe not the South. You know, and those of you who are still wondering and maybe confused and are flat earthers, look, it would be so easy and so nice if we could just say, yeah, that azimuthal equidistant map is a pretty fair representation of flat Earth. It'd be so nice to think that. It'd be so great to objectify it. But that's because our brains are used to objectifying reality, all of reality. You know, we've been presented the globe, and our brains want something equivalent to cling on to. You know, and maybe there is a true map of the world out there that somebody has and nobody knows about publicly, but do we need that to prove that the Earth is not a globe? Absolutely not. All the globers have to do is present to us that they believe that they live on a ball, and this is a coordinate system they use, which uses spherical geometry to conform to the ball, and we measure Earth flat. Debunked. So another thing is a lot of flat earthers I've noticed are clinging to the 60 nautical mile to 1 degree rotation rule of thumb. So this is the idea that if I look at a star and let's say I could freeze its position in time or just use Polaris, and if I move 60 nautical miles towards it, then it's going to rotate upwards 1 degree in my field of vision. That relationship is a rule of thumb that came from a calculated distance on the spherical coordinate reference system. It may not exist truly that way in reality if surveyed. And I would say it is not reality. 60 to 1 is spherical geometry based off of great circle distances. If you use that in every direction that you go from point A to point wherever and start drawing out a map, you're going to be surprised what kind of object you're going to get eventually. Because what happens when you complete 360 degrees? Uh-oh. What happens when you move forward 360 degrees? Uh-oh. Yeah, you still want to use 60 nautical miles to 1 degree relationship, flat earther? I don't think so. You know, and we've got friends on either side of us, like in the FED crew and the Aether Cosmology crew that are trying like hell to shoehorn the 60 to 1 relationship onto a flat Earth. And I'm like, no, why are you doing that? Why are you accepting that? That is accepting a globe. That's like, do you not get it? They're like, no. Well, again, what happens when you go 360 degrees in one direction? Hello? It's called a great circle on a globe. But, you know, we have a lot of education to do internally, and I think it's time that we admit this.
On
Can I
what?
get a mic check?
What?
Discord's acting weird.
No, I hear you. On what topic is the education supposed to happen on?
Shit, have I been talking to myself this whole time?
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Testing.
You're coming in loud and clear.
How about, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you got me too. Yeah. I wonder why. What was it?
Mike
Yoder?
check.
Yoder now? Well, he can't hear me.
Yoder.
Yeah.
Yeah, was I just talking to myself in a long monologue this entire time?
Now we heard.
I was listening carefully.
Yeah. Me too.
Oh, okay. I mean, since
Yoder, can you hear
the
me?
latest Discord update or something, it's been acting weird.
Yoder, can you hear Crit?
Yeah, I heard him when I logged out and logged back in.
Oh yeah, I was giving you little bumps here and there as you were talking. I was wondering why you weren't responding to what I was saying.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you at all. Maybe I got a VPN on and it's doing something. Hold on.
I thought maybe you turned me down again.
No, Crit, you weren't coming through back then.
Yeah, weird. So VPN kill switches and iPhone updates don't play nicely together. Screws up the freaking network stack or something. All right, turned everything off. It might have been my end. You know, it could be about a young NASA intern. A young NASA intern who is there to change the world and contribute to outer space exploration and discovery. But over time, he starts learning that NASA isn't all that it seems. He gets exposed to the moon missions, he gets exposed to flat Earth, and over time, he starts questioning himself, doubting his friends, having trouble at work. And then he just throws it all away. He realizes he's been working for a media agency the entire time, producing television shows. Yeah, there could be a lot done with this. The existential crises, the cognitive dissonance, all the things that we see Globy's going through. But we could take this character through the gate, past the Guardian.
So it's Dante's Inferno for Globers.
Yeah. Night of the Soul.
There we go. Spell soul S-O-L, so it's Night of the Sun.
Ooh. Right, there you go. There's your next song, Ethergrass.
Yeah. Welcome back, Professor Triangle.
Hello. Yeah, so I fixed Trace up right there. So FM, that's just like a straight less frequency modulation. So it's just one straight line going like a slinky back and forth. An amplitude AM, up and down, the amplitude modulation just gets bigger. The wave gets bigger and smaller. So yeah, technically flat Earth is FM.
Can't have longitudinal waves on a globe.
No, that doesn't work. You can't.
Right?
No, I can't. It hurts my head to think like that. You can't do that.
Right, because they'll say, yeah, it's a curving longitudinal wave, like it curves around the globe.
Yeah, that can't happen. So you can't even like make a demo of it with like metal and springs or anything.
That's hilarious. We got a new proof, a new flat Earth proof, Radwin. It started here.
All because he wrote that down, FM, and I explained the differences in the two, kind of, in a shorthand way. Wow, everything just debunks the globe, no matter what.
Well, they knew this day was coming, I guess.
How could you not know this day was coming? That's why they were in a big hurry for what was it, 2020, and that dry run kind of failed, and they know they can't do that one again. Now they've ruined that one. I tried warning. I told people before then. I said, "This is coming, and you should just ignore it because it'll go away. But if you fall in, play the game, it'll take forever to go away." And I was right. It took forever.
Right. It goes away when people stop talking about it.
Exactly. You turn off your TV and shit goes away. It's like a miracle when you turn your TV off. I watched part of They Live today.
Awesome. I haven't seen that in so long.
It's free on YouTube. Seems like they put all the ones that are actually, except for Flat Earth, of course. Seems like they put all the movies that are actually giving away secrets. They just put on for free. You don't even have to pay for them. You got Capricorn 1, you got They Live, and you got some others. Soylent Green. You got all kinds of them.
What's the green one?
Soylent Green. It's a classic. It used to be required viewing in high school.
That is a good one.
It was just on a couple of weeks ago, and then I watched it again on YouTube like a month ago, just because it was like I would hit YouTube on my TV, and it was like right there on the screen. I said, "Oh, I'm going to watch that." Click.
Awesome. The Capricorn one. Cool. I know They Live is like my favorite movie. My buddy just got the blue face tatted on him the other day. And then underneath he got consume. It's gonna get that filled in.
The only thing I didn't like in They Live, and it's why I don't like the movie, and just because it's stupid, is the 15-minute fight scene.
Oh yeah. Well, if you got Roddy Piper in there, you gotta have a fight scene.
Yeah, wrestling moves and all this other crap. Come on, just have the regular fight. It could have ended 20 times, and nope, you got to get up and try to punch him in the nuts. All this just over and over.
That's how they have to make money.
And then the drone flies over. Yeah.
I remember when Duke Nukem 3D came out, and like, holy shit, I'm playing They Live in 3D. You guys caught that, right? Like, I can't be the only one who's like, duh.
They might know. I don't know what you're talking about.
So in the 1990s, Duke Nukem 3D came out. It was
I'm
the
all
3D
out of
version
bubble
of
gum.
Yeah. And it was like the first like almost 3D shooter to come out that was done well.
How was it called 3D? What were they doing?
Well, they were basically doing I hate to put it this way, like the Doom engine, but you could look up and down. And you can jump, and they also had rooms over rooms, and that was like, whoa.
So it was 2D with just a 3D like we see in Worlds regular like now.
Yeah, like
On games?
technically it's actually 2D. The whole game is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't like you had to have dark gray and light gray glasses on or anything.
No, but the main character, like basically the main character is wearing sunglasses the whole time. And they've got They Live references all throughout the show, and you're just like blowing the snot out of aliens.
Schwonger and JJ, maybe if you work together, you could come up with a globe argument. How about that?
That
Or
might
you
be
share notes.
Payphone, the man that still doesn't have a proper microphone.
Okay. Is that your first attempt at globe evidence? Do you want to work on it?
It's a great example of a non sequitur.
We'll put that down as your first one. Okay, so my mic doesn't sound good.
That's
Anything else you think?
That's globe proof. That's globe proof number 1.
Yeah. What would number 2 be?
What do your tires look like on your car?
Good question.
Do you need new tires or are they decent?
Obviously, they're spherical to navigate this spherical surface.
Well, but if they're too worn, then that's globe proof.
Yeah, that'll be the curvature.
Can you hear me?
Always.
Yeah, I have a basic question. Does air have
Red or 3. Those are my 2 answers. Red or 3.
Okay. You guys acknowledge that air has weight, right?
How
do you weigh air?
No, but can you answer do you think air is weight? Yes or no?
Well, how much did you weigh it to? When did you weigh it?
Well, I just want to answer the question.
Yeah, me too. Did you weigh it?
Should I repeat my question?
Well, yeah. I mean, if it has weight and you weighed it, how much did the weight change when you did it?
Do I need to repeat my question?
Well, no, because we're going to ask you the same question. Did you weigh it?
Answer to my question.
Well, what's your claim? Are you claiming the Earth does have weight, or the air has weight?
Yeah, dude, you can easily prove that air has weight. Okay, what's next?
So you do think?
Yeah, what's next?
If
Dude,
we agree,
you guys get stuck on the ABCs.
So
It's
I
like
can
you're
go out
learning
in my
the alphabet.
garage
Come
right
on.
now. I can go out in my garage right now, put 100 psi in my air compressor and put it on a scale, and then let the air out, and I can watch the scale change.
Yeah, that means when you think you're weighing air, you're weighing a container that you made denser by introducing air.
Oh, air and all the other crap that goes with it. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't think air is weight?
No, you got a container that weighs more because you made it denser.
But you don't think air itself, like air molecules?
Intrinsically, no. Intrinsically, no. You have to contain it, and then you weigh the container.
Yeah, you're just speaking gibberish.
Yeah, you're just
Okay, let me
not
see.
weighing air.
All right. No, hold on. Let me see you weigh some air without a container.
Yeah, can you guys do that?
Then, since we're speaking gibberish.
Yeah, well, let me see you breathe without air.
Okay, yeah. So half of
Right.
you. Okay, so one of you believes that air has weight. others don't.
When are you going to get to Earth is a big
No.
spinning ball in a vacuum?
I just want to understand where we stand on whether or not air
No,
has.
you cannot weigh air without containing it. And when you do weigh it, you're
not my
actually
question.
not weighing it. You're weighing the container.
Yeah, but that's not
That's
like. Yeah, but you're talking about a practical issue. Like I'm asking fundamentally.
just
isn't
air has weight.
everything? Isn't your
don't engage
globe
with
a
the Uber
practical
guy.
issue? Isn't outer space as a
Go
vacuum
ahead,
a very
JJ. Fish.
practical
Just
issue?
ignore that guy.
No, that's not a practical issue, Amish. That's an imagination issue. He's saying, I don't want to deal with your practicalities.
No,
I just want to talk about the imagination. Right?
You can make
AJ?
I'm sure. Look, basically, it's a basic question. I want to know where you guys stand. One of you believes that air has weight. The other.
No, nobody knows. You can't weigh air molecules, silly.
Yes, you can.
Oh my
How
God.
do you do it?
You have a container sealed with air. You weigh it.
You're weighing the container, silly. You got to weigh the air.
Yeah, you weigh the container.
No,
let
weigh
me
the
finish.
air, dude.
Let me
Weigh the air,
finish,
not the
retard. If you
container.
don't let me finish, I'm going to mute you.
You're not going to mute me.
Then let me finish my statement.
No, you're not
literally
going to
can't
weigh a
even.
container.
Okay,
You're going to
goodbye.
weigh air.
You're muted.
I have never seen a flat.
Conger, you're muted. How about that?
Ladies and
JJ,
gentlemen, I've come to
when
announce
are you
that
gonna
flat
get
earthers
to-
are retarded.
When are you going to get to the globe bit? All right, Lars, you're up. What you got for the globe?
I have come to announce that flat earthers
Lars,
are
what do you
retarded.
have for the globe?
Okay, yeah, Lars, hold on. Yeah, we get it, Lars. We're done. We're dumb because we don't believe in the globe religion. So maybe you could show us some proof as to why we should believe in the globe religion.
You don't have to believe in it. You're just retarded.
Okay,
Or
so Lars, what was your best evidence for your globe belief?
Brother, I don't even know if the earth is round. You're still retarded.
Okay. So you don't know the Earth's a globe.
Oh shit! All right,
Oh, well, that
who
was
else
easy.
do we got that knows it's a globe?
Welcome to Flat Earth, Lars. That was easy.
Nah, I'm not
That was the
associating
fastest
myself
one.
with you.
That was the fastest
No.
one ever, Cyclone.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, that
pretty
might be a
quick.
record.
I never seen you do that in like 45 seconds.
You made him
No.
retarded.
I am not
Write
part of
that
your
one down.
plot. No thanks.
Cyclone made him retarded.
Welcome home, Lars.
A couple of questions is all it takes. See, Lars, it wasn't that hard. Now you know that you don't know that the Earth's a ball.
And you're now a retard.
Yeah, but
Congrats.
I don't know that it's flat either.
Lars, well, let's do a follow-up. Have you noticed that in your everyday reality, when you go outside, you don't experience the ground to be spinning?
I don't care, to be honest. I just think y'all are a bunch
Okay.
of.
So you experience
So
a motionless
I don't think he has noticed that. He's like, I don't care. I don't think he's noticed that the ground's
realize
not spinning, dude. Do you fall down a lot?
Okay, let's say I haven't noticed. Okay.
Okay, so you experience a motionless Earth. Okay, have you seen the horizon before on a beach out at sea?
Yes.
Have you noticed that the horizon is horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, so you realize that you experience a flat, motionless Earth in reality, yes?
Yeah, if you don't count the clouds.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. We're talking about the Earth, not the clouds. So you experience a flat, motionless Earth. You don't know that the Earth is a ball. So I guess all you know is that the Earth is flat and motionless. Welcome to reality.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah, I am. Welcome.
No, he's very right. I'm glad you're figuring it out. That's a good sign.
Yeah, but I still don't want to associate myself with this thing.
You can't help it. You came in here. That's your fault.
You're a flat
But
earther.
now it doesn't matter. Now it doesn't matter what you want to associate with. Every time you go outside now, you'll realize, oh, yeah, the Earth's flat and motionless. I don't know why I ever thought I lived on a globe. So there you go.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
You can be a closet flat earther and then always walk around saying, I don't want to be associated with them, even though I know it is flat and stationary now. Damn it.
Yep.
Actually, you know what, Cyclone, you actually pose a good argument. I have to give you that. So I would lean more towards the Earth being flat, but still, this whole community is
Is correct
problematic
about the Earth being flat, not a globe. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
like, that's
Maybe
what
you guys are making.
we're not here to be like Mr. Popular and get friends. We're here just to let people know that the Earth isn't a cartoon spinning ball like they've told everyone, and like they're teaching all the kids. And
Yeah,
sounds like we've done that with you, so you're welcome. It's a free
maybe it
service.
isn't. Maybe it isn't. It's highly likely that it isn't. However, why is it like
Yeah,
such a big deal?
Why is reality a big deal? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Why do you think reality might be a big deal?
I don't think it is. Like, if
If you don't care for reality, continue living in delusion.
the point, sure, yeah. The point I'm trying to make is, does it really matter at the end of the day if the Earth is flat or round?
Well, yes, the nature of reality certainly matters. This is why human beings have spent their entire existence pondering the question. If you're not sure why it matters, I suggest you think about it. Should become apparent.
Actually, I am retarded. Whatever. I'm gonna be part of you guys, I guess.
But we don't want you.
Feel free to hang out, and if you have any more questions, don't be
All right.
afraid to ask.
You're welcome to hang around, listen, ask questions, learn. That might be a valuable use of your time, or you can just continue stomping around the internet insulting strangers.
You can be my retarded friend.
Yay.
Yeah, it's like a globe counseling service. You come in, you say, "Hi, my name's Lars, and I believe in the globe." We say, "Hi, Lars. Why do you believe in the globe?" And you say, "Actually, I don't know. Maybe it's flat."
No, but I think the thing that you said that I liked the most was when, like, I do rely on my own senses more than whatever some random scientist says.
Yeah, the cartoons from the government that contradict every experience every human being's ever had. Yeah, that's all bullshit. What you experience is generally what the Earth is. Flat, motionless, luminaries, sun, moon, and stars moving above us. Yeah, that's it. What you see is what you get. You no longer have to ignore reality and think, "Oh, I don't even know. They say it's not actually this. The stars are doing this, and the sun's doing that. The Earth's doing this." You don't have to waste your time with all that nonsense. You can just go outside and experience reality. So that's cool.
Okay, now that I am a flat earther, though, why do I have to go and convince other people
You
of
don't.
this?
You came in here, dude.
Yeah, I did. I came in here.
Yourself,
Yeah.
Lars. You'll probably only get yourself in trouble if you try and talk about it.
I know. I came
I
in here.
didn't.
Yeah.
Hey, Lars, I didn't catch you running down the street and grab you and pull you into a room and say, "Sit down. I got something to tell you." I didn't do any of that. We were all sitting here talking about how silly Globers are, and then you asked a question and you told us that we're basically retards and all this other shit. You came in here, remember?
Yeah. I admit that. I admit that. But now that I've realized you guys are correct, should I like spread this truth to other people?
No. You'd only hurt yourself, Lars. You should just go and study, and you should listen to this channel that you're in right now. You should spend a few days, a few weeks, a few months, might even turn into a few years, listening to the conversations that take place here. And you'll learn more in a few weeks here than you have in your entire adult life of education as it comes to the globe.
I have a
science,
genuine question. I
and
just
reality.
realized. What's the biggest misconception that Globers have about flat earthers?
They think that we think Earth is like a disk in space. When it's not.
Dude, that's gross.
Then what is it if it's not a disk?
Well, it's the ground beneath your feet. It's a topographical, motionless, planar surface. We're not claiming a shape. Flat isn't a shape. What shape is a lake? What shape is a
Lake
tree?
shaped, tree shaped.
Yeah. Why? Who says it would have to be some geometric shape that humans have thought of? A square, a circle. Says who? You'd have to go and explore the entirety of the thing to know what shape, quote unquote, it is. You'd have to be able to see it from a
Oh,
distance that you can't see it from. But we know it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
in space. So.
You're basically
Lars,
saying it doesn't have to be a disc. It can be like a brownie. You know how brownies are like square?
no, he's not
It
saying
could be
that at
Earth as
all.
well.
Why do you need to have a cube in space? We said it's not in space. How's this? Let me tear your Band-Aid right off your eyebrows. How
The Earth?
about
Wait, wait.
space?
Hold on.
Space is fake, so Earth is not floating in space.
Wait, okay, now that's going too far. I can accept flat Earth, but saying it's not in space, bro, what is this?
Yeah. You've got no evidence for space either. It's just the government space cartoons, remember? You've never
But I
seen
can use a
space.
telescope.
Yeah,
All
you've
right,
seen the
Captain
night
Picard.
sky. Yeah, you've seen the night sky, and they've told you, hey, beyond that sky is a vacuum. Right? What evidence did they give you for that wild claim?
Uh,
You
not
see
much,
what's the
honestly.
biggest? You see
Yeah,
what's the
no
biggest?
evidence at all.
Because you can't wrap your head around it. It's the biggest misconception. You still can't get over it.
So, in actuality, we're not in a vacuum flying around at millions of miles an hour for no reason from some random explosion. That's not the situation. It's actually more like we're in a giant terrarium. You ever heard of a terrarium?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically a sealed container that generates its own gas and water cycle once you put earth, dirt, and water into it and seal it. And it grows life. Plants flourish
Wait, we
in
can
this
observe
sealed
other
container.
planets.
Earth is not a planet.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
another thing they tricked you
maybe
about.
Earth isn't a planet, but we can observe
Well,
other planets.
yeah, planets are lights in the sky. The Earth is the surface beneath your feet. So yeah, they're not the same thing.
Do you think planets have land on it like Earth?
Maybe, but my point is we can use telescopes to see that there's not a brown, an orange
There's a
orb,
little dot of
probably
light.
Mars.
There's a little dot of light against a dark backdrop.
I have a
What does that
question.
tell
Why
you?
did you call it an orb?
Because if you look at Mars through a telescope, it will look like an orb.
Nope. Check again.
Nope. Bro, you just
No.
told me that I should believe my eyes,
Yeah,
and now you're saying
your
I
eye
should believe
doesn't
my eyes.
see. Your eye
Describe an
doesn't see
orb.
a
Describe an
sphere.
orb to me. Describe what an orb looks like.
A globe, something round. I don't know, like a football.
Now you might see a little circle of light, a little blob of light in the telescope, but you don't know that it's a sphere. You can't travel to it and around it to know what shape it is. You don't know what it's made of. You don't know how far away it is. You don't know what medium it's in.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so not only are the lights in the sky not necessarily balls like you've been told, but even if they were, there's no logical reason to assume that that would dictate what the ground is, the Earth. There's no similarities between them, observably.
You're right. You know, guys, look, I know I came in trolling, but genuinely, I think you are making sense. But the thing that I'm curious about is what do these Globers what's their intention behind lying to us?
People lie to themselves all the time, dude.
Why would they lie? Good question. Why do people lie?
Usually to benefit something like money or pussy
Yes,
or I
very
don't know what.
good, very good. Benefit something. People lie for some benefit. So, what benefits might they get from controlling a worldview of the entire world?
In this scenario, I genuinely don't know what they would benefit. I don't see
Well, you
them
said
benefiting.
money. You said money. Let's start with NASA. They get about $70 million a day. Would some people lie for $70 million a day? arguably. But that's not
Okay, yeah,
really.
that's part two. We should use that money to help people, build hospitals and schools.
Yeah, exactly. But instead, they've got adult children looking at sci-fi on TV, thinking that it's real, and sending their imaginations into space. So that they just think, oh, well, I guess they can fuck around and do whatever they want on Earth because we could just leave to Mars with Elon Musk at some point. So you just give up on Earth. You just leave it to them. And they do what the hell they want to do. And look around you. They're doing it.
Yeah, I agree. I believe we shouldn't use resources to research things that are outside of Earth because it doesn't benefit
Actually,
us.
I'll tell you why I think the real reason, although there's arguably many, if I had to speculate, I would say the main reason is that they're hiding intelligent design.
Like aliens, you mean?
No, like the environment we live in, the Earth, everything we experience, has been created. It didn't come about by a big bang and explode into matter and then coalesce into balls. It's intelligently designed.
Okay. Another question: do I have to be religious to believe in a flat Earth?
No, it's empirical. So you can measure it.
Earth is flat, then comes religion. Not religion, then Earth is flat.
Yeah. You realize that the Earth is a flat, motionless, contained environment, and you realize for there to be a container, something must have contained it. So you realize that the system that we are in is not this accidental ball that exploded out of nothingness for no reason. It's actually an incredibly complicated, incredible, amazing terrarium beyond our comprehension. And we just know that it's flat, motionless, and contained. And there's a lot of questions to answer. So get involved. Help us out.
And I think it's safe to say that there are no Mormons or Scientologist flat earthers, from what I can tell.
But like of this entire community, how many percentage would you say are religious? Any
Depends what
religion,
you mean by
Christianity,
religion.
Islam. Someone who follows Islam, Christianity, I don't know, anything.
Yeah, there's a lot of Muslims, there's a lot of Christians, there's a lot of people who just say that they understand there's a creator, but they don't necessarily ascribe to one particular mainstream religion.
That's me. That's me.
But what it does do is it tells us that there is a creator. Whatever you think the nature of that creator is, yes, many people will call it God. But that's a personal thing, right? That's up to you to contemplate and decide. So we're not telling people what to think about that. But yes, obviously that question has to come up. If this is
Can
a
I be an
created
atheist,
environment, you created it.
There are many people here from all walks of life,
Yes.
all backgrounds.
Yes, you can give
Can
it
I
a
be-
try. You can try to be an atheist flat earther. I just wish you luck. Go ahead. That should be interesting.
Why would there be a contradiction in that?
Because this place is contained and you can't have a container holding air in unless somebody made it. Is that simple enough?
Most
yeah, I guess.
atheists subscribe to Lemaitre's story, so they prefer the fan fiction of the church.
Yeah, debunks the Big Bang. That's what we're telling you. And the Big Bang was the only other story alternative to intelligent design. So with that out the window, and with what we know about the nature of this Earth system, we know it has to have been created.
That's why I said good luck. I mean, give it a try. Be a flat. You know it's flat and station. You already know it for a fact because we're telling you, and this is the top. This is the pinnacle of flat Earth. You've reached the top. You think those flat earthers on YouTube are the top? They're not. They're in here. Anyway, so you know it's flat and stationary, and then you're a flat earther, and you can try to be an atheist one. That's why I said good luck. I don't know if you can do it. I'm just saying, give it a try. Let us know. I would write a book about it.
I'm not actually an atheist, but just a random thought that popped in my mind.
All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to drop off. So good chat. Good luck in your quest. If you want a link to resources, someone will send you a link to our home server. We've got terabytes of information in there, videos, papers, all kinds of stuff. So if you want to learn, this is the best place to learn. But if not, good luck. Have a good one,
Thank
boys.
you.
Good to hear you.
Stay blessed, Cyclone. Watch out for zombies. Mars, the link that he was just mentioning, if you check my profile in my About Me section, I have a link to the home server. Feel
Also,
free
the
to join.
YouTube bots
Okay,
have
thanks.
links. The YouTube bots have links that you can go to also.
Yep, that too. And we can go ahead and get you VC verified if you'd like.
Yeah, if you click on the other server and go there, one of these guys will just give you already verified so you can't get hassled.
I just joined it. What do I do?
I got you.
Have fun with the
I
side
think
chat. We've got channels of all kinds of interesting content, like long distance observations.
I suggest hanging out in the lobby.
But to be open with you guys, though, I think the thing that made me initially hostile to flat earthers is I find there to be a high degree of dogmaticism behind it, and I have a really hard time with dogmatic people, no matter what they believe in or what they come from.
What kind of dogma?
As in, the Earth is flat, and there is no other possibility of it being any other way.
Well, it measures flat.
This isn't a shape conversation.
And also planes are designed in their book to fly over, quote, a flat and stationary Earth, end quote.
I mean, for all we know, we could be existing inside of a large terrarium that was built by an ancient race of super beings, and they submerged us under the ocean of their much larger world.
Well, we know there's larger, or even today, I mean, the earliest back as in the 1900s, that had in Japan, they were walking that Titan down the street, and he was about, I think they measured him at 16 feet tall then.
Wow.
He looked like he looked Japanese too. But he looked like he just looked. If you ever can see it, I don't know if I can find it again. But when you see it, it's like holy crap. You can find clips of it in the ones that talk about the mountains and shit. You'll
Oh,
see
I know
him
what
in
you're
there.
talking about.
Yeah,
He's like walking around in a Japanese diaper thing.
yeah, like in a parade.
Yeah.
He's walking in the parade like, yay, I'm walking with the guys. Not
Yeah.
like I'm a captive. That's nothing like that.
It's like a 1920, 1908, something black and white. Oh, yeah, something to explain. So Cyclone mentioned this before he left. We live stream all over the world. We've got YouTube bots at the top. If you see them here in this channel, it means that we're broadcasting to a much wider audience. And those YouTubes are also being restreamed to places like Twitch and Rumble.
Oh,
Sometimes,
that's cool.
yeah.
Do you get a lot of viewers?
Well, we used to know, but then they froze our viewer count.
Yeah, it only goes so high. Same with subscribers.
It's probably became so much like it didn't even count anymore.
Well,
No,
it's
it's because
censored.
they're shadow banned.
Oh,
We have video from C-SPAN. C-SPAN is like a news channel in America where they set up a camera inside the Capitol building to watch Congress. We have a video of them bringing the heads of social media companies in for testimony. And in this clip, they're asking them what they're doing to censor flat Earth. It's crazy. We're just describing the world as we experience it. What you see is what you get. And they
Yeah, I
censor.
mean, everybody was demonetized. I mean, people went a different route and are able to get money again, but not like they used to. YouTube demonetized flat Earth channels. No money for you.
Yeah, like if you go to Google Trends, you can search for how popular certain search words were. And you can see how flat Earth is climbing up the charts. It was more popular than Justin Bieber at the time. And then after that C-SPAN clip, after they brought social media heads in front of Congress to tell them to censor flat Earth, you see that trend line go straight down to the bottom. So yeah, we don't really know how many people we're reaching. It's a mystery.
Here's one thing that came up in my mind though that makes me a bit skeptical. So if I apply this logic of that I should only rely on my senses, then for example, vaccinations, like looking at it plainly, it's a
Oh yeah, we
fucking
don't have to go. We're not doing that on here because we're live streaming right now, and we're not sure we can get away with anything talking about vaccinations or anything. So we're just going to kind of stay away from that.
all right. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Cool.
reason it's a good reason. We're on multiple platforms. They all have different levels of TOS, so we have to go with the strictest one.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to ruin it for you guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Then all that, I think everybody should get that anyway. Myself, I'm for all of you guys getting it. So, not me though. Don't ask me to.
As often as your doctor may recommend.
Hallelujah. If it's 8 times, I would get 16 of them, but not me personally. I just don't like those things.
Yeah, it's okay to not like needles. Like, what's wrong with not liking needles? It's completely normal. We should probably get off this.
Actually, I have another example that might be TOS safe. Let's take soap. So, when we wash our hands, with soap, it removes the bacteria and we get clean hands and we don't get sick.
That's not good for you.
But if I only rely on my senses, like soap would be worthless. Like it's just this jelly thing that I sploosh on my hands, and I might as well just use water,
Well, when
I
you say the
use.
Earth is round, then why are my balls like? You know what I mean? Like,
No,
if the Earth's
yeah.
flat, why are my balls round?
Right,
Like,
geez.
why?
My goodness.
Flat balls.
Yeah, when we say that you should trust your senses, we don't just mean like your unaided senses.
If the Earth is flat, then why are my balls round?
Dude, you kind of interrupted a conversation here. You can put your balls away. We can talk about them in a minute.
Hold on, he's Glober. Remember, they're degenerates, and that's all they think about is other guys.
Yeah, let's scroll up in text chat. Hold on.
Yeah, we're not showing you elbows. Sorry, mate.
No, I just know, like, if the Earth is flat, then why are my balls round?
All right, look, 23 minutes past the hour. I typed in text chat. Why are all these globies degenerate for balls?
Oh, there you go. And he fell right in the trap. He just came in and said that, and it just proved our point. That's every 20 minutes or so.
Flat earthers can see the future.
I just don't get it. If the Earth is flat,
sorry.
you should explain why my balls are round.
So you want us guys? You want us guys to talk about your balls, right? You like guys
Absolutely.
touching
When you-
them? You like when
Absolutely.
guys touch them?
When you say round, you mean like a circle, like a coin, pixel?
It's like an oval, I would say.
Oh,
So
so it's
beaten with
not.
the hammer flat?
It's not a ball then. It's not a ball then.
Oh, not a ball. Okay.
Nope.
and not a
Definitely
circle.
round.
So it's something else.
Prove it.
Yeah. So I think the Earth is definitely an oval. Then you're right. I think it's an
Yeah,
oval.
like your balls are a pancake.
Nope. Yep. Can't have an oval either. Can't have an oval. Can't have a pear. Can't have a banana shape. Can't have anything
I
that's
feel like
got
it should be
those.
such a simple.
I know. You feel
It
like
should
it
be
because
super
you think your feelings.
simple.
You think
It
your
should be so
feelings
simple. Are
are
you
how
having a
you
visceral
control
reaction?
things by having feelings about it doesn't work.
I really just think that there should be an explanation of that. If the Earth
No.
is flat,
So
then why are my
yeah,
balls
if the
round?
Earth is flat, then there is no ball Earth because there is no ball Earth because space is fake. So we don't even have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, if you think that Earth is a ball, then what do your balls and Earth have in common?
I'm not saying the Earth is anything. I'm just asking if the Earth is flat, why are my balls round?
No, Earth is flat. You already see it that way. Why would you say if
I'm
it
just
is the
saying
way
if it is.
if it is the way I already see it? Doesn't that sound weird? Because that's what you're doing. If it is the way I already see it and experience it, then why this? Crazy. Globers just
So-
are all out of control these days.
So would you say that if the Earth is flat, God exists?
Your
But
balls are
what does
made
that?
from flat Earth.
Listen, what does that has to do with the price of rice in China, though?
See, that's my point. I could get behind Earth being fat, then God exists if it's flat.
Air being fat.
Then
yeah,
I'll definitely
fat is good for
then
you,
I'll
though.
definitely
You should
accept
eat
it.
some fat.
If the Earth is flat, then God is real. Okay, I'll accept it. But you have to tell
Just go
me.
back to the other guy. Just go back to the other guy. This guy's not serious.
I'm being dead serious. Doesn't the Bible talk about the firmament?
Nah.
Yeah,
He's a
no,
troll.
that's the wrong channel, dude. This isn't the firmament
Oh, okay.
channel.
So the Earth isn't flat. I knew it.
Yeah.
No, well, you missed it. You missed it because the firmament was referenced by Copernicus. Do you know who that is? You ever heard of Copernicus?
No, he ran away with a red microphone.
Oh, okay. It's like, hey, flat earthers, your model has a Copernicus in it. No, it doesn't. That's your model. That's yours has a Copernicus, not me.
Yeah, that's the story that I learned in school too. So somewhere it changed. Somewhere that guy was invented also.
Do you remember what his name is? I'm gonna link him the Copernicus model that shows firmament.
Wise guy.
Yeah, he's spiraled out so many times. Like, it's like a blue. Was it the blue happy face sort of look?
Yeah. Uh-huh. All right, it looks like I've got this should work. Looks like I've got a way to fall over if I lose my cable internet, fall over to cellular, and don't have to really pay for any of this.
Hey, Radwin, that guy you was talking before, he sounded pretty reasonable. Is he still here?
Lars? Yeah, he's here.
Okay, cool. I didn't want the new people to run away because of the Harper's trolls, glow believers.
Yeah. No, I don't mind. It's fine.
Lars turned off his troll. Thank you, Lars.
Yeah, Lars, we end up having to deal with that kind of crap all the time.
It doesn't bother me. That's my hobby, shutting those guys up. I've done it many times.
You've become very proficient at it.
I love peeling the Band-Aid off. The space is fake. And then people go, What did you I can't deal with anything anymore, and then they quit.
It's a
Here's the thing, though. Like with this newfound information, I don't know what to do with this.
What are you supposed to do with it?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, I guess you figured out that you can't get hit by an asteroid anymore. You don't have to buy that insurance when it comes available on TV for $39.59 a month. I'll have my infomercial done by the summer, and I should be selling that insurance to Globers soon. But you get a lot with it. You get a pair of sticks so you can measure the globe. We're giving away a couple other things with it, like a T-shirt that points to "I'm with stupid" and it points at a globe and shit like that. It's funny.
You
And
can start
you stop
laughing at
believing.
that.
You might have a better foundation now to stop believing in certain absurdities. You know, it's absurd to believe in the fantasy. So you don't if you don't believe it anymore, that might be a plus for you. Maybe, possibly.
Yeah, more content.
You know, certain groups of people have been convinced to live in absurdities and told to commit atrocities, and they've done it just by believing in an absurdity. Having a good foundation of reality might be a good thing to have, possibly.
Yeah, exactly. Now you know you're not spinning, as you don't feel it. So now you know it. Now you know you're driving over a plane instead of thinking that you're driving over a ball. It's reality. You've just become more in tune with reality and your senses.
And the question that you had about your senses, though, it's not that we just believe in our senses. There is, equipment and things that extend beyond us we can sense, and it already confirms what you already know. So your senses are there for its purpose, but it's not just believing in them. It's acknowledging reality for what it is and not making up stories about what it's not, and building a misrepresentation like the fantasy that has been fed to everyone, the TV, and a lot of people believe in a
But
misrepresentation of reality.
do we still believe in gravity though, or is that also fake?
Lars, did you see that was posted for you? The CNN where they're telling them to censor flat Earth, so you can tell that we're not bullshitting, and then you can wonder why would the U.S. government give a shit if people wear tinfoil hats and talk about the Earth being flat? That seems kind of silly to ban that kind of stuff, doesn't it? You don't ban Bigfoot and the Loch Ness monster and UFOs.
Yeah, but like, what is the force that is keeping us down on Earth?
Don't need one.
It's
Sadness,
It's density.
sadness and depression.
The necessity for that comes from the reason why you asked that question. It comes from the globe thing with the vacuum of space, but we have no need for that. Gravitas, it's the weight or seriousness of something. The buoyancy and density of you within the medium is what keeps you down.
No, could you simplify that? Like, what is like? Why am I not just floating around?
Okay, things go up, things go down. Do you agree with that? Apple falls, right? Apples fall down, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they fall down and then they land in the pond that the apple tree is next to. Then what happens to it?
It rots.
No, it floats. It actually doesn't rot. Not for a while, not sitting in water like that.
The reason why the apple fell is because the tree grew and then bore fruit, basically carrying the elements up. And then the apple got too heavy for the stem that it's on, and it fell. It returned to a state of equilibrium.
Yeah, the stem's like the umbilical cord and it just gets rotted. It turns brown because it doesn't work anymore. And then the apple falls off. It's all done.
Yeah, so we don't need to go beyond this, but people want us to go beyond this for some reason. And it's because they might think that flat Earth belongs inside outer space.
Yeah, you see, the apple fell because it's more dense than the air around it. And then the apple floats on water because the water is more dense and the apple is buoyant.
So the apple goes up in water and down in air. That was what I was getting to.
Yeah, like rocks will fall from mountains because geologic processes pushed up the mountains, lifting the rocks up from their previous state. Structure gets loose and the rocks return back to equilibrium, energy restored.
Yeah, that makes sense. But what about like, is there an edge to Earth?
Ooh, philosophical question now.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we told you space is fake. Did you hear when I said that?
Yeah.
So where would an edge be in no space?
Where would an edge be in no space?
Yeah. Kind of sounds ridiculous. So it's like asking, where's the edge of the Big Bang to somebody who believes in that? You know, what's the Big Bang expanding into, huh? So what's interesting is we know that there's a limit. The limit that we know is defined by the fact that we're breathing air with our lungs. If it was limitless, then the air would expand in an unlimited fashion, freely.
Well, I don't get it. So you guys mean there is no limit, or there is no edge to Earth?
Well, we don't know. We don't even know how to define or describe an edge, but we know that there is a limit, at least when it comes to how we're experiencing the air that we breathe. So gas expands freely in all directions and does it without doing any work whatsoever. It happens, gas will expand infinitely. It's almost like perpetual motion. Gas is weird. So there's a reason why we have a gradient. The reason why we have a gradient of gas pressure where it's more pressurized down here than up there is because there's a limit, there's a container for it. And there's a temperature difference too. Like it's gets pretty cold on those mountain peaks.
Well, I just realized another implication. So if space is not real, then does that mean satellites are not real as well?
Yeah, satellites may exist some way that we don't understand. We do know that the early satellite program was exclusively balloons. We also know that when Sputnik was claimed to be in a self-sustaining orbit, that it was controversial. The head of the US Department of Defense, Charlie Wilson, said, and I quote, "Sputnik is a cheap scientific trick." There's you can read old newspapers, people writing in letters to the editor of the newspaper saying that they think Sputnik is a load of BS. There's no way that they could have done this. This idea that everybody just universally accepted that Russia made this achievement is actually not quite true historically. It was not met with immediate acceptance at all.
If you look in text chat, you'll see how they can keep the transceiver up there for long periods of time.
Yeah, that's a good picture. I got to save that one.
They've claimed to put balloons at extremely high altitudes. Like we're commonly told today that balloons have a maximum height of 120,000 feet or so, maybe 130,000 feet. But we know that they also claim, they being the government, that they built balloons in the 1960s and 70s that could go hundreds and hundreds of miles high. We're talking higher than the ISS. And they would launch them with rockets and deploy the balloons up there. We've actually got some footage of those balloon deployments from rockets from the 1960s. It's in our home server.
Under what?
Satellites.
Okay. I can never find it. I didn't know if you had them under NASA or what, because sometimes people put things in the wrong spot, and I try to tell people, hey, this needs to be moved, but I think it's all straightened out now.
Yeah, satellites has a lot of the satellite gravy, specifically, including balloons, most importantly. So, but that might not be the only thing they're using. This is just one thing that we know is part of the historical narrative.
Well,
So
I'm going to guess that they're using it a lot since NASA is the largest purchaser of helium in the world.
Yeah. So Lars, we have a member of our team. His name is Majin, Maigin or Jin. Majin. He runs a YouTube channel. He just started it, and what he does is he clips out conversations that we have that he thinks are noteworthy and educational and enlightening. He clips them from our streams because we're streaming 24 hours a day.
Yeah. If you're asking if I can be clipped, by all means, go ahead.
Okay, great. You can also subscribe to Majin's channel, which I just linked. It's called On the Level, and you can peruse his clips of important conversations. Because even though we record 24 hours a day, that doesn't mean we've got great content 24 hours a day. I can tell you that. I mean, for all I know, in a few minutes, some guy will come in here and start screaming N-words and talking about his balls again.
Yeah, no, that's I understand.
It is
So
kind of in here. Sorry, go ahead.
say our community's been around about 10 years, and our community seems to be at the top of whatever this flat earth thing is, because most of the content that we see on TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, other places, a lot of it was borrowed from us and in many cases badly represented.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's common on the internet. I'm curious though, what is it that made you guys first interested in the flat Earth perspective?
Long distance observations. So what really kicked us out for people in this community was the coming of the Nikon P900 camera. This camera featured 83x optical zoom, and you could have it for $1,000. So people bought this camera and would take it to the beach and would zoom in on distant things like ocean liners, big ships way out at sea. They would zoom in on distant beaches and shorelines. And it didn't take long for people to say, hold on, if Earth is a globe, why am I seeing all this? That should be way below the curvature of the Earth. Mm-hmm. That's what started a lot of this for us.
Mine was the eclipse, the 2017 eclipse.
Yeah, you mentioned that. That's a good one. eclipses people think are globe proofs, but when you educate yourself on what's going on with these, they really aren't. They contradict what the heliocentric model purports itself to be. The geometry's all effed up.
It's not even, I don't even know if you can call it a contradiction. It doesn't match anything.
Yeah.
That's another thing you'll find out. Nothing can be proven about the globe. Everything is imaginary, or some other guy knows about it, or there's no way you'll find anything. You can look and look and look all you want. You're never going to find anything on who measured it and what method was used. And people from 3,000 years ago don't count because we don't shoot satellites because of somebody 2,000 years ago measuring shit with shadows and sticks. But if you want to buy my insurance, you'll get a pair of sticks with that. You can measure the globe yourself.
What about this then? Do you guys think that there are areas where flat Earth and globe Earth views can align with each other?
Well, I would
Or
say many things
overlap?
in things that don't involve using the globe. And a lot of times when globers think they're using the globe, they really aren't.
Yeah, we can align on cake decorating, gardening, auto repair.
No pineapple on pizza.
Maybe overlap. I meant to say overlap, not align.
Yeah, on IIoT automation, industrial automation, we can overlap there too.
Yeah, pretty much anything in engineering and applied physics overlaps completely. So it's not like we're out here saying that we have an alternate view of physics. We operate using the same laws of nature.
Well, actually, what we say is we're actually using physics laws versus imaginary physics laws. We actually use the ones that are like written in stone, and the other people use ones that you imagine and you create inside a computer, and then you model things with those that you created.
That's right. Yeah.
That's why they have to change it. They have to put astro in front of it. They just can't use physics anymore because it breaks the laws of physics.
Yeah.
So they say it's not physics, it's astro or theoretical physics. It's a new type of physics that isn't testable, isn't repeatable, observable, measurable, none of it.
Reminds me.
The same type of physics you use to say how Superman spun the Earth the wrong direction and saved Lois Lane from the earthquake. That type of physics. That's what globalists are using.
Reminds me of Hannes Alfvén, who was a NASA scientist. I think he was from Sweden. He gave this amazing speech back in the 80s where he's basically ripping the NASA organization a wide asshole. He's telling them that you guys are a bunch of phony frauds and you don't really know what science is. He did this address and then released a paper after his talk describing the plasma fields above Earth and how space is like 99% plasma or something. Really brilliant guy. He pioneered something called electrodynamic propulsion, which may be a technology that's being used up there that most people don't know about. But he wrote this, he said this in his speech. And this was also in his papers, like 300 pages, but this is in the beginning. So he said, the conclusion here is that astrophysics is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data that we acquire must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39 power times stronger than gravitation.
Oopsie.
Yeah, you guys are a bunch of phonies. That's what he's saying. You guys think gravity is like the primary force of outer space? It's so insignificant as it may not even be there. 10 to the 39 times stronger than gravitation. That's electrostatics. That's like the Coulomb. That's like the charge between electron and the nucleus. And that's what's binding reality together. How do you determine how much at a molecular level is gravity besides, electrostatics, electrodynamics? How do you filter out something that is 10 to the negative 39 times weaker
The
than
situation
all these
part.
other forces? You can't do that. That's why they've never found the graviton.
No, yeah, it's called the situation particle.
The situation particle, I love it.
Yeah, it doesn't have the electromagnetism. Like, there's no electromagnetism, doesn't have that. The gravity of the situation, though, gets on the goblins for sure.
That's hilarious.
The situation. That's Jersey Shore right there.
Oh yeah, I did like that. I did like that. Hey, you like the situation? Anyway, sorry for derailing. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. It's funny. I mean, they'll come up with a particle for any situation to shoehorn it into a cosmology that they already accept as true.
Something
Yeah.
is. So I looked at how CERN's put together, and just going down these little tubes, basically. So what I'm really wondering is what's really going on there now? What did they need? That whatever they built was to say, here's we're going to build this, and it didn't cost what they said. They drilled somewhere else. They went somewhere else, or they had to have tunneled somewhere from there because that's the kind of equipment they used.
Mhm.
Yeah, I got some really good shots of CERN. It's looking at their fluid systems, if you know what I mean.
They're digging tunnels, you said?
Not sure. I mean, it took a long time, and what it doesn't make sense to me that little tiny tubes, the two tubes that I saw going round and round, needing that gigantic space to do all that. So that's what doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I've never really looked into it.
And
what are you going to prove with that? Nothing.
Yeah, I was thinking when you guys were saying earlier, how they're not going to ever find any proof of this globe. It's hard for me to understand a person who realizes there's a question, realizes that we're here 24/7 asking for evidence. People come in, aren't really able to provide it. Anything they do provide is easily picked apart and doesn't follow the classical scientific method, isn't testable, repeatable, verifiable, etc. Like, isn't serious science or mathematics in any sense of the word. It's just like when I realized that, and all of you guys too, I'm sure it was the same, like, it's shocking. You realize, oh, yeah, they just claimed this, and there's actually no verifiable evidence to back it up. Like, that's it, right? Like, that's the end of it. You don't start imagining there's evidence. You don't start, like, making stuff up. You don't start thinking, oh, I guess science fiction images are good enough, even though they're all widely contradictory and can't be replicated, and so on. I just don't understand the person who starts to see that and then is still defending the globe. I still don't get it, you know? Like, I get people who haven't ever looked into it, which is a lot of people, right? That just assume someone else smarter than them figured it out. But these people that come in here that recognize there's a question and are still trying to defend it despite having no legitimate evidence, like that, I don't understand. You know, people who are just, I guess they're just pseudo intellectuals, right? They're just pretending to be people who are actually thoughtful and, but they're really not. They're just zealots, right? That's what it is. It's very odd.
Dandelion always gets dandelions from me when she starts talking, so that's her intro for the YouTube stream.
I like that one. It's nice. Yeah. That's like a bee's eye view or something, right?
That's how you know she's in the house. Dandelions show up on the screen.
Make a wish, Shaggy says. Yes, I wish that liars would stop lying. Do you think you think my wish will come true?
Yes.
As long as they think there's a globe.
As long as what?
As long as they think there's a globe, it won't.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they want to believe. Like those people I like. You guys know I like them. Like we had one last night that he said he was going to go to Mars. I don't know if any of you were here for that. Like that's what I've been wanting. I've been wanting like a real person that seems to be a person that, you know, has a voice behind the microphone that actually thinks they're going to go to Mars. Was anybody here for that last night? He said he thinks he's going to go to Mars within 10 years, this guy. Like an actual human being came in here and I just wonder, like, are people really fooled by this? They actually think that? And we found someone that does. It was exciting. Like that guy, you know, he was kind of dim. Another charlatan came in who was more, you know, dishonest and just dishonest. Let's just say that. And this Mars believer was swayed by this pseudo intellectual because I asked him what he said that made him think he was smart, because he said this pseudo intellectual was smart. He said he used big words, right? So like that guy I get, like a guy who's just like, I want to go to Mars in 10 years. And that guy used big words, so I think he's smart. Like that person I can accept. You know, it's kind of like, okay, well, you're just like living in a fantasy world. You're an adult child. Like I can kind of feel sorry for you for being fooled, you know. Those kind of people, I like them. They just believe, right? They just believe. They just snap their heels 3 times and say, I want to go to Mars. And then the magic fairy Elon Musk sends them there, right? It's a cute little childish fantasy. They're cute.
Yeah. Well, you'd think that if you could go to Mars in 10 years, then there would be, you know, commercial flights to the moon at this current time. You know, we're going to the moon. We're sending the public to the moon. Whoever wants to go. But Mars is just around the corner.
Yeah, I know. That's what I think it was India or somebody called him out. They're like, oh, so you think you're going to Mars? So yeah, where are the moon flights? Yeah, it's kind of like, it's just outrageous. I mean, according to their fairy tale religion, you know, like, yeah, we don't go to the moon anymore. We lost that technology and it's painful to bring it back. But yeah, we're going to go to Mars. Yeah, just around the corner, guys. Just around the corner.
Guy will be 70 years old saying they're going to go any day now.
Yep, he just wasn't believing hard enough. It's like the end of Elf. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen Elf, where like Santa's sleigh's failing because there's not enough belief in him and not enough Christmas spirit. So if we sing Christmas carols and believe, then Santa will be real. Yep, we need some Mars Christmas carols, right? And then it will come true. That's what we need.
Yeah, the same kind of people that think there's a rover and they're controlling it from Earth. Like, if there's rovers on Mars, then there would be like, a couple thousand on the moon by now.
No, there would be a couple. There would be a couple 100,000 just running around on the streets, being controlled by AI at this point. But they would have been controlled and running around by the tens of thousands throughout cities for years. Than just being controlled by people in the buildings, because they're amazing what they can do. When in reality, they don't show you that. They got a cable behind them. They're just running that thing on a cable, powered, all that shit.
How about that Lunar Hilton?
Yeah, we're 50, well, 60 years out from when they said they went to the moon. I mean, this isn't like they did it just like a week ago and now there's a bunch of plans. You're talking about multiple generations later. Nothing. I mean, it's getting to the point where there isn't going to be anyone left alive who was even witnessed it. I mean, people who witnessed it are now in their 60s. They're children. If they were in their, a toddler, they're in their 60s now.
Yeah, Grandpa, tell us about when humans used to be able to go to the moon before we lost the technology and it was too painful to bring it back. Tell us all about those amazing times, Grandpa.
It's like one of my favorite memes is like you got this 80, 90-year-old astronaut telling little Timmy, "Hey, little Timmy, did you know that we flew to the moon with a computing power equal to your Game Boy?" And the little Timmy says, "What's a Game Boy?"
This guy, Scooby Snack, in the side chat. Shaggy, go get him.
Is Scooby Snack a globe believer?
Probably.
Yeah, totally.
I've never met the person.
Oh yeah, we need him in here. Yeah, we totally need the Scooby Snack v Shaggy globe versus flat debate. That would be so fun.
I just remembered something. Somebody actually programmed Doom, the video game, to be played on the screen of a pregnancy testing kit.
That is hilarious.
So, is it safe to say that, hey, little Timmy, did you know that Grandpa's friends went to the moon using less computing power that's in your mom's pregnancy testing kit?
Nice. Yeah. 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 Let's just fly the pregnancy testing kit to the moon, guys. That sounds great.
All we need is the electronics of a pregnancy testing kit, and we can send another man to the moon. It'll do all the computing power for us.
Test.
Huh?
Little Tim is gonna ask, "What's a pregnancy test?"
Yeah, because he was born in a pod.
Remember the MASH episode where the rabbit died and did the rabbit die or live? Either way, yeah, Margaret was worried she was pregnant and then the rabbit like lived or died and it meant she wasn't. I don't know. Must have been did the rabbit being dead mean that she wasn't pregnant? I don't remember. Some kind of rabbit pregnancy test back then. None of you guys know what I'm talking about. That's fine. I'll research it for you. I'll get back
I
to
kind of
you.
remember the episode, but I just remember what's his name in drag was like crying over it or something, right?
Klinger, yeah.
Yeah.
Was it his rabbit that they killed? I bet you're right. I think it was dead, yeah, but she was happy, so it must be the dead rabbit meant she wasn't pregnant. I don't think she wanted to be. I don't know. She never had a child in the show.
I think the rabbit dies both ways. It's just they check the blood or something in the rabbit.
Oh, okay. So the rabbit is sacrificed either way.
Yep.
Okay. I got
Yeah,
you.
there's not like it's like 50-50 and then you get to live again and then you're playing Russian roulette and your buddies are all in the cage too. No, they all die every time.
Schrodinger's rabbit. Yeah, I got you.
Or was it the Colonel with the rabbit?
Somebody's rabbit was sacrificed. Yep. I'm going to look it up. It was Radar's rabbit. I would have gotten that if you guys would have given me a chance. It was Radar. Pet rabbit Fluffy.
Radar's rabbit. Okay.
Yeah. But I guess what I was trying to say about our friend last night, gosh, I wish I could remember that guy's name. I guess if I looked at the live stream, I could find it if I cared enough. Answer, I don't care enough. But I care a little bit because the guy who was so easily fooled by the charlatan, Harris was the name of the charlatan, I do believe. He had a profile picture very similar to the hyphen above me. And so what I think is sad, though, is that there's all these people who do believe so easily. And it's like, I was thinking about this earlier today. I get it. It's like some people, they have to believe in authority, they feel like they have to, right? To like function in the world because, and I don't want to say that, I don't want to diagnose this person from last night. So now I'm moving on to a wider topic, not necessarily connected to the true GOAT believer last night. A person who is of, average or below average intelligence is kind of like bewildered by the world, right? Especially the world like at the complicated level that it is today. And like to some extent, they feel like they need to believe in authority, right? And like it's just very sad that these people are taken advantage of. And because the kind of loyalty that inspires, right, I think could be, in theory, lead to a more stable society, right? If the leaders were ethical and if they were actually working for the good, the wider good of the people, like that kind of loyalty from a large number of people could lead to stability in society, but it doesn't, obviously. It just leads to the people in power who are actually devious tricksters gaining more and more power and advantage over the people and actually living off of the energy of these people who rely on them because they are like, slightly unable to actually determine what's going on for themselves or to make determinations of truth for themselves for whatever reason. I don't know, but it's very sad that kind of loyalty and subservience and belief is being taken advantage of on such a wide scale, and these people just don't even know it. It's very sad. Oh, AG's endorses my idea, the 1v1 Shaggy versus Scooby Snack. I totally want that. Yeah. Did he say he was going to do it? Well, he's not here.
We're waiting for.
Yeah, we're trying to get him to join.
That would be totally fun. We need that. And he says he has free time.
Sounds like the perfect time to do it would be right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Can't have any excuses.
Oh, yeah. It says here in the episode description, Margaret suspects she's pregnant, but in order to be sure, a pregnancy test must be performed. But in order for the test to be done, they need the ovaries of Radar's female rabbit, Fluffy. Meanwhile, a disgruntled patient holds Charles hostage until he's allowed to be sent home to Ohio. Yeah, so they got to take the ovaries. Gosh, you'd think they could just do the surgery and rabbit could still live without their ovaries, right? I might have to do a rewatch.
Welcome to whoever just joined in. Not sure who that was.
I don't know either.
I just heard the notifications go off on my phone.
Update Scooby Snack. I've been in VC before, maybe 3 to 4 times. If I'm going to do it, I want to make sure I have lots of time. Oh, so he's one of those. He's a perfectionist. Gosh, we'd take even a 5-minute 1v1. My goodness. Right now, I'm waiting to pick up new puppy from one of those puppy classes. They came free with the dog, so I figured, why not? Yeah, why not? I agree. Puppy classes. Oh, AG says you can bring the puppy. Yeah.
Speaking of bringing puppies, so when we start going to Mars, are we bringing animals with us, or are we just people, and we all just have to look at each other and want to punch each other in the face instead of having like your dog up here and saying, "Yeah, me and the dog, we're taking off. See ya."
Only parasites are allowed.
Aw.
Oh, yeah, because haven't you heard? Oh, now you're Scooby. Now you're Scooby-Doo. I see. So we're
Scooby-Doo.
going in on a theme now. I could be Velma or Daphne. Yeah, which one do you think I should be?
Daphne. What's
Of
wrong
course,
with you?
you guys always are going to prefer Daphne. Poor Velma. I won't tell her. Anyway, yeah, they want, so they want to leave a beautiful location, filled and teeming with life, with beautiful oceans, mountains, sunsets, sunrises, amazing wildlife, great opportunities for bird watching, surfing, midnight cruises, star watching, children, families, good food, good fun, fireworks, so on and so forth, to go off into a vacuum land with no air to breathe, where you could die at any moment if any technological problem happened to go to a red rock with no life on it. Yes, Scooby-Doo, that makes perfect sense, right? And I don't think they're going to be bringing the dog.
Okay, now we figured that one out. What are they going to eat?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we're going to leave behind Thanksgiving dinner, where all you have to do is go down to the local Safeway, buy a turkey, some bread cubes, cranberries, mashed potatoes, all the fixins, and just go home with your lovely oven and create an amazing Thanksgiving dinner for your family with really, little effort compared to what our ancestors might have gone through. Yeah, we'll just go to a place where there's no food. Good idea.
Are we taking natural gas with us, propane, or electricity, electric stoves, and electric ovens? So if we're taking electricity, we'll probably have to take a second spaceship to follow us to make enough electricity to run all that stuff too.
Yeah, that's what we were trying to tell this dude last night. Indio brought up the biodome. You remember the biodome? Doobie-doo?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, where they couldn't even have a small number of people live in a biodome in Arizona for the amount of time. I found a funny article about it yesterday, but actually the AI overview is kind of interesting. Now I'm getting the AI overview. I'll just take a screenshot of that for you. Biodome, why did it fail? So for those of you who were not around when they did the biodome, that was supposed to demonstrate how we could create a self-sustaining environment on Earth, which would be practice if we wanted to create a self-sustaining environment, on the moon, or according to some heavy-duty globetards, on Mars. So yeah, we couldn't even make it on Earth. The Biosphere 2 project failed due to a combination of factors, including an unexpected decline in oxygen levels caused by soil microbes consuming it, and a reaction with the concrete, the extinction of key species like pollinators, the inability to produce enough food, and psychological and management conflicts among the crew. These issues revealed the immense complexity of maintaining a self-sustaining, balanced ecosystem. I think, some of these guys, I think our dude last night, our true believer, he'd never even heard of it. I think they just quietly scuttled it, and people these days are kind of like, oh yeah, that never really happened. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. Because they showed here on Earth where they had an easy backup system where the people could just walk out the door, right? And I think eventually, before too long they did. It didn't go on nearly as long as they'd originally planned. Yeah, they could not make a self-contained ecosystem on Earth. Yeah, and they're trying to tell these people they're going to take them to Mars and do that. I mean, come on.
But all you need to do is you take a couple of mirrors and like a Fresnel lens, and you go up to the polar cap and you melt the ice, and then it creates an atmosphere, and then volcanoes will form. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Shaggy says they needed more hippies in there. That was the other article. I'll see if I can find it. The other article actually has hippies in the title. Shaggy probably doesn't know that. They were claiming the people that were in there were already hippies, but they must not have been good enough hippies, right, Shaggy? Because they didn't get along.
Yeah, the ones they sent only knew how to grow weed. It's a shame.
Yeah, they probably didn't let them grow weed in Arizona in the 90s. Yeah, isn't this title great? This is even better. 8 Go Mad in Arizona, how a lockdown experiment went horribly wrong. In the 1990s, a troop of hippies spent 2 years sealed inside a dome called Biosphere 2. I didn't think they were there for 2 years. Wow, they lasted longer than I thought.
So what I heard when I joined was, let's talk like something about not flat earthers, but it's like I really feel like that's relevant to the whole, flat earth thing. Like that's the name of the channel.
Well, I can see why you'd say that, but what we're meaning is we're talking about the physical nature of the Earth, the surface beneath our feet, right? So what we do for a living or what we enjoy doesn't really have any bearing on how the Earth is observed and measured. So that's really what we're talking about. But I was going to ask you, so what have you heard about flat Earth so far? Do you know what our positions are? Do you know what our arguments are, or do you not know those things yet?
Pretty generally. I mean, I wouldn't be able to directly tell you. I've seen some of the tests you guys have done to like see if the Earth is flat regarding like I think it's checking the horizon and seeing how like shadows.
So yeah, that's one of the things. Yeah. One of the things we're doing is testing to see if the surface that we live on has the curvature that matches what the globe model claims.
Yeah.
So,
Cyclone, can you explain a little bit about the testing?
No, put yourself on mute. We've got a coherent person in now.
Okay, but what testing did you do? I mean, it's important, though.
Yeah, well, we can go through long distance observations and all that kind of stuff, but first we need to set the stage and understand that you understand what the actual globe model is claiming. So, NerdNet,
the globe model, I thought you tell us about the
Hang on, we're not talking to you now. Someone put this guy on mute if he's not going to shut up. Nerd, have you ever looked into the claimed curvature of the Earth, the globe?
Not particularly, no. No, I haven't, no. You can educate me there.
Okay, so do you know what size that they claim the globe is, roughly?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be able to give you the number, no. I wouldn't.
Okay, so they say it's got like a 59 mile radius, 25,000 circumference in miles. So they give us a size, right? So
yeah,
if you have the size of a ball, you can do some maths to work out what the curvature rate should be. It basically works out to around 8 inches per mile squared. So,
but does it account for like you could be at sea level and then there's like mountains?
No, that's just geometric.
Exactly a smooth ball.
Yeah. So that's just geometric curve on the surface. If you're an observer, then you need to take into account your observer height, right? So you can see a bit further if you're going higher up, which is the case on a flat surface too. So
yeah.
If you go on Google, you can type in like distance to horizon calculator, and you can put in your observer height, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be based on your observer height. So say for a 6-foot observer, they're telling us that for a 6-foot observer, if you were standing at the beach looking out over the ocean, the horizon should be no more than 2.5, 3 miles away. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would mean that if you were standing at the beach and you were watching a ship going out at 2.5, 3 miles, it would have to start disappearing bottom up, going over the curve, which is showing itself as a horizon. Yeah?
Yeah.
But what's happening is people are going and testing this, and they're seeing the boat go 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, and it's not even reached the horizon. Right?
Yeah.
So how would that work if the horizon is this physical Earth curve? I mean, that's set in stone if that's real. There's no getting away from that. And yet when people go and test that, it's not detected. Right? The horizon isn't where it's supposed to be. You understand that?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I mean, obviously, I'm just telling you that now. You don't know because you've not seen any of the examples. I'm sure people can post in the side chat. They'll post some examples. And what we recommend is that wherever you live, you go and test this. Because it's simple
I'm in Florida, man. I've seen
oh, well, there you go.
boats go over the horizon. I'm at sea level. I'm pretty close to the ground.
That's a lie. That's a lie, dude.
Well, this is perfect.
It's a lie that I'm in Florida?
No. Don't hold on, Radwin. No, because
I'm just confused. What about I said was a lie?
Seeing boats going over the horizon. That's fine. But
yeah,
I bet but the thing that we don't do when we see that is we don't compare it to the globe model and actually check that matches, right? Because I bet when you've seen them going over before, you've just thought, oh well, it's going over the curve, but you've not actually thought, wait, what's my observer height? And what distance should that horizon be? Am I right in saying that?
I guess you are. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't
So
have.
now, the next time, what you should do is you should take note of what your observer height is above sea level and what the conditions are of the day, temperature and things like that. And you should actually really in detail examine what it is that you're seeing. So how far away is the boat? What's your observer height? And then does that match the globe model, which you can find just by going on the calculators online, right? And what people are finding is that it does not match. That physical curvature that has to be there for it to be a ball is not there. So we're seeing distances way in excess of what we should be able to see, right? The curvature should be stopping us seeing any, like, beyond a certain point, right? But it's not. We're just seeing beyond it. We're seeing boats and buildings and people and things that should be on the other side of a curve, but we're seeing them. Okay, so that's basically like the main argument being made here, is that it can't be the globe that they're telling us, because all of the observations and the measurements are showing that there's no curvature. Now, that doesn't mean that we're making a claim as to what the entire thing is. Like, we're not saying it's a disk in space or a square in space. We're not actually saying it's anything in space, because we don't actually accept that that solar system model that they've shown us is actually true to begin with. But yeah, we're not actually making a claim about the exact geometry of the Earth, because if you think about it, you'd understand that you couldn't actually know that as a human being on Earth. I mean, unless you had everyone like exploring it and finding some limit of it and then actually mapping the entire thing out, which none of us can do. Yeah. So that's maybe a lot. Do you have any questions?
I just feel as though because I do get where you're coming from there, and I think there will always be like some degree of disparity, because in like you said, measuring how far boats go out and whatnot. Like I feel like I feel like that is a somewhat difficult thing to measure. I mean,
well, it's not necessarily super simple, but it's pretty doable. Like, because nowadays you've got websites that track boats, so you can see how far away a boat is from the coast. You don't just have to use boats, right? One of the common examples that's used here is something like an oil rig, like a fixed platform. So we know the distance that it is away from shore, or like a wind farm, like wind turbines out at sea. Things like these fixed platforms. Well, no, because if you're trying to see how much of that object is blocked, then yeah, but as it comes to the horizon, you just use these objects as a distance marker. So say, for example, an oil rig is 10 miles away, you can just see whether the horizon appears in front of the oil rig or behind it, and that'll tell you at least whether the horizon is closer than 10 miles or further than 10 miles, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's true what you're saying. It's not like a super mindless task to do something like this. You do have to put a little bit of thought into it, but it's very doable, right? It's a lot more doable than, let's say, go to space, like a lot of people try and say, like, oh, I'd have to go to space to know. No, you just have to go to like a large body of water or a salt flat or something, and you can start testing the claimed curvature of the globe. And what we're finding is that it doesn't exist. It's not measured.
What's your opinion on like gravity? Because that the something about the flat Earth argument that I've seen is that like how do you feel that everything stays? Do you think it's like a plate in a way, where it's or like a bowl?
Well, we've got like our own. I would say we're all on the same level. Well, okay, now you're. All right, I don't know what question you're going to ask, because I thought you were going to ask about gravity and why things falling, but now it sounds like you're asking how's all the water contained or something like that.
Well, that does tie into gravity. I mean.
Okay, so you're looking for both.
I mean,
okay,
the whole globe thing is like that.
I'll give you my general take on it, right? So,
yeah, go ahead.
What we know about a body of water, let's say a lake, it has a shoreline, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every standing body of water has a shoreline where there's land that's higher than the water, which keeps it contained. And that's the physical property of water, unless it's like a river and it's just running, like any like standing body, like a lake or something, it has a shoreline. I mean, even the rivers, if they're not going to overflow their banks, they have a shoreline, so or like a bank. So it would make sense to me that the world's ocean, which is what we have one large contiguous world ocean, which is, you know, broken up into separate sections and people give them different names, but it's essentially one body of water. It must have a shoreline to keep it contained. Now, where that is and what it looks like along its total area, none of us know. I don't know if anyone knows. I doubt they do. But that's the only reasonable explanation that I could put forward, because that's what all water does. That's how all water behaves. Yeah, it needs a shoreline. So eventually, if you were to carry on through the world's oceans, I would say you'd have to come to a shoreline of some kind where the land is higher than the water, keeping it contained. Now, as it comes to gravity, they've pulled a fast one on us by making us associate the word gravity and the phenomena of objects falling down with a ball Earth, when in reality there's no logical connection. Right? I can drop my phone on the floor and not know that I live on a ball. Right? I could just as easily drop my phone onto a flat surface. And what we appear to observe, without saying that this is the exact cause, because no one actually knows what the cause is, it's kind of like a passive effect in a video game, right? Like gravity's been coded in, but to pull it apart, you can't turn it on and off. You can't stop it. So it's hard to, you can't really do science on it. You can observe it and you can test it and you can say it does this and things fall like this, but you can't really say this is what the cause of it is, because you can't pull apart a causal mechanism. But I'd say what we can observe and test is that there's a relationship between the density of an object and the density of the medium that it's in. And when an object is more dense than the medium that it's in, it will descend towards the surface, the floor. And when it's less dense, it will rise. So a rock being more dense than air will fall in air. It will sink through the medium. Whereas a helium balloon, because helium is less dense than air, will rise. So things seem to be ordering themselves relative to a flat, motionless plane based on their density relative to the medium density that they're in. So that's what I would say we can observe. And if you've seen like a density tower, like in science class, where they put like a bunch of liquids like oil, milk, water in like a test tube and they all separate themselves by their density, and then you drop different densities of objects and they equilibrate in different density gradients, in different density mediums. So that's basically what's going on. It's Archimedes' principle, right? This is what Archimedes and all the ancient cultures and things just kind of understood naturally. But they had to come up with a story for how we could possibly be living on the exterior of a giant spinning object, when our first natural thought about that would be like, well, we would be flying off it if we're on a giant spinning ball. So they had to come up with a story as to why we're like stuck to the ball, and they've said,
So you're saying they invented gravity?
Well, no, I mean, gravity, if you're just calling it the observation of an object rising or falling, no, of course they didn't invent that. That's just a natural phenomena. What they invented was a theory that said you're attracted to the density of the ball Earth, or is the bending and warping of space-time that's keeping you in this position, not floating away off of a spinning ball. That's what they invented. So that anytime you hear the word gravity, you're thinking about being stuck to the exterior of a spinning ball. It's like word magic, yeah? Whereas that's not the case. So, whereas they've told you that it's like you're being pulled down, I would say it's more like you're sinking in the medium of air, right? So when you jump up, it's like you're jumping in the medium, but then you sink back down. Just like in water, if you were to wear weights, you sink through the medium. It's not that you're being pulled by the density or the mass of the Earth. You're sinking through the medium because you're more dense than the medium. You understand that?
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I want to.
They call it gravity. They call it gravity because it's actually called specific gravity. If you Google specific gravity, you're going to get what what Cyclone told you, Archimedes' principle. So there's different types of gravity, but everybody just uses gravity.
Yeah, there's loads of different theories of gravity. This is why we've got these mad stories like the bending and warping of space-time, which is total imaginary conceptual nonsense. But the reason we have that is because they're having to come up with a story as to how it could even be possible that we could be living on the side of this giant spinning ball. And so they have to come up with a story.
So where do you stand with I guess astronomers? You know, like looking through telescopes and whatnot. How do you feel about seeing all these like celestial objects and them appearing as balls, or like do you feel like maybe that they would just be discs, or that they're potentially
No,
flat
not
as
quite,
well?
not
Like,
quite.
where do you stand
So
in that?
Well, so the luminaries, what I would say is
Yeah.
there's a big the big difference is in modern astronomy they are presuming under the assumption that they're balls of gas and rock in a giant vacuum. Yeah, I don't
Yeah, but
believe
we've
any of
seen
that.
them, and there's like they look like circular from like we've seen them.
Circular
When you can see
maybe, yeah.
Mars, you can see
Circular maybe, but we don't know
almost
that they're
spherical.
spherical objects. No, we can't define them as spherical
So you think they're
objects.
just at a perfect angle where they look like a disc and they're all facing us?
Well, they're called in astronomy. They actually refer to them as discs, the disk of the sun, the disk of the moon, right? Because that's actually, strictly speaking, what's observed. Yeah, because especially when you're looking through a telescope, it's a monocular. It's a single lens, right? So you can't define a 3D shape like a sphere from that distance with a single lens. So literally, you are just observing a circular object. Now, that doesn't mean I'm saying it's a circle or a sphere or not. I'm not making a claim, because to actually claim what 3D shape they are, if any, you'd have to be able to travel to them and around them and start to like look at them, which we can't do. So all we observe is these like energetic blobs of light in the sky. And now what I would say is they are not places to go to. They're not balls of gas or rock in a vacuum. It's more like they're hands of a clock. Right? The sky is a giant clock, and the sun tells us the days and the nights, the moon tells us the months, and the stars tell us the seasons, the time of year, right? Used for signs and seasons, basically, so that human beings know when to plant, when to harvest, this kind of thing. So I would say that they've taught us a way of thinking about the luminaries, which is totally at odds with what all human beings have ever understood about them, which is that they're not destinations, they're not potential destinations or things we can go to. They're simply there as a guide for us in terms of timing. Maybe some more things, but certainly they're not places to go to. And I think what they've done is they've taken man's natural explorative curiosity that he used to apply to the Earth, and we used to explore the Earth and do all kinds of crazy adventures on Earth, and they've thrown the imagination into space, the collective societal imagination. They've said, hey, Mars is the place we can go to. Well, not you, just us, the government. So everyone's like given up on exploration and discovery on Earth, and instead they just think, oh, well, the government's going to do it in space. I think that's the trick.
Well, I mean, you gotta understand, there's not really. So the whole, because a big part of it, an argument I've seen is like Antarctica is like this like layer, and that there's something beyond that. A lot of people believe, and it's all like walled off by military personnel of like NATO or a bunch of different countries.
Well, it is under international treaty, and it is controlled by a number of international navies. That's absolutely true.
Yeah. And how do you feel like about that? Like, do you think they're like protecting something, or there's something beyond that?
Well, I'm sure they are. I mean, they have to. Yeah, they have to be doing something, because you don't just get 50, 60 nations agreeing that no one can go to Antarctica for no reason. And I don't accept that it's because they care about the penguins, because I don't really think Russia and China and that have a great track record for animal welfare. So I don't really buy that. But what it is about it, what it is going on down there, I couldn't tell you. I've never been.
Yeah. See, but but I want to expand upon that though, because you're saying, human beings don't want to explore. I feel like space would be the natural place to look towards in terms of exploration. I mean, we have all these like developed nations across the world. There is, I guess, like tourism. There's like visiting, but there is no real like. There's no real
space
like.
Or Antarctica?
Like, I mean, I guess there's not really much else. There's, I guess, the ocean. That's like the deep parts where it'll like crush every organ in your body, but there's not much else to explore.
But what I'm saying is there is no. I mean, the medium that they're calling space to explore, that doesn't exist. So when I say they're sending the imagination, it's like a distraction from what could actually be explored, which is just the Earth.
Yeah, but what of the Earth like isn't? Is what I'm asking.
What of the Earth isn't explored? You mean?
Yeah. Like what?
Well, it's hard for me to say because it's like what is beyond the known territories. That's like that question. How would I know? Because they're unknown. So I mean, a few years ago, they said that Japan just found about like 7,000 new islands or something like that. So people are still discovering new land, and that's not even talking about what's north or south, which is generally prohibited to public exploration.
And like almost like borderline uninhabitable for the average person that isn't.
Yeah. So especially in the south, it's like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like an out of bounds zone in a video game. Yeah. Like when you get too far off the map, it's just like you'll die here in a minute. That's kind of like what it seems to me. But there are accounts from older cultures who say there is more land. There's other things. I don't know. It's all speculation. It's interesting. My point would be...
Sorry, I just wanted to add, Wolf, Cyclone, that there's also a limitation of our knowledge of the land masses and the orientation. Because if you know anything about cartography, Yoda's pretty well versed in this. The way that the map is presented to us is all based on longitude and latitude, basically referencing the sky. It's very hard to actually know the distances between places correctly. It's very inconsistent. So we're given a perception of the world, but actually in reality, we have no way to verify these distances are correct, the orientation is correct. So there could well be other lands out there that we don't know about, and it could be quite easy to hide because of the nature of how they've done how cartography is done with longitude and latitude. So I just wanted to add that as well. We don't know as much as we think we do.
If that's the case, if there really is a disparity in like the distances, how can we say like just to go back to the horizon stuff? How can we say that's that the measurements we're doing, on the boats there are entirely accurate as well? Then,
because we're comparing that to the globe prediction, and we can falsify that. So that's not making a claim as to. Well, we're basically saying it's an optical limit, not a physical one. So it wouldn't necessarily define a physical limit, the horizon, right? It's optical, it's the limit. It's like a draw distance in a video game.
Yeah.
That's how our eyes work, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's different. That's just trying to verify that there's a curvature at where they say that it should be, right? That's just a validation.
No, but there's still a degree of like measurement going on there, is what I'm saying. So
well, yeah, we can measure how far the horizon actually is appearing, and then we can say that, well, for example, we've got observation where there's like a guy puts a camera basically on the ground at 1 foot. And for a 1 foot observer, according to the globe model, it should be a horizon at 1.2 miles away. 1.2, right? But we can see the horizon over 10 miles away, right? And when we do the math on this, it changes the radius value from the 3959 that they tell us to like, what is it, 250,000 miles? So it's orders of magnitude off what the globe is claiming. So then even if you wanted to say, oh, well, maybe it's just a bigger ball, it would mean basically you're saying that the known territories are like 1% of what's actually out there. So whichever way you slice it, We don't know anything about this place.
If
You
I
see
can
what I mean?
step in real quick. So latitude and longitude bake in curvature. They bake in the radius of Earth. So when we're presented with objects 10 miles away that are visible from 1 foot off the ground, and the 10-mile distance is a coordinate map distance based off of that spherical coordinate system, then by its own claim, we should not be able to see these objects. But we do, and we can see well beyond them, which means the curvature for that coordinate system has been debunked by observation. Yeah, it's a big problem.
Yeah, so the observations of the horizon and debunking the globe kind of only opened the door to these questions about, well, how big is the Earth actually? How much land area is there? How much ocean area is there? It opens the door to those questions, but it doesn't give us an answer. We don't know the answer.
So you have these guys that are 20 miles apart, and I don't know exactly what they're looking for, but I know what they should be looking for. And they should be looking for a bulge in the water that protrudes to cut their laser off, right?
Yeah, like if the Earth is a globe, gravity is pulling all the water down on the Earth, so therefore water
And
should
the
be
sides would
curving.
be further down. Right. And so I was proving this to this guy earlier that like you can do this with surface tension in a swimming pool, a very large swimming pool, a cup, anything. And if you put too much water into the pool, it'll bubble around over the pool. It'll be higher in the middle. But as soon as you add any kind of turbulence in the water, that bubble will, in essence, if you had a beach on the side of the pool, the water would go up on the beach and then move back and forth. And then if you were to shoot a laser over that, you would get a flat surface. And then as soon as you stop the turbulence, assuming that the beach was slanted, it would go back to its original state as a bubble. And in this case, if you're expecting a bubble and the water is not still, it's not. If the water's moving, you're never going to get that bubble. I mean, I don't know how large you could scale up your test. I don't know. We don't have the money to build a 20-mile swimming pool. But
how much curvature do you think is over 20 miles?
Over 20 miles, I'd probably say it would have to be several meters, probably 10 meters.
Probably more than that.
Yeah. But nevertheless, no matter how much curvature you have in any kind of
do you know the height of the laser in that video?
Yeah, 5 feet.
5 feet. So check this out. I'm gonna go to Earth curve. I'm gonna Google Earth curve calculator. They actually have these out there.
Right, I get what you're saying, but you're never going to get a water that basically, as soon as you have any kind of turbulence in the water is not going to follow gravity's laws because it's not being pulled on in the center as far as that's concerned. The water is being moved by other forces out and away from what gravity is wanting it to do. That's why we have
all right, brother. Let's do metric. 60 meters.
Yeah.
That's how much curve there is over 20 miles with
meters. Yeah.
So if you got a laser 5 feet high and you shoot it over 20 miles of water, at the other end, the laser should be 60 meters above your head, 198 feet.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, no matter how high that would be, as soon as you had any kind of turbulence in the water, it will pull that down and away from where it needs to be at. I'm telling you, any kind of swimming pool that you can go to and create a scenario where there's no wind, there's no fishes in the water, you can make a curve in that swimming pool, no matter how big it is.
Yeah, but you can't make 198 feet of.
So, Deck, are you talking about like the surface tension, like the image I posted?
I'm saying any pool that you make that does not have any turbulence in the water, no matter how big it is, you can make a curve in it. It is possible
Look at the image that Matthew Learns put in the side chat. It bulges up, but it's still flat on top.
Yeah, the cause of the bulge is not what you think it is, right? It's not gravity.
It is gravity.
Yeah, so it's surface tension in that case, or if it's a meniscus, it can go the other way. But those effects are only a couple millimeters. Like even in a swimming pool, it would be like 2 millimeters higher.
Right.
Yeah, surface tension forms due to intermolecular forces, not gravity.
Right, I understand that, but the reason
I get your reasoning behind it, but there's not enough surface tension out there to create 198 feet of matter of fact, let me lower this down to 0. You have to do the entire 266 feet of surface tension. There's no way that it would ever bulge that much over 20 miles.
Yeah, I don't see that actually bulging either like that. There might be some incremental amount, but for all we know, it could be concave bulging, right?
I'm not saying that it will be surface tension. I'm saying in an example like surface tension, where it is bulging out.
And I get your reasoning behind it, but
any kind of turmoil that you put into that cup, it's going to break that roundedness of it.
Your reasoning is based on, as a child, you were taught the Earth is too big to see the curve. It looks flat, but it's curving, and then you never questioned it ever again. So now you're trying to reason without.
No, I'm saying it's not
evidence.
curving. I'm saying it's not curving. Not
curving?
that lake. Not that lake.
It has to curve.
If it is curving, it's so minuscule you could not see it. But if the water was not moving, there was no wind, there was no fishes, it would be curving a lot more than it is in that video.
It has to curve, brother.
It doesn't.
It does.
What I'm saying is if you take a surface tension and create a bubble similar to what a bulge would be on Earth, that should be in a pond. It should be. And you create any kind of turbulence in that surface tension, it will break and make the bubble flat.
Let me ask you this: if you have a pond and then you add more water to it, what's going to happen?
It'll create a bubble.
It'll just push outward more because water will seek the lowest part, and then it'll spread out within its container.
Right, I understand that. But you will still create a larger surface tension bubble than what's in a cup.
No, it'll just continue to get higher and spread out. It's not there's not a vertical wall on a lake like in a swimming pool.
Yeah, right.
Just like a beach. Like the water is just going to continue to go further and further up the shoreline.
Right. But you're still gonna have a certain amount of surface tension in a lake or anything that was not moving. It's just going to be less than
it's going to be flat.
A straight wall.
It's just like as you add more water, the water is going to rise and it's going to spread out further across the shoreline.
Oh, you will
It's
have
going to go
surface
further up the
tension
shoreline.
any size of amount of water. You will have surface tension. You could do it
Yeah,
with a cooler. You could do it with a swimming
if
pool.
you have a vertical, wall with
Yes.
nothing behind it.
Yes. Well, even if you made a slanted cup, you can make a slanted cup. You would still get surface tension.
Okay, so if I
Not as
flooded the whole
much.
Earth, if
Not
I
as much.
flooded the whole Earth, then the Earth would be a ball. Then
Yes.
retarded. Water should be curving already right now, and it's not.
Right, because you have turbulence in the water.
There's no turbulence. It rained, and the fucking ground is still.
One thing is, in that cup, if you barely move the water in that cup, it'll break that bubble.
Yeah, nobody's moving the lake bed. Nobody's moving Salt Lake.
The water is moving.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is. All those fish in there, any kind of movement in there. Of course, it would need more for a lake than.
Okay, so then water's flat and Earth is flat. All the oceans are flat too.
No, the ocean is a different scenario.
No, the turbulence is breaking the water, bro. It can't bubble.
Well, the ocean is a different scenario.
No. I'm going by exactly what you said. Turbulence is breaking the water.
It has similar.
All those sharks and whales, and I mean, hell, whales communicate with each other from 400 miles away. That's impossible if the Earth is a ball too.
Well, what I would suggest is, if it would be possible, I would do this in the ocean and not in a lake, because it's a different scenario. That's what I'm trying to say. If this test could be done in the ocean, I would 100% agree with it.
In the ocean. Would you like to see an example of that? Someone show him the Black Swan, or maybe the turbines. Let's see if I can find those. There's DJ when we meet him.
Yeah, I got it.
What you also have to remember, though, in the ocean is you cannot get close enough to the water to measure it correctly. That's another issue.
What are you talking about?
Like any variable in a swimming pool that the largest swimming pool on Earth, if there is curvature, you would be it would be
Here's
possible.
a PhD in optics. He's looking at a wind farm off the coast of England. Makes a 14-mile observation. Flat as can be. You want to talk about turbulence?
What better expert could you hope for?
I know, right? A PhD. Here's a guy that was looking at over a lake. It was frozen, and he measured out his markers over a lake using his odometer. All documented. Let's see. Did y'all show him the FE core laser test?
I haven't.
Because he wants ocean measurements. So I think the one you posted first is perfect. That's in the ocean, the wind farm.
Yeah, that Rampion wind farm observation just blows the globe out of the water. It's better than the Black Swan at the oil rigs, in my opinion.
Anyway,
yeah,
what I'm trying to say
time and have a look
what
at
what I'm trying
John
to say
D
is,
video.
If you were to take a swimming pool and make a bulge, like a surface tension bulge in it, make a turbulence in the swimming pool, the water would wash up onto the sides of a swimming pool, make like a wave like you would have in like on a beach. Just imagine the side of the pool is like a beach. And then in the center of the swimming pool, the water would point up like a point in the center of it, and then go back and forth, just like the ocean does, just like a lake does. Any type of water, the water concentrates its forces in the center of it, not the sides of it, the center.
It's not true. That's not hydrostatic equilibrium, and pressure is perpendicular to the surface outward against the container.
Right, but we're talking about a circular, like, the problem is
a beach is
lake,
the container, bro.
Everything, the ocean. Yeah.
Right, so the container forces back in with the same pressure that it's forcing outward.
Yeah, okay. It's like this. You know, you have if you throw water up a hill, it's not going to go down for a little bit. It's going to keep moving up the hill. And what I'm saying is like the turbulence that you have in the ocean is constantly pushing it up that hill. So gravity is never getting a chance to move it down the other way where it needs to be. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Like an assumption of what we should see in the ocean in a spherical Earth would be that the ocean is hundreds of miles up in the air, right? In the center of it. There's a massive bulge in the ocean. Maybe not hundreds of miles, but very high up in the air.
What?
The bulge of the ocean you should be able to notice it, right? Like, or in a pond or in a lake, you should be able to notice a bulge in the center of it.
I don't think, no, like there are salt flats you can go to. Okay. And when they get rained upon, these salt flats, some of them are like hundreds of square kilometers. They form a perfect flat mirrored surface. Tourists go there all the time and take video and pictures.
You can't look at land. That's why people look at water.
No, it's a salt flat. It's full of water. That's the thing. It's, maybe like a centimeter high of water, perfectly smooth, like a glass surface of salt. And it's flat for hundreds of square kilometers.
Yeah, but the issue with that is, you don't know how far it is away from Earth's center. That's why flat earthers don't use Earth as an example.
What do you mean we don't know how far away? Listen, Earth curves at an average rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Okay,
Yes,
and the
but land
average
does not
deviation
follow
along
that.
the semi-major and semi-minor axes is like, was it 1/3 of 1% of a perfect ellipsoid?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this salt flat, if someone would have gone out there with a bulldozer and dumped dirt out and made it 8 inches, then you would be like, oh, well, it's 8 inches. You can't follow land. That's why people use water.
That's what I'm talking about. Water covering a salt flat is flat. It's not curving.
Yeah, but you can cover any piece of land in water.
So gravity's claimed to provide an equipotential where at every point along the surface of a globe, gravity is pulling downward. So there's a radial, or pushing downward, radially inward to a common center of mass. So you take, if you're on a globe, you take a bubble level, you can walk around and hold it level, and you could walk around the ball and it's always going to stay level if you're on a globe. What needs to be measured is that deviation, the deviation from a tangent to the ball, and a rotation, the tangent rotation from point A to point B.
Right.
Around the ball. Now, nobody's able to measure that. We tried with lasers.
What I'm saying is there's no way for it to create a bubble if there's turbulence in the water. There's no way for it to rise like it should.
What do you mean? Why should any body of water rise in the middle?
That's what you're trying to prove, that it can't do that. That's what the video is about.
Trying to measure drop over distance.
No, not drop over distance. You're trying to see the bulge in the water that comes up from a lake.
No. What should be happening is at the destination of that laser, the laser should be 198 feet above your head. It's not about seeing the bulge. The laser shouldn't be hitting the target.
Flat. The lake is flat, though.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
Well, if you're pointing a laser over something flat, then how are you going to get change?
Where's the globe?
Water
then,
should be curving.
No,
how many flat?
That's what I'm saying.
How many flat swaths are there on the surface of a ball deck?
Brother, you're trying to see the curve in the ocean. You're not trying to see the change in height on land.
I'm still talking about, at what point did I talk about land?
Well, he was saying that it's supposed to be so many meters over your head, and that's impossible because you're shooting a laser straight over a flat piece of water.
Yeah,
And
because
I'm
Earth is
saying to
not
you,
curving.
the reason the water is not curving is because it has turbulence. If it was curving it should be on a round Earth.
No, FE Core shot a laser over a frozen lake, dude. 40 kilometers.
Yeah, it'll be flat. Perfectly. A lake will be
Exactly.
perfectly
It
flat.
was.
Yes.
Professor Dr. John D. took his high-end optics and was able to zoom into the base of windmills 12 kilometers away from his position out in the ocean.
Yeah. Well, you could see a lot more than you can at least see a lot further than that.
We've taken measurements over the Salton Sea using mirror flashes. We've taken measurements over at Lake Tahoe. We've taken measurements at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands.
They're all going to be flat.
It's all bodies of water. We've done measurements up and down coastlines over the water. It's flat there too.
Yeah, they're all going to be flat. Other than the ocean.
Exactly. So for somebody to say that the Earth is curving, where's the curvature? That's what we want to find out. Where is it? Because
You're
it's
never
nowhere
going
to be
find it in
found.
the lake because you have turbulence.
No,
in
we
the
did
water.
oceans, dude. Frozen lakes, no turbulence.
Well, frozen lakes is the same thing as a lake.
Yeah, with the hard sheet
Really?
of
So
ice.
it's frozen. It's frozen.
Right.
There's no turbulence, right?
You have
be
a flat
turbulent.
lake.
It's frozen.
You have a flat lake and you freeze it. It's still going to be flat. Like you see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
When does water curve?
It's not going
How far
to.
away?
The only time you're going to get a water to curve if it does not have turbulence, other than the ocean.
Okay, so how far away on the ocean?
Very far.
How far? From a
I would have to research
5-foot
that
observer height. How
for
far?
you, but
We know what the claim is if Earth's a globe.
well, I don't know. Right? I don't.
Well,
You know, like
you don't
somebody
have to take our word
per
for it.
mile or something.
I'm
or...
just saying I can't give you that. I don't know. You know.
Right, and we use water specifically because of the claim that gravity forms an equipotential around the surface of a ball. So mean sea level should be curved around a globe and should be at an average height.
The ocean
changed the definition to that too.
So right, so you
Back
should
in
be able to
2019.
you should be able to, especially if it's frozen, be able to measure that deviation that is consistent with a curving surface.
The interesting thing is, I think you kind of have to look away from lasers, and I would look more into radio waves, because
We've
radio
done that
waves
too.
cannot go through land.
Right. So we
I
have
agree.
we have people who are professional microwave installers who've done the same thing.
Right, but why would you not be
Yeah.
able to send that to?
They establish what's called a Fresnel zone between point A and B over the surface of the Earth, whether it's land or water.
So if the ocean is flat,
The
and for
Fresnel
whatever
zone doesn't bend.
right? So if the ocean is flat, and
How about a
it's not
10,000
possible-
mile? How about a 10,000 mile radio communications before there were any satellites
from land, like from
land?
from
From
like,
UK to Australia, dude.
right? From like ocean height.
Yeah, from UK to Australia.
Flat.
Or maybe during World War II when the Germans were crisscrossing beams to find hidden British targets.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or maybe when
that's what I'm saying. I don't think
maybe when the Titanic sank, the SOS signal was picked up 3,000 miles away.
Oh, that's a good one. We've also got high altitude infrared observations. Right. I mean, we've got observations of mountain ranges It should be 180,000 feet below the curvature horizon of a globe. But you can see it in infrared. Right, so the whole purpose of using infrared is to cut through the haze so you could see the curvature of the Earth pop out. Problem is, it looks even flatter. Where's the curve?
I see what's happening here with the radio waves.
What, they were bouncing it up the ionosphere?
Yeah, they didn't know about skywave propagation back then, and the time of day that they were doing it is not conducive to bouncing off the E and F layers.
So
and not only that, but the frequency that they use, or the wavelength that they used, was 5 higher than what bounces off of the ionosphere.
I don't think so, dude. Not according to current claims. They used a very, very low frequency. High frequencies are set to go through.
Not high frequency. It was like, so bouncing off the ionosphere is between this frequency and this frequency, and he was like 5 kilohertz above that.
I don't think so, dude.
I'll look into it. I'll pull it up.
Like we don't actually know exactly what frequency range he used. We have an idea. I think it's like 2 to 3 megahertz. I think might have been like.
See, this would be something very difficult to prove with radio waves, just because they travel so fast. It would cost a lot of money to do it. But basically, what you would have to assume is that you would somehow have to. It would be hard to do it as a flat Earth, or you would have. Man,
no. Anyway, what you do is you build what's called a high gain antenna. Examples are Yagi or log periodic antennas. You also have a high gain receiver.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this way you can narrow the beam and you can make it super thin, highly directional.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if the radio wave was traveling straight in a straight line on a flat Earth from, let's just say, the United States to China, there would be, if you could calculate how long it would take to make that distance. So, and then you could do the same thing for it supposedly bouncing off the ionosphere and coming back to China. You could calculate that distance somehow, right?
Why calculate that when you can send like a song, right? Like you could play a song, and then that song could be picked up from the receiver, and someone could say, "Yep, I heard that song."
Well, that's not what you're trying to figure out. You're trying to figure out whether it's on a flat Earth. You're not gonna hear it from the ionosphere and bounce down. You're gonna hear it in a straight line. It'll travel faster going straight to China. You see what I'm saying? Over the ocean. You would receive it faster than you would receive it if it was bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down, because it's a longer path. So you would have to calculate how long it would take to travel in a straight line on a flat Earth if it was traveling from the United States to China. And if it took longer than that, then that means it would be bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down and not traveling straight across. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you'd have to assume the distance from United States to China.
And that's the issue. We don't have a flat Earth distance.
Well, there's a lot of issues with getting distances over water, right?
I think there is.
There's no landmark.
No.
Well, the other issue is
referencing a landmark.
The main issue is that the radio waves, from what I could see online, Google search, right? They travel at 180,000 miles per hour. So having some type of receiver that could decipher between milliseconds would be hard to find as well.
What you're describing is GPS.
No, because
they send the time.
It's traveling so fast you would almost hear it if your ears were hearing it, you would hear it at the same time. If you're playing a song and you were sending a radio wave straight to China across the ocean, and it was also receiving it from the ionosphere, right? Then, well, actually, hold on a second. Is there some way to make a cone of radio waves that did not go upwards? I don't know.
I was just describing to you earlier, Deck, and you kept shooting me down. You need a high gain antenna and a high gain receiver from point to point.
The issue is like if you're pointing it straight across in a on a circular Earth, it's still going to hit the ionosphere. You know what I'm saying? It's still eventually going to hit it.
Yeah, let me interject here real quick. The problem is, even in your local town, your FM radio station is, you tune it into your car, there's an effect called picket fencing to where you'll essentially receive the same signal a fraction of a second later because it's, in theory, bounced off a couple things. So the problem with any of this is that you really can't control the radio wave, if you want to call it a radio wave. You really can't control that signal between the transmitter and the receiver. That's the problem with any of this. Nobody knows exactly where it goes and where it was. All they know is that you receive it. So you can send it 3 times in a row and it could go a completely different path each time.
Yeah,
Right.
it's why RF engineers spend a lot of time studying and surveying areas to find the optimal path. And a lot of times they'll say, F it, I'm just going to put up a big tower 300 feet high and put a microwave emitter on top.
Yeah, and the whole issue is like if you could send it straight across the ocean on a flat Earth to China, you would receive it faster than it going up, bouncing off the ionosphere, and then coming back down in some random direction.
Maybe so, but that doesn't prove anything.
What I'm saying is if you could calculate, I don't know if it's possible, how fast it would take the difference between those two.
Yeah, what you're describing are called echoes. I mean, they happen all the time. And I think that's what Barrington was also describing.
Yeah, but echoes also are plausible in a spherical, because if you're sending it straight up and it bounces down, it bounces across, versus going straight across the ocean. On a spherical Earth, if you shoot it straight across the ocean, it'll still go up to the ionosphere eventually.
Yes, but it would have to hit a specific location in the ionosphere to bounce back down and hit a specific location on Earth. Do you agree?
Right.
It'd have to be frequency dependent and time of day dependent and meteorologically dependent.
A lot of variables, honestly. But
yeah, some of us understand this kind of thing, and
we understand the implications.
Right. The problem is we have wireless transmissions taking place before they even knew that there was such a thing that they call an ionosphere today. And that they were conducting these transmission tests during the time of day where it's not optimal for the signal to be bouncing in the manner that we would describe it having to do today with this knowledge, if you want to call it that. So how is it doing it? Right, when the sun goes away, that's typically when these layers come out and you can bounce your beam off of them. Skip the beam off of them, they say, right? But what if it's morning where it's supposed to be skipping? And the transmission still has a path to its destination. Well, then that's kind of interesting.
By the way, Deck, I put a link in the side chat for you and tagged you a list of other long distance observations that include eyesight observations, laser observations, and radio wave observations.
All right, bet. Thank you.
Now, it is listed on Web Archive. The guy that was maintaining it, he just got tired of paying for the what you call it, website, not the website, but the server. So he just backed it up on Web Archive.
When you said before you traveling over distance and knowing how far you've traveled or where you've gone is hard or like impossible to do. It's not. We have all sorts of modern instruments to do that like very easily.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, thing that planes use all the time, inertial navigation system.
Yeah, how do they know how far they've traveled?
Because that's how the instrument works. It's measuring it with what is in how the inertial navigation instrument works.
Yeah, how? Yeah, why don't you tell us?
Yeah. So it's got a central gyroscope on the 3 axes of like sets of gimbals, and it's also it's integrated with accelerometers and position sensors, so that it's maintaining kind of a level over the Earth. Because what
that doesn't address how far they've gone, dude. How do you know how far they've gone?
That's how the accelerometers, position sensors, and the actual the gyro work in tandem. Like they're telling
the plane's
you
not
distance.
accelerating.
Yeah, that's where the position sensors come in, and like
Position
the attitude
sensors?
Sorry.
How do position sensors tell you how fast the plane is going?
No, so you've got attitude sensors.
Yeah, we're talking about distance travel, dude. Try to focus.
Yeah, you said what if the plane's not accelerating? So why are you jumping between questions?
Yeah, no, I'm not, because you keep diverting away from the distance problem. You're trying to talk about attitude.
You said what if the plane's not accelerating? I
right,
know
because
what
you
you're
said
asking.
the accelerometers could tell you like how far the plane is going.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you go give an example of that?
Because if the plane is in motion, right, the accelerometers are giving a reading as to the force the plane is experiencing.
What if the plane's flying at a constant rate of speed? Is it accelerating?
Yeah, or what about headwinds and tailwinds?
They're all part of the adjustment.
The adjustment, yeah. Can you be any more, bland with your descriptions?
Well, okay, tell me, what are you asking?
For like the 10th time, I'm asking you how the plane knows how far it's traveled. You said we have all these systems to determine the distance that these planes travel over water. And I'm like, great. Why don't you give us a method? And, and what I'm hearing is anything but.
Like in a car, we have rotational speed of the wheel, right?
Yeah.
How do you measure speed in a plane?
Yeah, you're using inertial instruments.
Okay, so you're moving at a constant rate of speed, and it's as if you're not moving at all. Now what?
Yeah, and the accelerometer is reading that the plane is moving at a consistent velocity. Like, so what?
So 0.
No, because the accelerometer read that the plane was experiencing a force. Therefore, it's taking it from the last reference point that it's moving at a constant speed. Because to go back to 0, it would have to decelerate.
That's not an accelerometer.
Unfortunately, headwinds and tailwinds will fuck with you right here.
No, they don't, because it's all inertia. It's all inertia. It is all going to affect the readings from the accelerometer.
If you're supposedly flying at 500 miles an hour, and you get a headwind of 200 miles an hour, how fast are you?
Yeah, you just take an X, Y, and Z direction and say, right, this is in what resultant direction I am heading as a result of this tailwind, as a result of my inclination or declination. Am I dropping altitude? Am I increasing in altitude? How fast am I going?
I have no idea what I asked.
Well, then you're asking random gibberish.
Oh, you don't know you don't even know what I asked. Just a simple math problem, bro.
And I just told you have got 3 axes of movement, haven't you?
Okay, so you're not going up in altitude, you're not going down in altitude, and you're not turning. You're moving in a linear path, and you're supposed to be going 500 miles an hour because you're at full throttle, but you have a 200 mile an hour headwind. How fast are you going?
You can work it out. I'm not solving a math problem here for you. Like, yeah, you just use some trigonometry to determine a resultant speed. Like this isn't
200.
Sorry. Well, so we just say 300 then, whatever.
There you go.
Right? Is this productive? Like, what's your point?
Is it what?
What is your point?
If you don't have any land markers and you're out over the water and you can't tell how fast you're going, how do you know how fast you're going?
It's measuring it. That's how it works. Are you questioning the fact of whether it's measuring it?
You claim that there are all kinds of ways that airplanes can measure their distance between point A and B, and you brought up accelerometers. That's where we are right now, right? And then I'm like, well, what if you're flying in a steady like 100 mile an hour headwind? Your accelerometer reads 0, which is exactly the same as if you're flying in calm air. So how do you determine how much distance you've actually gained during that time that the accelerometer is reading 0?
No,
and you're in a 100 mile an hour headwind.
Okay, if it really feels like
okay, yeah.
What?
Okay.
It really feels like what the hell? We're just 5 years old. Are you gonna let me just respond?
Is this the day that you come in and you pretend like you have no past history with any of us?
So you're saying that you're specifically going to be ignorant because you've been butthurt in past sessions?
I'm going to be ignorant, but you don't deserve any respect. Not only that, but you're speaking gibberish.
You're still seething.
You're speaking gibberish.
Yeah, right.
You haven't said anything
that planes do every single day all over the earth.
You don't understand how they're doing it, right? So because an accelerometer is going to read 0.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I want you to continue with what you were saying, but I came on to see did Deck have anything more to ask or say? But of course, Deck has left because Cosmic Nun, whatever he is today, has interrupted and derailed the conversation with the new person. Good job, gold medal for slitheriness. Go ahead, Yoda.
No, Deck left a while back, and Dandelion, we'll review it with you here in a little bit.
Yeah, you don't have to review it. He was here when Dude started blabbering. I came on and checked, and he left because he was bored, obviously. Because yeah, go ahead, Yoder.
Yeah, I mean, final part here, and this is not refutable. So these accelerometers have a blind spot. As they read 0 in steady flight, they have no way of knowing if they're moving like 500 knots in calm air or 500 knots against 100 knot headwind. The forces are going to be balanced in both cases, and you're not going to be able to determine how far the plane is actually flown. Okay.
Okay.
So
right. I think we need to simplify it. So it's like, right. I have an accelerometer. Say in my car. I think most cars have. Like,
no, you can't use your car. Your car uses wheel rotation.
No. Cars use a bunch of different instruments. I mean,
can you use an analogy with going from point A to B over water, like you were initially supposed to defend?
I wrote my thesis on one of the types of sensors a car has that has nothing to do with wheel rotation. Well, it has something to do with wheel rotation.
This is all about getting a distance between like two cities across the ocean, which you said, airplanes have all these ways to consistently measure this. And then you brought up accelerometers, and then I shot you down. So that's where we are in this part of the conversation. If you want to move on to cars or something else, take the L, and we can move on to cars.
Because I feel like we need to simplify it. So it's like just
I made it super simple. I think the audience understands. If you don't, I can cut you loose right now.
Okay. If I'm walking, right, and I have an accelerometer attached to my body, right, the accelerometer from rest reads 0, right? I start walking. Okay, the accelerometer starts to read something. It reads an acceleration, like a few meters per second acceleration or something like that. It then goes back down to 0 again, right? It reads 0.
Sure. Then we measure stride.
But from the accelerometer's point of view, what is the logical conclusion of what I am doing while it's still reading 0? Oh, it's an open question. What would the conclusion be inferred as a result of the accelerometer still reading?
I'm sorry, 0? I failed to see the relevance.
Because we're building up to a plane, because I need to simplify this.
No, you don't need to simplify it for me, dude. I know more about this topic than you do.
You're not understanding this, so I need to simplify.
I am understanding this, okay? I know how air data inertial reference units work in airplanes.
Right. So this should be easy to understand, because I can bring it back to a plane. It's like you get very confused.
It's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant.
Okay, take a plane, right? Since you got upset when I talked about walking or using cars, right? You're in a plane. You take off, right? And let's just keep it fairly simple, right? And say that there is one accelerometer reading your acceleration parallel to the axis of the fuselage. So just call it your x direction. Right? If the initially at rest state, we know it's 0. It takes off. Suddenly, it starts reading acceleration going. Right. It then, when the plane reaches a constant speed, it returns to 0. Obviously, it's going at a constant speed, no acceleration. Right. What would the logical conclusion from point of view of the accelerometer be that the plane is doing? So you guys just don't know.
Brother, you think that we just sit in here all day and that we don't have jobs?
You don't seem to know.
Huh? Honestly, I wasn't even listening to you because I'm still trying to figure out what other instrument are you using the accelerometer.
What the answer to the question is. You're still trying to figure out what the answer to the question is. That's why I'm saying I simplified it.
Go ahead. What's your question?
The question was, as I said, right? What would the logical conclusion be to draw from the data from the accelerometer as to what the plane is doing?
If it reads 0 and you're in mid-flight, you're not moving at all.
No. The accelerometer doesn't know you're in mid-flight. But what is the conclusion from the pilot reading the data?
That you're not moving.
No. Okay. No, sorry. I don't want to be condescending on that. It's the conclusion is that you're going at a constant speed because the accelerometer hasn't read any deceleration.
You don't need it to read deceleration.
How would it think that, or how would you think looking at that data, planes come to a stop? You're not reading any deceleration.
You're a fucking moron.
That's your counter.
Show me a linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat right now. A linear accelerometer right now. Post in the chat.
What?
A linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat.
What do you mean? You can have
you don't even know your own argument. You don't even understand your own argument.
An accelerometer in one axis.
Yeah. So how do you know whether you're accelerating or slowing down? That's linear, right? You're going in a direction.
We agreed.
There's curvilinear, so you got a ring laser gyro, which measures the rotational acceleration. I want you to show me the linear accelerometer.
Why? What is it?
Because that's your argument. Because that's your argument. That the plane, the data, right, is that it's measuring that if it's going at a constant speed, it would not measure any output. Because
actually,
there's no acceleration.
I don't even know. How long have you been
Hold on, Sheepdog. Wait, Sheepdog. I want to know what device they're measuring linear acceleration with in the first place. So you made up everything you fucking said. Everything.
No, I didn't.
Then show the device that they're measuring a linear acceleration with.
No, that's not necessary for the argument.
It is, because that's what you said. You said there's a device that's measuring an acceleration.
Okay.
And if it's going at a constant speed, it's not measuring an acceleration. What device is that?
Yeah, I don't.
What device is that?
The exact device is called. I don't care.
Because that device doesn't exist, dude.
I mean, this is
no such thing as a linear accelerometer. They don't exist.
Okay.
So you've been bluffing and bullshitting and saying, I'm not going to be condescending. You're talking out your asshole the whole time.
No, this is the thing I find.
No, I don't care what you find. I don't care about your social commentary. Produce the device that measures, it says the data. You said data. What device is sending out data that matches what you're saying?
What's worse than that, in you? His whole argument is saying...
Shut the fuck up, Cosmic. Don't ever talk in here again.
He literally used the argument that accelerometers measure distance travel over water. That's where it started. It was worse than that.
There's something called an inertial navigation system, but that's not simply an accelerometer. In fact, it's not an accelerometer at all in the sense of measuring acceleration.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, Indio. I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
Yeah. I know. I just didn't want to let this dude off the hook. I'm already irritated because I just happened to click on, because I got the live stream in the background. I click on mute, and I hear freaking Dandelion spurging about this clown running interference.
I'm glad you liked spurging. It wasn't for nothing then. Got you in here.
Wasn't. And then I okay, maybe he actually has a point. And then it's just made up bullshit.
Well, he came in here, right, with this little sad puppy dog voice, I'm trying to be good, guys. And then it's like, no, don't act like you don't have a fucking...
And he's like, you guys can't answer my question. Of course we can't answer your question. Your made-up fucking device that belongs on the state to Slay. So, in an airplane, they measure acceleration with something called a pitot tube. Okay? That's what they measure the speed with. Yeah, okay, just post... Yeah, Cosmic, just post the device in the chat. And then we can talk about the data that you says exists. My question is, I just want to see how you guys can explain. What would the pilot think about the data? What fucking data? With what device? Talking out your ass. So just.
And then he tried to say that, well, since you don't understand accelerometers in airplanes, we'll talk about the accelerometer in a car. It's like, that's you're measuring wheel rotation, dude. This is
the problem, Sheepdog, is this person interacts with reality through a phone. So the little phone is like the window to his freaking made-up reality. It's like, phone, man. It's got an accelerometer. If I drop my phone, man, it'll tell me its orientation. That must be what the plane's doing. Yoder tried to explain it to him. I heard him, but he's too dumb.
We've got Giga. Oh yeah, we've talked to Giga before. Welcome back, Giga. If you're the same Giga, I don't know, there could be more than one.
I think I'm the same Giga. I've been in here before.
Yeah. What did we talk about last time?
I think we talked about lasers and like a lake or something to prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with Deck earlier also. Yeah, it's a good thing to talk about. Yep, those lasers demonstrate there's no curvature. That's what they demonstrate. They you could say they disprove the globe.
I had a thought the other day though. I just kind of wanted to mention this. Is it possible that gravity bends the light as well though?
Well, first you'd have to prove that your gravity is capable of having any effect on anything anywhere in some kind of objective scientific way. Are you able to do that?
Well, yeah, gravity absolutely affects light. That's why black holes are black, you know?
Oh, so you've got some proof of black holes for us. Yeah, post the post the verifiable, testable, repeatable scientific evidence with the experiment, with the testable hypothesis, the independent and dependent variable that can be manipulated. So how are you manipulating the independent variable in the case of black holes and light, as you claim?
How am I manipulating an independent variable?
Yeah, that's the question. Yep. What's the independent variable in your black hole proposition?
Is Earth a black hole now?
Light. Light would be the variable.
Well, let me tell you, Giga, even if the general theory of relativity was true and gravity bent light, the mass of Earth would only bend light 1/16 millionth of 1 degree. So now that ain't going to do it. You're going to need more bendy.
I forgot flat Earth. A lot of flat earthers don't believe in gravity as well.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't do what you need it to do.
It is odd though, Indio, that like the evidence for a globe is that everything looks flat.
Dandelion was on track with the black hole because we'd have to be living on black hole Earth.
It would kind of mean too if light was bent by gravity, that the stars in the sky aren't even where we're looking, you know?
They already say that anyway.
Since people have shot lasers across the Earth horizontally and got the same elevation at both ends of the laser light, that means that the light is curving at the exact rate that the Earth is curving. Are you saying that the Earth appears to be flat because the light is being bent into a flat view?
No, so the issue is with a laser beam, you're able to view a laser beam much further away than supposedly if the Earth is flat, right? Or sorry, if the Earth is curved, right, backwards. Perhaps all I'm theorizing is that gravity bends the light coming from the laser, allowing it to go further.
That would mean you'd be able to see the laser at its location of start.
You wouldn't be able to see the starting point from the laser, but you'd be able to see the light bend around the Earth.
Okay, so you're viewing the laser light. The laser light looks straight. right? Now, the Earth is curving, right? Now, the laser light that looks flat is going across the curved Earth, and it's curving at the exact same rate as the Earth. So now you're viewing a straight light or you're viewing a curved light as straight. So are you viewing the curved Earth and it looks flat because of it? Because regular light is not as intense as laser light, and the laser light looks straight as it curves at the exact same rate as the Earth does. Because the elevation on both sides of the beam across the large body of water or a large area of land, it's at the same altitude. Because if the laser light was straight and it was not being bent by Earth curve, but the Earth was curving, then the altitude of the laser light at the opposite end of the laser should be at a higher altitude because the ground is curving away from it, right? But you're saying that it's the exact same curve rate as the Earth. So then you're viewing a flat world. Gravity is causing the world to look flat.
Yeah, that kind of is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Kind of.
So
Yeah.
you have to believe the opposite of your senses. And you have to bend over backwards to make your senses make sense.
I don't think it's really bending over backwards. It's just understanding that, light is made of photons and those can be affected by gravity.
Well, what you just agreed to is that the world looks flat, but it's not actually flat. To the extent that laser light is now bending at the same curvature rate as the surface of the Earth because of gravity. You're accepting that you will never see, ever, the curve of the Earth. But it's there.
Yeah, I'd really like to do some of these laser tests myself.
Do it. Scrutinize it as to your heart's content. Do you know the rate of curvature or the distance to the horizon? Or how to calculate the distance to the horizon with the radius value that they've given you?
No, I remember it's like so many inches per mile or something. I don't remember exactly. Like what?
The distance to the horizon with a radius value of 3,959 miles is 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. So if you're 1 foot above the water and you look out in front of you with the radius value they've given you, the horizon where things disappear should be at 1.2 miles. If you're at 6 feet, should be about 3 miles. If you're at 30,000 feet, because you want to be in a plane, that's about 218 miles. If you're at 44,000 feet, that's 250 something miles.
You kind of got to do the laser tests at sea level for them to be valid,
Yeah, because the sea level is the basis for all horizontal, altitude reference, right? Sea level being 0 on that baseline, and any altitude above that being,
Have you ever been on the ocean in the ship?
Yes, I've been on a boat.
It sure looks flat out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, and at certain times of the day, if the sky and the ocean match the same color, you don't even see a horizon line.
Well, hey, Giga, I'm going to tag you in a video that I'm putting in the chat for you to watch.
Sure.
This is a flat Earth explanation of what refraction is, why they're using refraction. It's a good little explanation. It's like 4 minutes.
Okay, yeah. This is kind of what we were trying to talk about. I've never done any of these tests myself, so I'm not really speaking from experience.
No, that's fair. It's odd that, you're not speaking from experience on the test, and you're not speaking experience on the globe, but you choose to defend the globe, which tells you the opposite of what your senses are telling you
like
anyway.
most people, I've never been to outer space, and I've never just seen the Earth, so I can't really, you know.
Well, let me ask you this: what's the
only way
idea?
you can
What
figure-
makes you?
Sheep,
Go ahead.
this is important. Is that the only way you can figure it out? Is to go to outer space? It's the only option available.
I think that's the only way you could actually know.
So you're not. So nobody's ever going to know except for the 27 Apollo dudes. Everybody else just has to
people
believe
in the
them.
space station and people that's been to
Well, they
space.
can't see. Well, hold on. They only see 3% of the Earth, so we can't rely on them.
Well, they could see that, you know, many of the continents are on the back of the Earth, you know.
They only see 3% of the Earth from the elevation of the space station. 3%. That's if they could see the entire circle of the horizon, which they can't. They can only see a little slice of it, right? So we can't rely on them. They don't see the Earth as a globe. So the 27 Apollo astronauts, that's it. We're putting all our chips on and what they fucking say. That's not the good bet. I wouldn't take that bet, bro.
I would like
That's
to see
not the only way
myself.
we can do it, though. We don't have to go why I don't understand why people get this idea where you have to go far away from the thing you want to know about to figure out what it is. If you wanted to know if like your table, you had a table and you want to know if it was square, would you frickin' walk a mile away and look at it? Or would you just measure wouldn't you just measure the table?
I mean, if I was an ant, I'd probably walk away from it and look at it.
If you were an ant, but you can measure it. So you're an ant with a tape measure.
Right.
Or a laser.
I
That's
don't
the
have a
thing
tape
about the
measure that
laser
can
test
measure the
because
whole
they're
world, though.
measurements of the surface of the Earth. Because we can just measure the laser height. And the Earth should be curving away from the laser. Right? If the Earth's a ball, it curves away from the laser. And that the laser and the Earth should get further and further apart with distance.
I gotta add this real quick, Indio.
Yeah, go ahead, Sheik.
Giga. The idea that you could become an astronaut and go do the things that they say astronauts go do, right? First of all, you'd have to be selected for a pilot program in like the Air Force or the Navy. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go into astronaut. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go on a mission. So there's a lot of selection processes that go on. Most people don't even make it to the astronaut training part.
Yeah, because you'd have to be really dumb. You had to be really dumb to be an astronaut, right? That's what I've observed. Look at Don Pettit. Most people aren't dumb enough to be astronauts. I totally agree. They wouldn't pass the first initial intelligence test because they would score too high.
Hey, dude, you know what you should do? And this happened recently. This happened on December 1st. There's a guy named Danny Jones, and he has a YouTube channel. And there was a debate between an Apollo astronaut and Bart Sabrell, who made a documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild, where he would ask the astronauts to swear on the Bible that they went to the moon. And instead of doing that, they either ran or took a swing at him. Most of them ran. Only one person took a swing at him. So anyway, the point is that Bart Sabrell and a guy that says, I went to the moon. You should go watch that. And go tell me if that guy, you think that guy actually went to the moon. Based upon his responses. Because he brings up something that they said that like you couldn't go to the moon with one rocket. So they said it at the time. They've said it even now. They're still saying it. They're saying that in order to go to the moon, you need like 15 rockets. Because you need a rocket you need to put your rocket in orbit, and then you need cargo ships basically to bring fuel up for that rocket to go from the Earth to the moon. And this is what they've been saying when they actually do the math. This is what the math says that they have to do. So they bring this up to this astronaut, the guy that says, I went to the moon, and he just goes, well, they never told us that. Hey, what about the Van Allen radiation belts? Well, they never told us about them, so I guess they, you know. You so like things don't kill you if you don't know about them now? That's convenient. But I mean, the point is that, you know,
before you rely on these people as like credible witnesses or anything like that. I don't know why you would do that anyway, because like Sheepdog pointed out, they're all in the military, especially back then. You might want to, if you watch that, I guarantee you're going to be like, what the hell? There's no way that people went to the moon. And if there's nobody went to the moon, you got to think nobody has seen the Earth in its entirety with their two eyeballs, right? So how do you even judge any image of somebody showing you the Earth, right? Because you've never seen the Earth in its entirety. You can't even judge the image. And that's where we're at, right? So why should we rely on that garbage evidence, right? Of trusting this guy, trusting this image, when we can just measure the Earth?
Are you saying that satellites don't exist?
They exist in what sense?
That we've put satellites into orbit.
You're not one of them, dude. You're not a spaceman. You're not a spaceman. There's no we. There's no we, dude. You're not a spaceman. You didn't do anything.
I don't need to be a spaceman to know that we have satellites.
There's no we, dude. There's no we.
I've literally seen it with my own two eyes.
Yeah, but you didn't do anything. We don't have satellites.
You see satellites.
Okay, how do you know? How do you know they were orbiting the Earth? Okay. How do you know they were orbiting the Earth?
I don't understand the logic.
I'm going to ask you a question. How do you know the little light you saw in the sky is orbiting the Earth?
What else would it be doing?
That's not asking me a question. Doesn't tell me how you know
how many objects are orbiting the Earth now. There's like countless thousands.
Yeah. So check this out, bro. So check this out. Astronomers recently released a study. They went over now this is in the Astronomical Pacific. It's an astronomy journal. They looked at old photographic plates from before satellites. And you know what they found? Satellites. How did they find satellites before satellites in 1947, before Sputnik?
There's ancient technology antediluvian technology up there too. The work of fallen angels. Yeah.
Oh my lantern.
That's also really interesting. That's also a really interesting thing about is that there is
antediluvian satellite.
You want to come up with
the trebuchet method of orbiting freaking. Sure they didn't orbit.
Have you heard of the Dark Knight satellite?
Have you heard of?
That's an instance of one of those.
Have you heard of the Anunnaki? They genetically altered human beings to dig gold so they could bring it back to freaking Beta Reticuli.
Yeah, that's a lie from Satan. But yeah, go ahead with that.
That's a lie from Satan, dude.
It is.
The globe is a lie from Satan, bro.
They're fallen angels, and they've been deceiving mankind for a very long time.
The globe is a lie from Satan.
What's an angel?
It's a way to sidetrack you from believing in
okay, so why?
Oh, he's one of those. Okay, yeah. Flat Earth is a sidetrack. Yeah, rethink your whole life, please, sir.
Why did God create a reality from which you can't perceive that? Oh, shut up. Why did God create a reality that is completely deceptive? Right, the Earth looks flat, but it's not really flat. And it seems stationary, but it's not really stationary. And then he wrote it, and then he had the prophets write it down in the book called the Bible, and they also said the Earth was flat, like clay pressed into a sea. Why are you talking over me the entire time I'm talking?
There's a new interferer. There's a turbo dick coming in. Yeah, so we're back to Giga, and Indio's asking a question. You probably couldn't hear it because a guy was rudely interrupting and derailing. So maybe you want to just give him. I don't know. Did you hear it, Giga? The question.
I just went and got a Coke Zero. I just got back.
Oh. Can you repeat it, Indio?
I don't even remember what it was. Quite honestly.
Yeah, it's the same question you've asked it many times about why would God be a trickster type thing?
Oh yeah, I was kind of talking to Turbo though. So yeah, why would God create a reality which was tricking us and just not real? That's not what it really is.
Oh, was Turbo the guy who claimed that flat Earth was a trick?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got confused. My bad. I don't know who muted Turbo, but you can unmute him if you want. I didn't know that you were asking him that.
Yeah. He just talked over me. He just talked through me anyway, so.
Okay.
I thought Turbo was saying that the globe model is a trick.
He said
Satan.
He said we made satellites. And then he started talking about the Black Knight, because the thing that he thinks is satellites that he saw in the sky, like I don't know if you heard this, they really about like a month ago, an astronomical journal said they went over photographic plates before there were satellites, and
They saw satellites, which don't make sense, right? If they're man-made artificial satellites put in the orbiting
I've
the
never
Earth.
believed in the round Earth more than when I saw a satellite train being deployed. Like,
what do you mean
right
by
over
man-made / artificial?
So you think that those? So you think that you saw a bunch of Starlink satellites? So you saw a refrigerator from 250 miles away?
Damn.
You got good eyes, bro.
I sure did. They were bright in
Why?
the sky.
Because they say if you saw 5 lights in the sky, that's a satellite train? Because that's what they said on TV? Like, serious?
Well, there weren't stars.
There's a lot of things that, like, a lot of things with these satellite things is that upon further inspection, what they say is possible actually isn't possible. It can't possibly be what they say it is. It can't be a freaking refrigerator 250 miles away that you can see. It's pretty far. Like, I don't know. Think about something that's 250 miles away from you by land and how long it takes to drive that far. And now imagine there's a refrigerator in that place. And you think you can see it?
Well,
like,
all I
like
could
a
see was the
refrigerator's in
bright
like
light.
Philadelphia. That'd be like seeing a refrigerator in Philadelphia from Boston.
It was just a bright light.
Yeah, it was just a bright light. And that's all they are. Like, that's all people see. They see a bright light. It translates to city. You have no idea how high they are, how fast they are, if they're orbiting or not orbiting. That's why when people say we, it tweaks me because they don't have nothing to do with any of that shit. They saw a light and adopt a story and adopted a belief in a story. And now somehow it's their story too. This is like it's like your football team winning the Super Bowl. You're like, we won the Super Bowl. No, you had nothing to do with it. You're just a freaking person looking at the TV that's somehow identified with some sports team. And that's what it is. They're just identified. Oh, I'm part of the spaceman. No, they're not spacemen. You're not a spaceman. There's no we in any of this shit. And actually, Crip pointed that out that they like if people are like projecting themselves as spacemen, like their it's part of their identity. Like, this is the space age. We're all gonna go to Mars. No one's going to fucking Mars. And I just told you, really, dude, I really highly recommend go watch that Danny Jones video. Okay. So they have. Okay, so there's a guy from a YouTube channel called Smarter Every Day. His dad works for NASA. This guy grew up with being around NASA people his entire life. Okay. He did the calculation on going to the moon. 15 rockets, dude. Werner Braun said 3 rockets, all bigger than the Empire State Building. Elon Musk has said something like 15 starships to go to the moon. Oh, he deafened. Fantastic. Just talking to myself.
We heard you.
I had to mute that. Another guy tried to come in and run interference. I have a sneaking suspicion these are collaborators with Giga. That he's actually not alone.
Yeah, I don't know. We've talked to him before. I can't really remember how it went. I just remember his name. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the screen. I got confused when he started doing the religious argument. I thought that was the same guy. Usually I'm decent at distinguishing voices, but maybe I'm losing my touch. Could happen.
Yeah. It's like, I think it's the universal whininess of Gen Z. It just all sounds the same.
I think so. I seriously just thought that was the same person the whole time. Yeah, there's actually been studies about that. I don't know if you've seen that people's voices in general are becoming more robotic because they're so used to one, listening to a bunch of robots talk to them, and two, training their voice, if you're using voice to text, or I guess people talk to their robots in their house. I don't talk to my robot, but I don't have a robot in the house to talk to, but I know people do. But my point is, they've learned, you have to talk in a certain way for the robot to understand. So then they just are generally like becoming more robotic. There was an article and study about that. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, it's been a couple years since I read that. I'll have to look for it.
Actually, I first noticed people using that voice to text like 5 years ago. I'm like, people actually use that crap? Like a lot of people use it. It's actually shocking. Like some people only use that exclusively. All they do is talk to their phone.
Like, I use it sometimes. Like I don't mind using like yeah.
There's some people that's all the only way they interact with their phone is like talking to it.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, we had Teddy Ruxpin, man. We didn't have that. You could talk to your Teddy Ruxpin. You pretended to talk to you. I guess the phone pretends to talk to you.
Yeah, people's imaginary friends. Yeah, talk back now. Yeah, it's a new world.
And it's always listening, right? So you're going to stub your toe. My toe. And they're like, rub some alcohol on it. Use a Band-Aid made by Band-Aid brand. $3.99 down at the local Walmart. We get an advertisement for your wound. I think I just gave him an idea. Shit.
Add it to your list of ideas.
Yeah, they're going to work it into like people ask ChatGPT for this information, and they're just going to work in advertisements. Did you see that OpenAI, which makes ChatGPT, is now partnered with Disney?
I did not know that.
You're going to be able to make Disney like AI generated content using the actual Disney characters, and it won't be like copyright infringement. Now Disney owns shit. Well, it's like intellectual property. They own the entire Star Wars franchise. They own all their like Disney cartoon animated characters, but they own a lot of other stuff too, like the intellectual property rights. So get ready for some Disney freaking pornography because people are obviously going to twist it, and it's going to be unstoppable.
Which Ray Bradbury story was it where it opens on him like wandering? The main character is like wandering through the streets, but like he's the only one outside because everyone else is just like glued to their screens inside. I can't remember. When it came out, it was like unusual, right? That was like a futuristic view, right?
Yeah.
Which one is that? Is that Fahrenheit 451? I don't think it is. I think it's a different one.
No, It's not Fahrenheit 451. That's the book burner guy. We're the firemen. Great. Fire.
Yeah.
Cheating into books. I can't remember the one you're talking about.
Yeah, I haven't read it since then. Giga is back. Were you asking Giga a question? Hi, Giga.
Give me a chance to see if he's alive in there.
Yeah. Is that an eagle on his
I never understand
PFP?
the position of like
Or is it a phoenix?
I'll actually never know what the Earth is because the only way you can tell is to go to space.
And those guys are so like shady and like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they should be forced to like actually watch those guys talk. Like you said, like the guy who's in the interview, he sounded like a clueless person who had no idea what was going on. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is your hero that's telling you what your world is like. The one in the interview we were talking about. We should post that link for him. Did you post the link? Yeah.
No, but I'm going to do it now.
Yeah, because everybody who's relying on the so-called astronauts to give them their worldview should totally be forced to like listen to some of these guys actually speak and say, oh, does he sound like a real sharp, trustworthy dude there? Yeah. So you're going to just put your life in his hands. Yeah. Let me know how that works out for you. Old dude says it's called The Pedestrian. I never would have remembered that's what it's called. I think it was like maybe it was in like a short story anthology or something. The Pedestrian, Ray Bradbury.
Yeah, it was a short story, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, The Pedestrian. Thank you, old dude. It's a 1951 Ray Bradbury short story about Leonard Mead, a man who enjoys solitary evening walks in a dystopian future where everyone else stays indoors. mesmerized by television, making his behavior seem deviant and suspicious to the automated police. Totally. Yeah, this is our life now. Thank you, old dude.
So, Gig, I posted a link to that interview. Yeah, this should be eye-opening to anybody. Just think about your own experience, and like you've gone somewhere, like say a movie. Like, hey, dude, tell us what was it like going to the movie theater? And then you would tell the story, like from your first-person point of view, about what you experienced. These guys never do that. Even if they talk about the experience, they'll say things like, they'll describe the experience as like, they'll say things like, Chris Happier used to do this all the time. Earth from that vantage point, you see, or they don't even say you. They say the expanse is wide and broad, and it will leave quite the impression. They don't even say like none of it is like in the first person. They talk about it as if they're reading like from like a generalized universal experience, not from a personal experience, which is very strange. Because if you actually did that in real life, you'd be freaking blown away.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, because that is, their role as they either see it or have come to just embrace it so wholeheartedly, they don't even realize it is their role, is to, define the worldview of a generation. And that guy, that's what he seemed like in that interview. He was so clueless. Like he was not ever used to having any kind of, real-time pushback at all. You know what I mean? Like he'd never personally talked to anyone who like didn't believe his story. It was very odd. Like,
well, he talked to Bart. Even Bart was like, "I called you 10 years ago." Like, so he's talked to this guy before. They're not strangers.
That is weird. I didn't know that. I guess I missed that part. That's really interesting that he's even talked to him before, but he acted like, you're not just accepting this fairy tale as true? Like, what? I can't even believe it. He seemed like that was just out of his realm of experience. You're just supposed to believe the story because I thought everybody was under a spell here, guys. What happened?
Wasn't he in his house whenever he told him to get out?
I don't know if it was that one. Maybe. I don't know if it was that guy. I don't think it was this guy. So that guy, I think that dude was. This guy went on one of the last. It's supposed he went on like the last one or the second to last one. 18 or I don't freaking know. But it's very. I mean, all you got to do is watch it. You can know instantly this guy is just like he's acting. He's just like playing a role. It's easy to tell. And like they didn't give him like an extensive script. And this is what I was talking to talking to Andy Line and a couple others about this. It's like, so it was a psyop on the American public and the world. Who maintains the psyop? Like, what happens when all these people die off? Who keeps it going? Did they like pass the torch to some other people? Keep this moon hoax going, guys. I know you weren't even alive when we started it, but it's your duty to keep the moon hoax going.
Well, I think that's why they have the, we'll go back next year. We'll go back 5 years. We'll move it to 10.
Yeah, I think the moon landing was propaganda designed to scare the Soviets. Like, oh, if we can land a rocket on the moon, we can definitely land a nuclear weapon on you,
But I think the Soviets and the United States are just both bullshit, quite honestly.
and that they just want to control their domestic populations. And they have a lot of, like, every nation has that one thing in common. They do not want the rabble to grab their torches and pitchforks and take over. So you keep them distracted with bullshit. Bread and circus. We're great. We have a space program. We're just, I mean, there's other things to this. I mean, I wish Yoder didn't leave, because there's unclassified documents that says NASA, like when it was created, that the purpose was to create the impression that we were so technologically superior that no one would go against us. It was completely made as a psyop. That's where it started, as a psychological operation in their founding documents. Yoder has them all. He's not in here right now, but I'm sure they're in our DMs. But I mean, that alone, that the documents have said that we're not actually doing anything. We're just making people think something. That's it. I'm joining.
Breaking in, I gave Tactical Droid this stack of documents in DO. He can post like all the PDFs. Those aren't all the PDFs actually, but most of the PDFs I posted for him, so he can re-host them here. I gotta go though. I can listen.
All right.
Yeah, I've got one that's still wanting to load. 5918 is taking longer to load than the rest.
I try to keep everything I say as mainstream as possible. Because the mainstream should at least be honest about what they're doing. You know, like the idea that planar surveys are being mathematically bent to a ball. Such a fundamental concept in geodesy. It was described over like 1,300 pages of text by a German, I think he might have been a geologist, but he was also a surveyor named Friedrich Helmert. He wrote a book called Higher Geodesy, became foundational text for the entire field. And he has like a 10-step process buried in there where he walks you through taking physical flat earth measurements. He doesn't call them that, right? But you have to use discernment when you read, because they're setting up a planar survey. And then you have to select a datum. And then here's all the math that you can use for that. And then here are all these corrections that you can apply. Because the mere contortion of a planar survey to a ball is not enough to be consistent with observations. Why? Because Earth is flat. So here are all these corrections where you basically flatten it back out again. It's freaking hilarious, the process that they go through. And what I like about this book is it's painfully clear and obvious what the process is. He spells it out in a very honest manner. He's not a flat earther, but he's a German who speaks right with precision. I
was going to say, I liked when he called you a conspiracy theorist for reading NASA's document.
Yeah. The conspiracy was the foundation of NASA as a psychological warfare tool. It's not flat.
I need a clarification on that bit you did say about the satellites being used for the exploitation of people's minds.
Yeah. I posted the document.
He heard that as you saying they're using satellites for mind control, right? That's what he heard. And then I said, no, that's not what he's saying. But I actually wasn't sure what you were actually saying. I interpreted it as you were saying that, that the technology involved in satellites and that whole system and everything surrounding it to paint a perception for people, right?
Yeah.
You meant it, yeah.
Right. It is.
It's exploiting people's minds in a certain direction with it.
Yeah, I better be careful because America might be watching me from a place I can't get to. That's really kind of what it comes down to. Listen, when Sputnik was first launched, right, and this is like supposedly kicking off the space race, even though the space race had started before, called the International Geophysical Year. You should look that up, get your history straight. But when Sputnik was claimed, the head of the Department of Defense, Charlie Wilson, called it basically a cheap scientific trick. People weren't convinced that it was real at the time. This idea that the whole world was shocked and accepted it and finally knew that like Earth was not only round, but you could put satellites around it, that this was definitively solved with Sputnik is a refabrication, retooling of what really took place at that time. We've got newspaper articles where physicists, engineers are writing in to the editor saying this is BS and there's no way they could have done this for these reasons. Very similar to rockets in a vacuum that were claimed in the 1920s and 30s. Similar news articles with letters to the editor from physicists and researchers saying, no, rockets can't work in a vacuum. Goddard is an idiot. So this unanimity of thought is a fabrication itself and is almost very suiting and befitting to the foundational documents of NASA, which are supposed to create in the minds of every man and seal America's fate forever as the dominant superpower in the world that nobody else could come close to touching. So yeah, look at all this technology America has. Self-orbiting satellites, folks, to compete with the Russians.
Yeah, I mean, people were just far more critical in general back then, you know, because they probably had to be, and they were just generally more intelligent in that manner.
So propaganda tool was in place and well-funded to reverse that mindset. And look what happens today. They've been telling us that they would put another man on the moon for the last 60 years. That they would have moon tourism like in the 1980s and 90s.
I know, I've got that newspaper clipping I like to always post.
Because why would they lie? Why would they lie? Well, I got great reasons. I have a foundational document from NASA that says why they would lie.
Oh, you heard what he said. He's like, oh, well, yeah, NASA does lie sometimes.
No, but we got to keep it real. I mean, I think this panel did a great job today. We got to keep it real. Like, people already think flat earthers are the craziest retards on Earth. And there are lots of flat earthers on TikTok and Facebook and X who post the stupidest freaking shit that make us look like the retards that people accuse us of being.
Yeah.
We
They're
can't
all
be that.
shells. Like, all coming out of the government. Like 80% for sure.
So we have to keep it empirical. We have to keep it real. The conspiracy theory flat earthers are probably just as annoying to me as the esoteric ones.
Yeah. No, I liked your comment when you said we're the Pentagon of flat earthers here. That was good, man.
Thanks.
Shit. What? Oh shit. I don't know if you heard. It was quite early on. I was explaining to him. I kind of messed up wording. I wish I'd worded it better. But I was trying to explain to him how he's unfortunate because he's been sold this perception that he's going to come into this channel. It's actually not a wrong perception because, as you were just saying, if you go into any kind of, if you go to an X space or I don't know if there's like something equivalent on TikTok and you were to join flat earthers there, yeah, you would get that exact perception that's being sold. These just retards making endless stupid claims, and they can't put anything coherent together. So I guess it's not wrong, but I tried to explain to him, like, it's unfortunate because you've been sold this perception. You're going to come into this channel and you're going to be met with people that have no intelligence about them, and they're just going to be blithering idiots. And you're faced with the complete opposite, and you're here, you've been sent up against a pack of wolves with no weapons.
Yeah.
Not even clothes on your back. It's that bad.
Yeah, man, you're totally right. There's so much bad ash and trash top flat earth stuff out there, and you got people that don't know about us, even though we are probably the biggest community single-handedly, in terms of numbers. But you got people who spend years hanging out in those channels and maybe stumble into this, and we tell them our position, and they're like, no, you can't be a real flat earther. If you're a flat earther, you have to believe in the firmament, right? Aren't you all Christians? Aren't you all Bible believers? You have to believe in the firmament, like a glass dome, right? Oh, yeah, and you have to believe that Antarctica is an ice wall, right? If you don't believe that, you're not a real flat earther. Why? Because the 3,000 other people I spent the last 2 years talking to on TikTok and X and Facebook have said that that's what flat earthers believe. You guys must be trolls.
Yeah.
Right. And the way I kind of look at things too, we're kind of in triage mode. I don't know if this is the end of the world or what, but you're not going to fix everybody. You're not going to wake up everybody. But if we can just set up this internet kiosk, we don't have to proselytize and go out into the world. If we just set up this kiosk and people come in, they can have conversations with us. And if they don't like what we have to say, then they can just move on and, go about their lives. That's fine by me. But, the few that do want to stick around and become part of this, I mean, you're very much welcome to. We are not offering insane, crazy stories. We're not going to tell you about lands beyond an ice wall. We're not going to describe, outer world ponds or stars being some sentient entities that communicate with us through astrological charts. We're not flat earthers because of that. We're flat earthers because we're hardcore rational empiricists. It doesn't mean we're perfect, but we're trying our damn best to be the best ones. So you're going to get pretty boring conversation, right? You're going to get the kind of conversations that you had maybe in 8th grade science, 10th grade science, and first year physics in college, maybe. You're going to get a little course in logic and how to think. You're going to get a little bit about everything. It's going to be academic. It's going to be held to high academic standards. And there's not going to be much room for speculation. I hate to say it, folks. We're not here to do that. Yes, it's great fun. Privately, some of us have really cool, amazing ideas about where this is going and what this means. But here, this is our public face. We're not here to discuss what we privately think. We're going to catch more people that we want by describing reality as it truly is. We don't want people that want to come here for freaking fantasy and fairy tales. No thanks.
Very well said. Well put. I don't know about you guys, but I enjoy telling them I don't know.
Yeah,
I
me
can't
too.
explain anything about the sky and all that stuff. Just the fucking squirming they do when you give them that answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's refreshing. The humility that you can present about this topic is refreshing in a world where everybody claims to have answers and they're all bald-faced liars about everything. You can come here and hear refreshing truth. We don't have a lot of it to give, but we know what little we have to give, as far as truth goes, is solid 100%. When I was new to this,
I
somebody
think
said
they're really taken aback when they realize we're not selling them anything.
Yeah,
because that makes them extremely uncomfortable because they know nothing else but that.
Yeah.
They might not be able to intellectually understand that every organization in their world, everything they interact with, is actively attempting to sell them something one way or another. But intuitively, I think everybody knows that. And when they come in here and they recognize, I've started saying it in chat when I speak to people, like I invite them to leave pretty quickly. I say, I do not give a shit. Go back into the world and be a dumbass and be exploitable and be gullible. It doesn't matter to me. Makes no difference. I don't want anything from you, basically. Sounds harsh, but I'm not trying to sell you anything, and I don't need you to buy anything. You know what I mean? If you
somebody who's mature would recognize that that's a power move.
And we know how it goes with them. They'll sit there and they'll whine and moan and they'll say, this place is a total, absolute waste of time. And they're here for another 4 hours. It's like, what are you doing?
That's funny. I was brand new to this topic. I heard somebody say at one point, you probably heard some others say this too, that when you go to explore what this is, you're going to be spending more time throwing out things that you thought were true than you are going to be adding to what you know is true. You take inventory of all your knowledge. So much of it has to be tossed, folks. Things that you thought were knowledge claims were not, never were. That's a scary process.
Well,
it's scary.
It's like that meme that I like to. I'll drop it here again. Where the fuck is it?
Yeah, the unlearning is the hardest part.
Yeah, that one, Yoda, inside chat. It's like, that's a big book to unlearn, you know what I mean? And then, there's still a lot, but in comparison, not as much to learn. So yeah, you're definitely going to be spending a lot more time unlearning, mistaken information.
There are no gurus in this. There are people who've got experience, but there's no single titular head of this movement. We're not an organization. There are no flat earth heroes. We've been blessed with some very high intellect people coming through here like Indio, who've laid the groundwork for a lot of this. But I mean, even he's not a head.
Right.
Oh, yeah, he's not like a leader or anything. Go ahead, obvious if I talked over you.
No, I was saying that, you know what Indio used to call himself?
What's that?
He called himself a weaponized autist.
He might be one of the few who actually deserves that title, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't need a 200 IQ for this. You just need to spend time and be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting to the point that the Earth is flat, right? And that's the established fact. That Doesn't take very much at all. And I've often said I think that's a big hang up for the Globers, is that it's too simple. And that doesn't make sense to them.
Yeah, I mean, we can...
Almost like we need to add in arbitrary steps just to pad it out for them, you know, because they're expecting complexity.
Yeah, I mean, some of us are guilty with wanting to make it technical and complex. I mean, I've taken it there unnecessarily at times. You know, and I'm not like a super wizard genius on any particular topic either.
But I mean, you know, just if we're just going to talk about laser tests, laser measurements done, right? You know, you need to understand the maths involved, right? You need to understand the geometric implications of a globe. You need some understanding of atmospherics. You need some understanding of refraction. You need some understanding of what should be taking place in one paradigm versus the other paradigm, you know. So there's still a little bit to it.
Each of these seems to be infinitely deep.
Yeah, you can take them to that level. I don't think you need to, though, to get to the conclusion that, yeah, the Earth is flat. It's measuring flat, you know. Or put it another way, the globe is successfully falsified.
It does exactly what you see it do, year in, year out. Right? It moves east to west in cycles over your head, resets back into the same cycles, year after year after year, for all verifiable history. What exactly is it? Nobody can test that. How far away is it? Nobody can test that. What medium is it in? Nobody can test that either. What can we test? We can test the surface of water, which makes up most of the known land area of the surface on the Earth. Okay, and we can test that for curvature, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. And we can calculate exactly how much. Make sense?
Okay.
Yeah, like if you have 20 miles of water, there has to be approximately 290 foot of curvature. If the Earth's a globe, that would mean that there would be like byproducts of that curvature, such as things being obstructed in the distance and a geometric horizon, which would be the horizon at a certain distance based on the height of the observer. And when we go out and test for those things, there's no curvature. And then when we dig deeper, we can't find any evidence of any curvature being measured throughout all of history. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. All right, flat's the description of the surface. Yeah, like we're not claiming like a flat planet or anything like that. A lot of people, they try to insert the flat Earth, right? They just try to replace the globe with like a flat planet. We're definitely not claiming that. That would be silly if we were claiming that.
What are you claiming?
We're claiming that the surface area of the Earth, when tested, has no curvature, right? Other than obviously then topography like hills and valleys and mountains and things like that. But most of the surface is water, which doesn't have any drop over distance or any curvature over distance.
I mean, from what I
can tell, this channel's called 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, flat's not a shape.
I mean,
flat's the description of a surface, right? So you could, like a bumpy, smooth, flat, surface. It's not a shape.
Yeah.
There's no like flat Earth, right? You're still thinking Earth as an object. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, okay. But flat's not a shape, but you guys are claiming that the Earth is flat.
Right. So the surface area tests flat, is observed as flat, and is utilized as flat.
Okay.
Yeah, like we all experience the Earth as flat. I'm not saying just because we experience it as that, that's the proof. I'm saying that's like
I could give you one way you could test for curvature.
Okay, go ahead.
Which people have done. And it's there, funny enough, because the Earth is not flat. You could find a lake that's at least maybe a quarter mile across, and put a laser pointer on one edge and keep it even to the ground. And then you can put something at the same height on the other side. If the Earth is flat, it should hit the dead center at the same height above the ground. But it doesn't. It will be above the center, proving curvature or refraction.
So it actually
bends light down, not up. So
no. Refraction can deviate light up or down depending on the temperature gradient, on the vertical temperature gradient.
And what would the temperature gradient have to be then?
The temperature gradient will cause the optical density of the air to change, right? So cooler air is more dense, more optically dense than warmer air, and light will deviate towards the denser medium. Okay, so it can, if you have like cooler air down lower or warmer air down lower, it will bend up or down, right? Depending on which direction the cooler medium is in, right? That's why we have sinking or looming, right? The opposite effects of each other. And we've done these laser tests that you're talking about, right? We've done them over huge lakes, right? Like 40-kilometer laser tests using the best possible lasers we could get our hands on, right? Like teams of field engineers going out with a $30,000 laser doing a whole series of different tests. Over huge distances and measuring zero curvature in these tests, right? These have been done over and over and over again, all over the world, different people, different types of lasers. We've had PhDs like Dr. John Dee going out with different spectrums of light, using different spectrums of lasers. And zero curvature is detected in any of the tests. I don't know if you want to see some examples.
Well, from what I've seen a group of flat earthers like yourselves performing an experiment where something similar to what I described to you. You've probably seen it before. It's quite a popular clip of the guy raising the light above his head, and then which you're then able to see it through the little holes in like the wooden boards that they made. Proving that he is on a curved surface. Surface. I mean, you've seen that clip before. Not even
I've seen that clip. I've seen that clip. It's ridiculous, right? It doesn't show the setup, right? It shows some close-ups of an absolute moron named Jaren cutting some holes out, right? We're not checking if the holes are aligned properly. He broke the laser, right? It was supposed to be done with a laser, right? But Jaren broke the laser before the test. Right, he left it on and melted the collimator to the laser or something like that, which he talks about in the hit piece, right, in the film. Okay, so then they decide, because they've got it all set up, they decide to do it with a flashlight. Okay, now apparently everyone walked away from that saying, well, that was a big fail, right? That didn't really prove anything. And then they ended up editing it in a way that made it look like he debunked the flat Earth. And then there was a lawsuit after, because the flat earthers were trying to get their hands on the original footage, which they were promised, and then they wouldn't hand it out because they would have been able to show, look, they were lying. But even like anti-flat earthers that hate flat earth, that literally make a living debunking flat earth, right? Even they admit that was like a misrepresentation, right? And it wasn't a laser test. Like, I'm talking about teams of field engineers going out with a $30,000 laser, right? Documenting everything from start to finish, right? Showing the whole thing in an hour-long video, and then providing a 280-page PDF doc or 180-page PDF document to go along with it, right? It's very different than some close-up shots of a dopey-looking guy's face doing cutting out some holes in some foam or whatever, right? Like, it doesn't really compare. And it wasn't a laser test either.
That's fair enough. I didn't know the ins and outs of the test. I've just seen the viral clip, so I guess that was the context
No, I
behind it.
got you, man. Yeah,
That's
most
alright.
people like it's made in a way like to mock flat. That's like a mockumentary against flat Earth. And that guy Jaren, he's like, yeah, we don't really.
Yeah, well,
I won't say we, but I don't really like that guy. And
in
most
terms of
people I
like
know,
people in the flat Earth community,
Mhm.
because I've seen a lot of YouTube videos online of. I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard of Professor Dave.
Oh yeah, Strawman. Yep, Strawman Professor Dave. Not a professor, really, by the way.
Not a professor. It's just his YouTube name. I mean,
Yeah.
I like his videos a lot. I think they're really funny. What do you guys think of David Weiss? I mean, he's pretty prominent on that channel. I mean, Professor Dave's debated him quite a few times, and I always thought those debates were very interesting, as he kind of got obliterated the entire time. But do you
Well,
think that
this
he's
is
a
the
valid flat
problem.
earther, or is he a dumbass?
Yeah, so David Weiss, right? He has a few good arguments when it comes to explaining the absolute basics to some people, but then he just butchers it with some really ridiculous arguments, right? Like he claims a flat Earth model. Okay, and his flat Earth model is the AE map projection, which is a globe
projection, yeah.
Yeah, and then, he'll say that the stars and the sun and the moon, move a certain way above this AE map projection. So that's retarded, right? That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, whenever he
And,
actually talks to someone who's smart and scientifically gifted, he completely falls apart, and it's very obvious in those debates.
Well, so does Professor Dave, unfortunately, right? Like when he debated Austin Whitsitt, people do reviews of these debates. There's a guy called Bruce McGuire, also known as Mindshock, right? He's not a flat earther. He just does unbiased reviews on debates, and he's like a professional when it comes to logic, right? To fallacies and things like that. And he'll go through the debate and he'll pause every time there's a fallacy, and he'll explain how it was a fallacy, which fallacy it was, and how it was illogical, blah blah blah. And he'll have a counter to how many fallacies each person made throughout the debate. Professor Dave actually holds the record for the most fallacies out of any debate that this guy has ever reviewed. And what Professor Dave does is he tricks people that don't really know the proper flat Earth arguments, and he'll pull out a bad flat Earth argument, which is fine to do, right? Because we would also disagree with that flat Earth argument, but he'll then say, "Oh, this is what flat Earthers claim," and then he'll debunk the poor argument, and he'll do it in like a very mocking way, right? Which might seem funny to some people that think flat Earth's a big joke, right? But it's very fallacious the way he does it. But there are a lot of bad flat Earth arguments getting around, just like there's a lot of globe Earthers that say the dumbest things you could ever possibly hear as well. But we're not going to take those and then make videos about it and say, well, this is what globe Earthers all say, right? And yeah. So
that's
he's very
pretty interesting.
fallacious.
I mean,
Yeah.
Could you drop me the link for that YouTube
Yeah,
video
man.
you were talking about of the
Yeah,
debate review? I'd actually
sure.
like to see that. No, because I do enjoy his videos, and I think whenever you're talking about how he like kind of summarizes, really basic flat Earth points that kind of are outdated to you guys, I think there are a lot of people that still believe in that flat Earth model, with the ice wall and shit like that. From what I know, like this little community here, this little flat Earth community in Discord, is kind of it seems to me like a bit of a minority in the flat Earth scene. Like
Unfortunately,
from what I've
yes.
encountered online, a lot of people are still believing that real archaic and
Yeah, like if you go on, if when I scroll through my Facebook feed, right, I'm not even a member of any of these flat Earth channels, but for some reason they all show up on my feed, and oh my god, it pisses me off. Like I'll be scrolling down and the memes that they're posting and things like that. I'm like, oh, these are the worst arguments. That it's almost like it's like controlled opposition or something like that. These are fake flat earthers putting out the worst possible memes and arguments to just make flat earth seem ridiculous, you know. And if it is actually flat earthers, then yeah, it's something that needs to be addressed. You know, we're trying our best to try to put a stop to the bad arguments and things like that, but it takes time to iron all this stuff out.
Some of the memes and stuff could totally just be mockery. I mean, it's a very easy subject to be to make mockery of, and that's not me being sly, but like, you know, it's obviously a very not even a controversial subject, but if you ever bring it up in a real life conversation, people will look at you funny. You know, if you say that,
that's because of the propaganda behind. But the propaganda makes it look like a joke, right? If you type in flat Earth and you hit images on Google, you'll just see a bunch of ridiculous like floating discs in space with all water falling off the edges and things like that. We're not claiming that kind of thing at all. Now, most people mock it because they don't understand the arguments, and once they do, like if they're willing to actually sit down and listen and hear the arguments, like they're not mocking anymore. They're like, damn, it makes a lot of sense. I'm going to have to look into this a bit further. Because we're not making any crazy claims at all, and we can back up all our claims with empirical evidence. Blue Jumper just put the video in the side chat, but
I'll watch that later.
Here's the actual channel of the guy who makes them, Bruce McGuire. Probably best to watch it on there. But if you want to watch a good debate, watch Professor Dave versus Austin Whitsitt. You know, it's not the greatest one, but Whitsitt is 100 times better than David Weiss. Whitsitt's a super smart guy.
Is this the guy that was on the 24-hour sun expedition thing?
Yeah. That was him. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Didn't he convert to Globe?
No, absolutely not.
Am I correct on that? No. I know there was a few people on that expedition that converted to the Globe.
It was just 3 flat earthers that went. It was Austin Whitsitt and Jaren, right? Jaren's the same guy from the video that you were talking about, the Netflix video where he did the flashlight thing. That guy's a moron. We haven't liked most flat earthers that I know have been trying to, you know, educate people on how ridiculous that guy is for years. Right? He never really made technical flat earth content. All he ever did was make like videos teasing NASA, like fakery and things like that, right? Never really going over the technical flat Earth arguments or anything like that.
More conspiratorial shit.
Well, yes and no. He also believed in like the David Weiss style model with the ice wall and the AE map, and he believed that was the model of the flat Earth, right? Whereas any true flat Earther will tell you that we don't have a model, right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and we don't claim to have a full working scientific model of this complex system that we live in. It's not even possible. The globe doesn't even have what a lot of people expect flat earthers to pull out when they say, do you have a model? Right? You can model little bits and pieces here and there, but there's no such thing as like a fully all incorporated globe model or flat earth model or anything like that. And models need to be tested against reality as well. But yeah, Jaren had like his own like ridiculous little model. Like if you typed in flat earth right now into GIFs, it'll come up with like, I'll try to type it in right now. Okay, flat earth. All right, kind of like this thing. All right, that was like kind of like what Jaren, that's a simplified version obviously, but that was what Jaren thought the flat earth was. Right, obviously on this, you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Okay, so because he was so dedicated to this layout and this silly argument that this was the model and this was the way the sun and the moon worked, then he went back to the globe apparently. I don't know. I think he was always whining about not having any money, and he saw the anti-flat earthers getting all of the millions of views and whatnot, right, on their videos, and I think he was maybe wanting to cash in on that. I'm just speculating, by the way. Maybe he was trying to cash in on that. Yeah. You know, look, he was charging, like before this even happened, right? He was trying to charge people like $200 to have like an online dinner with him where he'll like teach you how to become a better man and just cryptocurrency bullshit, like
Sigma grind set.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Okay.
I don't. Yeah. So he went back to the globe, but
do you think?
Yeah.
On your flat Earth, would a 24-hour sun be possible?
But it has to be possible. Like so I would say that when it comes to the mechanics of the sky, it could be something more complex than we can even comprehend, right? Like what is the sun? What medium is it up there? How does it all work? It could be something more than we can comprehend. Like we can't test it, we can't test how it works. But whatever's happening in the sky, right? Here's the basic logic. If you measure your floor flat, it doesn't matter what's happening on the ceiling. Right? Anything could be happening on the ceiling of your house, right? But if the floor measures flat, whatever's happening on the ceiling isn't going to change the fact that there's no curvature. You're not standing on a curved surface. That's the logic here. We can empirically test the Earth over and over again, anywhere on the Earth, and not find any curvature. And then once you start looking at how did the globe Earth become a thing in the first place, you're not going to find that people went out and started testing the Earth and doing measurements and things like that. That's not how the globe came to be a thing in the first place. Okay, so there's actually no empirical evidence that there is actually the Earth curvature that would have to exist for the Earth to be a globe. So whatever's happening in the sky is pretty cool, right? But we can't empirically validate exactly what's going on. We agree that there's two apparent points of rotation in the sky, right? This southern celestial point of rotation and the northern celestial point of rotation. But exactly how all of that works, how does the mechanism works? There's flat earthers that make models. Okay, so there's people that have models of it that can show how a 24-hour sun can work over a flat surface. But I'm sure those models have a bunch of issues as well, right? So we don't subscribe to a model that hasn't perfectly been validated and isn't empirical, right? It isn't able to be tested perfectly against reality and probably has a bunch of holes. Okay, so we got the globe model, if you want to call it that, or the globe, the way that they say that the globe works. Let's call it that. It's not a scientific model, but whatever. Let's just call it a model for now anyway. So in the globe model, we've got a bunch of flaws, right? It's a flawed model when it comes to the basic essentials that you need to have the globe, right? Like the curvature, the motion, the gas pressure argument, that kind of thing. And you've got some flat earthers that have some shitty models, right? Where they're like, oh, the 24-hour sun works in this model, but then they probably have a whole bunch of issues with them as well. So you've got a bunch of shitty, flawed models where people are trying to model something that you can't really model empirically because a whole bunch of assumptions and guesswork is going to be involved. So we here at 24/7 try to stick with empirical evidence and go from there.
Look, I get that. I do. But the issue I have with this entire thing about having no model is it just seems to me that because nothing actually works, you know, you could have, again, you said it yourself, you could have a flat earth model that someone creates that makes it so that the 24-hour sun is possible, but then this thing happening over on the other side of the earth, you know, that to do with the constellations or whatever is not possible. So like basically
no, they can model it so all of the constellations and everything work just fine when it comes to the
totally,
sky.
but like none of the flat earth models that have been made have worked with absolutely everything that we need it to work with. You know what I mean?
Neither does the globe, right? Neither does the globe.
But I don't
That's
understand
the
how the globe doesn't, because we can predict things using our model.
No, they're not predicting anything, right? So you can predict anything that happens in the sky with a flat earth model. Hold on a second. Right? So you can predict anything that happens in the sky using a flat map with a, you know, using the celestial sphere model above that, right? And a personal celestial dome of vision, right? Which is the way that everyone views the sky. This is the problem though, right? The globe model, or the globe, claims a radius value, right? It claims that water is bending and curving, right? But there's no evidence of that whatsoever. In fact, the thousands and thousands of observations and tests that we've done confirmed that there is no curvature, and there isn't a single one from the globe side that validates that such a thing exists. That's the biggest crux of the globe model. Okay, there's also no proof that the Earth is rotating around the sun. There's no proof of that. There's no proof that the Earth even moves at all. So if you want to claim a globe model that predicts it, it's not predicting anything in the sky, right? It's post-diction. Okay, it's everything cyclical. Everything happens over and over again in cycles. Okay, so the eclipses, right? That was from the Saros cycle, which was created by the flat earthers, right? Many thousands of years ago.
NASA doesn't use the Saros cycle anymore.
They do use it, right? They do use it. They've built upon it because we have more people on the Earth, and we have more specific information about exactly where the eclipse will be at certain parts of the Earth, right? Where they didn't have a way to spread that information back then, right? So obviously over time, over thousands of years, you're going to improve on the Saros cycle. Okay, but they still use the Saros cycle. NASA still uses it. They've just improved on it, right? Which is, of course, you're going to be able to do that when you get, all of this money to do that kind of thing. But when it comes to the sky, right, that's just based off the celestial sphere, right? The ancients are the ones that came up with this idea to begin with, right? And it wasn't until Pythagoras and then people after Pythagoras, in about around 500 to 400 BC, when they started through these were cult leaders, essentially, like Pythagoras, the cult of Pythagoras. Pythagoras was literally like a mystical leader, a crazy dude, right? And he thought that the universe was musical, and planets had musical notes, and all this crazy stuff, right? Could get into that, but essentially he said that the sphere is like a perfect shape, and because of the imaginary way, right, that they view the sky, they had the celestial sphere. Over time, they inverted the celestial sphere, and they said, "As above, so below," because the circles of the spheres are the most perfect shape. Because the heavens are perfect, therefore, the Earth must also be perfect, right? It has to be. And that's how they inverted the celestial sphere into the terrestrial sphere, which is the latitude-longitude system that we still use to this day, which is the WGS-84. No one went out and actually measured, and they're like, "Oh, guys, we've gone out and checked. We've done some tests and measurements, and here's our results." And it's actually a globe. For thousands of years, we were wrong. It's actually a globe. Here, you can go test it yourself. No, they didn't do that, right? It was through philosophical reasoning and that kind of thing. It wasn't anything to do with because they actually empirically validated the Earth was a globe. Right, and that's how the globe still exists to this day. It's a spherical coordinate system mistaken as a terra firma.
But why do you think NASA is perpetuating this lie? And they're spending trillions, possibly. God knows, an unfathomable, that's a difficult word to say, a lot of money on perpetuating this supposed lie. And they've been doing it for a very
but where's that
long time,
money? Okay, well, we can't prove why someone, everyone knows the government would lies. You could ask anyone, does the government lie? Or obviously, everyone's going to say yes, or most people. Okay,
but now we have
they're not using their own money to begin with. They're using taxpayer money. And where exactly is that money going? Is all of the money going into whatever they do? What do they even do, right? They do some little childish science class experiments on the ISS and things like that, right? What are they really doing, right? When they got interviewed and asked why they don't go back to the moon, they said they destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back. So they're not really doing much, not doing a great deal. Even the things that people think they invented, like Velcro and air conditioning and things they didn't invent those things at all. That's ridiculous, myth. That's a myth that happened.
Yeah,
you can look up Velcro on Velcro.com right now and see who actually invented Velcro, not NASA.
Yeah, on that point, I'll just be back in 10 minutes or so. I gotta go real quick.
Yeah, no worries, man. Catch you soon.
Well, catch you later.
I'm talking about like the conspiracy theory angle. Do you guys still subscribe to that or no?
There's lots of conspiracy theories. Can you like elaborate what exactly you're talking about?
Yeah, it's very vague and a kind of a loaded question because you've said still, right, and conspiracy theory.
What do you even?
Well, I'm talking about the idea of the Earth being flat.
How is that a
Or globe.
conspiracy theory?
Or a globe, rather. I'm sorry.
How is any of that a conspiracy theory?
No, well, most of you guys that I talked to, you think is some part
Is
of.
people? Well, let me ask you. A lot of people believe in ghosts. Is that a conspiracy theory?
Well, if this channel was about ghosts, then I would ask
A
them that,
ghost
but-
would be a conspiracy theory if a lot of people believed in ghosts.
Okay.
A lot of people believe the Earth is a globe in the same way as believing in ghosts. It's just a belief that's a fantasy. It's not a conspiracy theory. You don't believe it because of a conspiracy theory, right? You think the Earth's a globe.
No, I'm asking if flat earthers think that the whole thing is a conspiracy.
I think I just answered that. Maybe you didn't comprehend my words.
No, you said a lot there.
Yeah, I said that believing in something doesn't de facto make something a conspiracy.
Well, I get that. That's why I asked the question. So.
It was a weirdly formed question.
Conspiracy theory between who? Who's conspiring?
Okay, I'll rephrase it.
This is your idea. This isn't our idea.
I said I'll rephrase it. Is it okay?
Yeah.
You flat earthers think that the
You flat
the
earthers
idea
think. How do you know what we think?
I'm trying to ask a question.
That wasn't a question. That was a statement.
You cut me off. So
No, like you flat earthers think can't be formed into a question. Okay.
I'm asking if people who think the Earth is flat think that it's a conspiracy, the idea of the Earth being a globe.
No.
Okay, that's what I was trying to ask before you cut me off. So.
How would you believe the Earth is a globe? It's not a conspiracy.
Oh, okay. You don't think it's a government thing or anything like that, or?
I don't think the government has an official position.
Okay. Huh. So I'm just curious, where does all this stuff online come from about the information relative to the Earth being a sphere? Where does all that come from?
Ignorance.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Where's all this stuff about ghosts come from? Where's all this stuff about elves come from? Where does all that come from?
I don't know. Are there any scientific papers about ghosts and elves, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Probably like for fucking 50 years.
Yeah.
Was it
Does anyone know
Harvard?
what the shape of the Earth is?
What does that mean?
I'm asking
Does
you.
anybody know?
Yeah, in your view, does anyone know?
Well, that's kind of loaded. I don't think anyone knows. Never certain. I don't think anyone's ever been outside the Earth to see it in its entirety.
I see. You don't
If
think
that's
NASA
even a
knows?
possibility, which I doubt it is.
Do you think NASA knows or no?
NASA's not a person. NASA doesn't know things.
I didn't say you were a person. I'm just
You're very sloppy with your language. And
organization.
you're doing it intentionally so that you can speak in generalities and create a narrative. This is very obvious to me. NASA doesn't know things. There's people at NASA, those people know things. So let's be very specific of what we're talking about. Who knows things? Who's part of conspiracy? Let's be very specific on who these people are. Is it you? Would it be you?
No.
Would it be Matthew Learns in here?
No, I'm just asking you what you think about certain things.
I don't think about it as I don't anthropomorphize NASA. I don't anthropomorphize the government.
Neither do I.
You just did twice.
No, I didn't anthropomorphize.
I don't see you using proper names of human beings.
I don't know anyone who works at NASA. Why would I use a name?
Because those would be the conspirators.
Okay, let's take conspiracy out of it. Do you think people at NASA know what the shape of the Earth is?
No.
Okay, that's all I was asking you. We don't have to be difficult with this.
No, bro. Only 20. Matt corrected me. Only 24 people even claim to know.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Do you realize that, right? Only 24 people claim to have primary knowledge that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
In the history of man, there's 9 billion people on the Earth now, and probably since the space program, probably 9 billion have lived and died. So out of that 18 billion people, 24 people say, yeah, I know the Earth is a globe. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Are they correct?
No.
How do you know that?
Because we can measure the Earth.
Well, if they say they saw it as a sphere, then
that's not a measurement.
Wrong? Oh, okay.
It's not a measure. So, how many people saw it as flat? 9 billion?
Can you see ultraviolet light?
No, but 9 billion people saw the Earth as flat. 24 saw it as a sphere. What are we going to go with?
That almost sounds like a genetic fallacy.
No, you obviously don't know what a genetic fallacy is.
No, I do know what a genetic fallacy is.
Okay, tell me what it is.
Well, you're essentially saying that just because a certain number of people saw something, that's not true.
That would be an appeal to majority. It's not a genetic fallacy.
Well, it could be that too, but you're saying they're not credible because there's only a certain number.
No. What I'm saying is, you asked me if they were wrong. Okay?
Okay.
And you asked me how I know they're wrong. I said because we measure it.
Who's we?
Me. People in this chat. Other people that aren't in this chat.
Okay. I'm guessing you guys are part of the minority when it comes to measuring stuff, right?
So the argument you just complained about, you just made.
No, I'm asking you. I didn't say you were.
As far as measuring the Earth, no.
Okay. You measured the entire Earth?
You don't need to measure the entire Earth. You only need to measure a subsection. You can extrapolate out.
Huh.
Because of the physics of water.
Okay.
So if water's connected, right, it pretty much does the same thing across its surface when it's all connected.
I see.
And the oceans of the Earth are just one giant fucking ocean. It means all the water's connected, and that consumes the majority of the surface of the Earth. So whatever that water does, that's what the Earth does. That we can make a statement about the entire Earth based upon a measurement of subsection of water.
Sure.
Because you can extrapolate out, and that extrapolation is justified because of the physics.
Okay, so your extrapolation tells you that the entire Earth is so-called flat?
It tells us that the water's not curving. And since it's not curving, it can only be the opposite, flat.
Are you talking about the Earth, or are you talking about the water on the Earth? Which one?
The Earth.
Okay.
Not the physical dirt. The Earth as a whole.
Okay. So, with your extrapolation, does it tell you what the dimensions of the Earth is?
No, we don't care.
I'm just curious if it tells you that too.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the question.
I'm just wondering.
This is called a red herring that you're trying to pull now. Because you can't actually address what I said, and that the surface of the water is flat. You can't actually address that because you know that's true, but you have an ideology which, that prohibits that.
No, I'm trying to understand. If you can extrapolate that.
Oh, you understand. You understand perfectly well. This is an act you're doing.
The mathematics is behind the Earth. Did your extrapolation give you that too, or
the mathematics that's behind the Earth? What?
Yeah, the dimensions of the Earth.
You don't need the dimensions to know if the surface is flat. The only dimension you need to know is all you need to know is the vertical ratio to the horizontal ratio.
I was just wondering if you just had those numbers. That's all. If you don't, that's fine.
Don't need them.
Do you have them?
Don't need them.
Okay. I was just wondering if you had them anyway, though.
How would I have them?
I don't know. You tell me. You either do or you don't. But
how would anybody have them? This is a game you're playing, dude. It's getting annoying, Raiden. You're not clever. See right through this shit.
I'm not playing a game. I just asked if.
Yeah, you are. You're just asking questions. This is called the sea lion troll, Raiden.
I'm not trolling. I just asked you.
The sea lion troll. Why don't you look it up because you're doing it? I'll just read what it is.
Okay.
So everybody knows what you're doing.
I'm not. I just asked a question. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I know. You're just asking questions.
I mean, I don't care if you don't have them. It's fine.
I'm innocent.
Sea lion troll is a term for a type of trolling called sea lining, which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and discredit an opponent. Sounds familiar.
So me asking you if you have dimensions of the Earth.
So you're going to keep doing it?
No, I'm not going to ask you.
Yeah. Do I need to read the definition again?
No.
Which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and I'll answer your question. Tell me how it's relevant. When you can demonstrate to me that it's relevant to whether the Earth, the surface of the Earth is flat or curved, then I'll answer.
I never said it was relevant.
Okay, then I'm not answering it. It's irrelevant.
Okay, fair enough. What's for dinner?
Yeah, that's just as irrelevant as the frickin' what the size of the Earth is.
Okay, what's relevant in your view?
Things that, observations that answer the question of whether the surface of the Earth is flat or curved. That's what's relevant.
Okay, fair enough. I'm guessing when you say observations, you mean with the naked eye?
Measurements.
Oh, but we're back to numbers again, right?
Yeah, measurements, dude.
But I asked you for numbers, and you said it's not relevant.
No, you asked me for the totality of the dimensions. You asked me for the surface area. That's irrelevant.
Okay.
Unless you're going to argue we're on a flat spot and the Earth's a fucking giant ball of fucking like 1.6 billion miles in circumference. And we're on a flat spot on that ball.
Okay. Well, I won't press you on that. So I was just wondering.
Yeah. You can do whatever you want, dude. This is just rhetorical gimmicks, dude.
No, it's not a gimmick.
It's very obvious.
I'm not trying.
I wish you guys would come in here with some level of honesty, man, but I guess I'm asking for too much.
Just ask a question. That's all we don't have.
Yeah, I know, Sea Lion. I know you're just asking questions under the guise of civility. Yeah, I know.
No, I'm always civil. It's not a guise. So I don't come here.
No, you're always under the guise. It's always under the guise, dude.
No, I don't berate you guys or anything.
Yeah, I know, because you have your guise of civility.
No, it's who I am. It's not a guise. I don't think you're stupid or crackpots or anything.
Stop sniveling, little
I don't care about that. It's two different questions, dude. You're Mr. Irrelevant, dude. You just go to relevant thing after irrelevant thing.
Fair enough. Besides Flat Earth, how's your night going?
Yeah, it's going fantastic. So let me ask you. How can you test whether the Earth is flat or a ball? What can you do to test it?
That's a good question.
Where's the true dichotomy?
between those two statements?
Yeah. So there's a lot of things that people claim are a dichotomy, but they could work on either proposition, right? So what can we test that's an actual true dichotomy? That the result of some observation will give you positively ball versus flat.
Well, if I had to pick one thing between those two statements you offered, I would say go as high up as you can and look down.
Is looking objective?
That's all we have. So
that's all we have. No, we have more than that. We have tools, right?
Okay,
we have tools that are that do make objective comparisons between things.
Okay. Well, how about we use both? How about we use the tools and what you see with your eyes and do a comparison?
Why would you mix something objective with something subjective? Why would you do that?
I can't use both.
Because one's subjective, one's objective. That's like saying, I want to mix how tall I am with my favorite color. It makes no sense.
Why can't one corroborate or verify the other?
One is subjective, the other is objective. What aren't you understanding?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand why you can't use both. And then,
dude, how many times you're talking about dichotomy? How can't? Okay, the law of the excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of identity. That's why. Those three things, dude. The three laws of logic. Objective and subjective are opposite things. You can't integrate them together.
Let me give you an example. Let's say I know what you look like. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Let's say someone gives me a picture of you or a photograph. Okay, and I have it in my hand. I can look at that photograph and then I can turn around and I can look at you and I can say, you know what? That's India. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's wrong with me doing that?
Okay, that's because I'm there. You actually have something. You have a referent to compare it to. But it still wouldn't tell you whether that picture is real or not, because that match that you're doing, that is in your mind, right? It's subjective. So you could have a really good artist. I can actually post a picture of, I could post a picture right now of Morgan Freeman. Okay, right now. And you think it was, and brother, you would think it's a photograph. And everyone I've ever shown it to think it's a photograph, when it's actually a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman.
It could be, sure.
Well, it is. So even though you'd evaluate that as, dude, that's definitely freaking photograph of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. It's a painting of a photograph of Morgan Freeman. And a photograph of that. So you're 3 layers, you're 2 layers removed away from the actual subject. That's why it's subjective. Dude, what you're not understanding is your evaluation, your quote unquote match is a subjective evaluation. There's no metric. There's no objective metric that you're applying to your evaluation. Like, oh, it looks like it to me. Looks similar to me. It might look similar to you and not similar to somebody else.
Well, this is getting pedantic now because
it isn't pedantic. It isn't pedantic. It's the crux of the problem. It's the crux of the problem. See now your civility mask is falling off.
No, what I'm saying is you could say that about anything. You could just say, well, you're just evaluating. You're just evaluating.
No. Everyone can read a tape measure and agree that something is 10 inches fucking long. It isn't subjective.
If someone was being stupid with you, they could say, how do you know what 10 inches is? But I won't do that. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude, stop.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, we're assuming they know. We're assuming they know how to fucking count, okay? And they wouldn't even listen, bro. They wouldn't even need to know how to count. You could just say, "Hey, you don't even need to read the words. Take a little red marker, put this freaking tape measure against this thing, and when you compare this length to that length, make a little red marker on the tape measure when they're the same." And they're going to be the same for all fucking people in all time, forever and ever. It doesn't matter whether you can read the fucking ruler or not. You're doing a direct comparison between two things. This is what measurement is.
Yeah, it seems like you want to argue with someone tonight. And I'm not arguing with you about anything. You know?
Now you're going to talk about me.
No, it just seems like you don't like.
Don't try to divine my mind, dude. You're just wrong, and you're not getting it. You're fighting it. Okay. Subjective looking at things. You don't take the subjective. The Earth looks flat, do you?
How do you determine if?
Do you accept that the Earth looks flat?
Yeah, it looks flat. Yeah.
Oh, but it's not. Is that why? Is that subjective?
I mean, if you're in the middle of a desert, it can look like you see water in the distance, but that doesn't.
You're not talking about mirages, okay? How do you even know you're seeing mirages? Because you can look at them and say, "Hey, dude, the world don't look like that. That's a mirage." Good try. That shit don't fly. The Earth looks flat. Why don't you accept that?
I didn't say I didn't.
Well, you're not a flat earther.
It appears that way, but I'm not.
Oh, that's all? That's an objective measurement, dude.
In front of me, that's what it looks like. Yeah, as far as I can.
Yeah, no, that's subjective, bro. We just look at it, right? So now, looking at, see, I'm illustrating your hypocrisy.
I can't see the entire Earth. I can see as far.
Why do you need to see the whole thing?
Well, I can't talk about the whole thing if I can't see the whole thing, right?
Yeah, but you can go in a bunch of different places, and everywhere you look, from wherever place you are, all those places look flat.
As far as I can see, sure.
That's right. If you go to China, if you go to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, all those places look flat.
So why don't you accept it is?
Yeah. Why do you think there's a magic place where that totality of flatness becomes a ball?
I can't justify extrapolating that the entire Earth is flat just based on as far as I can see.
So how do you justify a point of view you've never had? Looking around.
I never said I justified it.
Do you accept that those places you've been are flat?
As far as I can see, they look flat. Yeah.
Yeah, but are they flat?
Distance, sure.
Are they flat though?
What's your definition of flat?
Right. But you use that standard for other things. Like it looks like that thing, therefore it is that thing. But you go to a place, and as far as you can see, it looks flat, but you don't conclude it is flat because it looks like it.
That's my perspective, sure. As far as I can see, I mean, yeah, that's anybody's perspective. It looks level and flat, and etc. I understand that.
Subjective.
I guess you could say anything's subjective. I mean, if you're the one who's looking at it.
No, not everything's subjective, dude. 1 + 1 isn't subjective.
Okay, that's mathematics. That's different. So we're not talking about axioms. We're talking about what you're looking at, right?
Yeah. Any visual observation when you're just looking at something because it's a projection of the 3D world is inherently subjective. Now, what is objective is basically a description of how it looks. You could say, hey, this looks like that, but that doesn't mean it is that.
You know what this reminds me of? Your question reminds me of the Gettier problem. You know what that is, right?
Not at the top of my head. So I have heard of it.
Yeah, where there's sheep in the field, and then there's a cardboard sheep out there. Someone. Do you understand now?
There's a sheep in the field, and there's a cardboard sheep. Keep going.
Well, I'm just saying. This is just going through it roughly. It's not exactly what it is, but
it's not even close.
I'm just saying, if you look out there, you would see a bunch of sheep, even though one of them's not a sheep. Okay, something else. Oh,
how do you know it's not a sheep?
How do you know it isn't?
Yeah, how would you tell it whether it's a sheep?
No, that's the problem.
You'd go up to the sheep, and all the individual units. You'd go test to see if they were a cardboard cutout sheep. What you're saying, this is your position, is I got to get farther away to get a better look. And I'm going to look at the whole herd. And once I can see the fucking whole herd, I'll be able to pick out that sheep. That isn't a
The point
sheep.
is, if you look at the whole thing, they all look like sheep.
Dude, the subjective argument was yours. You're the one who said fly to space, look at the Earth. I said measure it.
What am I measuring? 12 feet.
Whether the surface of the Earth is curving. Is it curving? Is it not curving? If curving, ball. If not curving, not ball.
How much of the Earth do I need to measure to make that extrapolation?
Oh, not much.
All right.
Probably a couple, I would say 10 long distance observations. Consistent over a period of time.
And you translate that into miles, or?
It's not a distance, because we know what the water does.
Okay.
Have you ever experienced water, a connected body of water, to do something in one place and not in the other at the surface? To any significant degree?
No.
Yeah, so why would we think that somehow the Earth, I measure the water flat here and then go somewhere else, and that's where it's curving?
What do you mean by measure the water flat? What does that mean?
The surface of the water has to curve. So from a level line, horizontally extending out into space, the surface of the Earth should curve away from it, such as eye level. Should curve down and away from eye level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that means at each increment of distance, there's a separation between that level line and the surface of the Earth. Well, let's call it a horizontal line and the surface of the Earth, because you got to try to conflate fucking level with curved. So let's just say from the horizontal level line. Okay, and the surface it should increase in distance. The further you go, the larger the distance, and it should increase exponentially. If that's not happening, then the Earth's not a ball. It's really simple, bro. It's not even complicated.
Okay. I can see how you...
Can you have a ball with a flat surface?
If it's big enough, yeah.
Really?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let me tell you how that's not the case. The definition of a sphere is equidistant from the center. A flat surface can't be equidistant from a single point along its length. Okay? So, I don't know if you need to go back to like geometry class, but a straight line and a curved line can't possibly be the same. Because of the properties. Well, because of the properties of a sphere are equidistant from the center, which is a point. And a line can't be equidistant from a point along its length.
A straight line and a curved line are two different things. I agree. But you said flat surface. That's different.
Yeah, that means a straight line, dude.
Okay, when you say straight line, my definition is...
Okay, let's switch it to a plane, okay? A 2D fucking plane from a point can't be equidistant from that point. But the surface of a sphere can be equidistant from that point, and must be.
Would you agree there's a difference between a straight line and a line?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with that too. Those aren't the same thing.
Okay. You're trying to just deflect from the point, okay? And the point is that the surface of the Earth is not curving, measured to be not curving.
And you have a line that's not 180 degrees?
What does that mean? We're talking about a straight line. No, enough with the red herrings, dude.
Just ask.
We're only talking about the surface of the Earth, dude. Is it curving or is it not?
Well, I think it is because I think it's a sphere, but
And why is that?
I don't. How much time do you have?
No, I'm asking why you think it's a sphere.
That's what I just asked you. How much time do you have?
Yeah, I got plenty of time.
Okay. Well, let's start with everything that we can all see. Let's start with satellite images and go from there.
Who's we? So looking at his screen.
Yeah.
What about the world? What about nature?
I don't have any reason to think that they're not real. So
you don't have any reason to think they are real.
Okay. Well, I guess you could say that about anything, right?
No. So there's two types of claims. There's regular claims and there's fantastic claims. Claiming you have machines zipping around in a fucking vacuum at 17,000 miles per hour is a fantastic claim.
Okay. I can appreciate that.
And there's no reason I should believe them. Can you give me a reason to believe that there's pictures of Earth from space?
No, I can't. I can't convince you in any way.
No, I'm at a reason. What was the reason you believed them? How did you evaluate them is what I'm asking you. Like, you were presented these pictures, someone said, hey, these are pictures from space. What was your evaluation process on that claim?
Well, I didn't vet these images.
What was your evaluation process on that claim?
I just told you I didn't vet these images.
You didn't even for 1 second you didn't do anything.
No, I trusted. I didn't vet it in any way.
I trusted. So you don't actually know the Earth's a globe. You just trust somebody else's claim that it is.
Yeah, if I knew everything, I wouldn't need to do anything. I would just, at some point you have to trust somebody.
What? What do you mean know everything? What's that got to do with anything?
No one is omniscient, so at some point you have to trust someone.
No, you don't. Says who?
Yeah,
where's that written
ridiculous.
Down? Oh, you don't?
You have to trust.
Do you know who your father is?
Well, I know what my mother says. I know what's written on the birth certificate. No, I don't know.
Right, so you don't know. You just know.
No, I don't.
Right? Okay. Right, exactly.
I don't know what you're thinking. No, I don't know. And who said I trusted what they told me?
Oh, you don't trust what your mom told you?
Not necessarily. You don't know my mother.
Okay, fair enough.
You also don't know your own. You don't even know how old you are. No one in this chat does. Nobody knows how old they are. Nobody.
You're asking if we trust the same people who told us about Santa, the Easter Bunny. Come on.
But even so, trust is not required. You choose to trust or not trust. That's a choice. It's not required. Okay, you're not required to trust. You're not required to trust their claims, dude.
Indio, you asked me a question. I gave you an honest answer. Now you want to fault me on it?
No. What I said. Listen. You said you must trust somebody. That's not true. You don't have to trust anybody.
Fair enough. You don't have to.
Okay, you choose to. So you don't. The point is, you don't know the Earth is a globe. Okay, I just wanted to get you to say the truth. You believe it because you choose to believe it because you choose to trust in complete fucking strangers and their claims, even though you never evaluated the veracity of the claims by your own admission.
India,
you're my dad. You are a religious zealot.
Nobody knows everything, so at some point
that has nothing to do with this. Whether you know something or not has nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
We're talking about this very specific thing. Don't try to fucking muddy the water. Where I'm demanding that you know everything. I'm saying this very specific thing. You don't know the Earth is a globe, and the basis that you've admitted that you believe it is because of the claims of other people that you never even evaluated.
I didn't say I knew what the shape of the Earth was.
Yeah, what a scumbag.
I mean, you're arguing against a straw man.
I asked you, and I never said. No, you just straw manned what I said. I never said you knew the shape of the Earth. I asked you why you believed it.
And I told you. So what's the problem?
Yeah. So where's the straw man?
It's like you're fighting against a shadow.
Where's the straw man?
I answered your question.
Where's the straw man? Where was my straw man?
He critiqued it.
No, it just sounds like you're shadow boxing, you know.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about me. Gimmick again.
I'm not gimmicking. You asked me a question, and I gave you an intellectually honest answer. So
yeah, you gave me an honest answer, and I gave you an honest rendition of the whole thing compactified. Because you're trying to use smoke and mirrors to hide what the situation is. The situation is, some people said something, you chose to believe their words, and you never evaluated it.
All right, shoot me. I mean, what do you want me to do? I don't know everything. I have to believe somebody at some point.
No, you don't.
There he goes again.
Okay, what do you
it's like, do you use these gimmicks like in the other VCs or something?
I'm not trying to gimmick anything. I'm not playing any games.
They're rhetorical gimmicks, dude. Did you forget I've talked to you before and you did these same things then and the time before that? It's like they're little catchphrases, right? They're little gimmicks.
What do you want me to say to you?
It's not what I want you to say. Okay? This is really simple. You have a belief, you never evaluated whether the belief is true or not. I'm telling you how you can do it, but you don't care because you'd rather just believe the claims of strangers. You can test their claims, you know, right?
All right.
Did you know that you could go out into the natural world and test their claims?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe part of it. Yeah, I don't know if I can test all of it.
What do you mean part of it?
You said test their claims.
Yeah, test their claims that the Earth is a ball.
I can't test satellite images. I don't have the equipment or the money or the resources to do that.
Yeah, you can. Because if what the image depicts doesn't exist in reality, then the image is fake.
Okay.
So if someone showed you a picture of a frickin' pink house in the middle of Times Square, and then you go to Times Square and there's no pink house there, you know the image is fake. You don't have to prove how they faked it. There's no fucking house there. So what they depicted in the picture doesn't exist. In reality, the image has to be fake, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah, so the images that they take the picture of show what we've been talking about, curving water. And you can go check in reality whether the water's actually curving. Because the things in that images, like the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, you can go there. Just like I have, I can go down to the Atlantic Ocean, the thing that's in their fucking pictures, and see if the water's curving. But it's not.
Okay.
So you have a picture that doesn't exist. It's not an accurate rendition of nature.
What do you think?
And how do I know? Because I went into nature and tested and looked in nature to see, hey, dude, does that thing exist actually in nature? Is my Atlantic Ocean out there actually curving?
All right. So if what you're saying is true, what do you think we should do going forward?
God, here we go. The call to arms. I think you should go down to like you should find the largest, flattest body of water and hold up a sign that says, "This water doesn't curve," and chant slogans, dude. Like, what the fuck, bro? What do you mean, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying. What do you think we should do with this information? In your view,
tell people it.
Okay.
A lot of people are misinformed. There's a lot of myths that have been spread through humanity, and this is one of them. This is just a modern-day atheist religion. It's a religion without a deity. All the things that people practice in religion, the globe does, but it's minus the deity. It's got a creation story, has a creation of man story. The fundamental claims can't be tested by anybody but the priesthood. You have to just trust what they say. Same way that people read the Bible, only the clergy could read the Bible, and the fucking laymen couldn't read it in the past. It's the same thing. It's esoteric. You have to decipher esoteric symbols on a fucking blackboard, and that actually proves the exact opposite of what you experience in reality. If you understand the symbols, then you understand the true reality. That's like fucking magic, bro. If you look at it for the way it really is, all the things that they say that were left behind by the Enlightenment, they just co-opted with a different type of bullshit.
Fascinating. You sound like someone whose heart is in the right place. You really do.
Well, that being what it may, the fact remains is they have a creation story, Big Bang. They have an origin of man story, right? Frickin' evolutionary fucking black goo. Right? Same with religion. You look at any religion, they have a creation story. And the Lord said, let there be light. They have a creation of man story. God created Adam from the dust. Right? So it's all the same things. Oh, what does God say? Oh, we don't know. You fucking got to ask the priest. Only they're the ones communing with God, the prophets and all those people. Right? You can't know. The priests know. Oh, what's the evidence for space? Oh, how can I know the Earth's a globe? Oh, you can't know. Only the astronauts can know. See, all these things are analogous. The fundamentals of all this shit are almost identical.
It's fascinating, isn't it? I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun.
I want to ask you one more thing before I go on mute because I don't want to take up too much of the mic time. If you were wrong about something, would you want to know it?
Oh, yeah. Why not?
Okay. Fair enough. That's good. I'm glad you said that.
I ain't wrong about this.
No, I didn't say you were. But you answered my question, so. We have a good one, okay?
Ah, you too.
All right.
Keep the faith, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was calling him a Kool-Aid drinker. I'm like, because he was like some sort of like government space business liaison, so he's also into the political aspect of it.
Yeah.
Like he's got his fingers in all of it. Like he's not at the engineering stuff. He's at the evangelizing the government crossover. Because
wow.
I was like,
I find it stranger that he's here. Then that makes it weird. Being he's just an evangelizer for space.
He said something like, "You can't do that in space. That's illegal." Like, how are they going to stop me? Like, they don't have no jurisdiction in space. And he's like, "Well, you're a citizen of that country, and you got to dude." Dude, the conversation is just so crazy because we covered so many different aspects of the whole outer space, from the government to the military aspect, and how everybody's like, well, there's 127 space agencies, so like da da da. But then on the other hand, all that shit's inaccessible,
Yeah.
So it's like this same old thing, right? They talk out of one side of their mouth, but they do another.
Yeah.
Right. If we really wanted to know what's really going on, that aspect would never be accessible. It'd be black box, right? Because we'd have to be in the military aspect.
Yeah, of course. You need special clearances and stuff as well.
Yeah, exactly. And he's controlled by ITAR, right? So his technology, which is the International Trafficking of Arms Regulations, restrictions. So even he said his the fort he works on is restricted. Is a ITAR restricted section where like normal employees can't go because ITAR. You keep violate ITAR, you're in deep fucking doo. It's a crime. So it's simultaneously, there's 127 space agencies and 400,000 employees on NASA. How could they all be lying? And all he did was support our, the contention that they don't know anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't have any access to the actual information, which would go one way or another. Yeah,
you can glean pieces of information from people like him. It's good. Probably sounds like a good conversation. Yeah.
He's got contacts or whatever. What you're saying, like we can go to Ames and I know people there and we can run around and we can touch the rockets. Basically, what you're saying is we can look at all them building it and like, you know, I mean, it's I was very entertained by it.
Was this in here or in politics?
It was on politics. Oh, no, it was in here, actually, as a matter of fact.
It was in here.
In here, it was a few mornings ago.
Trying to remember which server he frequented. So it is this one. That's cool.
He's in politics, though, but he was here.
Oh, was he? Oh, okay.
In the middle, he's like, I gotta get my flu shot in 10 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes. We're like, what?
Okay.
I wonder why he's popping up now.
How do you mean?
Did he come back
He hasn't been back, man. So, okay, no, I don't know.
Oh, Senator search party.
They got an autism section in the mental hospital.
Of course.
T-Dub, you were here that morning.
Was I active? I don't know. I might not have
You
been.
talked for a little bit. Well, at the beginning of so when I pulled the video, you were talking at the beginning of it. So we were talking about
okay.
The level thing. Remember the freaking the level diagrams, like the canals and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, that day. Yeah, I think you might have left. Yeah.
Speak there.
Oh, sorry. Did I talk over you or something? Sorry about that.
No, you just did like a spazzy impression right after I spoke. I was like, oh, my mic must be muffled like shit or something.
No, I was talking about the guy that went to get the flu shot.
Oh, okay, right.
Like right in the middle of the conversation, it's like, I'll be back in 10 minutes and go and get a flu shot. I'm like, what?
Isn't Josh the guy who always makes excuses at the end of his conversation as to why he leaves?
Josh? He's the freaking Amazon dude.
Really?
Amazon satellite dude? That dude?
Yeah. I know the guy you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, he does make excuses to leave all the time.
Oh yeah. He was in here earlier actually. Yeah. Well, probably about 5 hours ago.
He only talks to us on short windows, you know. He has available during like commuting, whatnot.
We got him for like a couple hours, man. At least 2 hours he was in here. Because he didn't go into work because Amazon was laying a bunch of people off. And he didn't want to go in there and deal with the freaking wreckage of watching people bring their belongings out of the building or something. So he was out here running around getting flu shots and, you know, getting cooked by us because it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why a personality like that is showing up now.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. Just look at his resume on his LinkedIn, and you really wonder. Well, if you listen to it and how he got his jobs, it's very. He said he hasn't applied for any of his jobs. That people have just called him and been like, "Hey, you want a job at NASA?" And he goes over it in the little freaking podcast I made. He goes over all this. Dude, it's something that like I can talk about it in parts, but it's something that has to be listed about in totality.
Yeah.
And then think about like what this dude just said in totality, and how fucked up everything he said is. It's just a jigsaw puzzle where the pieces just don't fit together, man. And I think probably at the end, I think that he was like, man, some of these jigsaw dude, the space pills, man. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I haven't even heard Globers claim that. Regular Globers.
That they're making pills in space and sending them back to Earth.
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
Are they dick pills? How do you even do the clinical trials on those? You don't have enough pills. Anyway, so what else I asked? I asked him about like who's responsible for the pay? Who's responsible for the who's liable if the rocket blows up? Is it SpaceX? Is it their payload? Who has to pay? And then we start like, he's like, well, it's insurance companies. Like, who the fuck would insure that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what insurance company's gonna insure that shit?
Hey, India.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm a Globarter. You wanna try and convert me?
No.
Why not?
I'm not in the conversion business, dude.
You're not in the conversion business.
You need to convert yourself.
He's been talking to too many space evangelists. That's what it is.
Yeah, I know. Why would I try to convert you?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd just be like them, right? I would just be like, hey, believe me. And then just like the same reason you believe the globe because somebody told it to you and you just believe them. Then I would I would just replace them with me. Why would I want to do that?
Yeah, at least
I'm gonna brainwash you to think for yourself, brother, not to follow me.
I get that, but like I did like astrophoto, but because like
photo of what?
Astrophoto, like taking pictures of the stars, and like I don't know how a flat Earth would work with that, like the stars perfectly aligning with like a globe model.
Want to know what? So here's another question you should ask yourself: how does the globe model work with a flat Earth?
How does a globe model work with a flat Earth?
Yeah. So you're wondering about how the stars would work over a flat Earth. We're wondering how the globe model works at all, considering the Earth is measured flat.
But like the Earth isn't measured flat. You can just see
it is.
both.
So it certainly
but
is.
You can. How can you see like boats, curve and like disappear?
You see boats curve?
Yeah, you see them. No, you don't see them curve. You just go. You see them go over the horizon or like under the horizon. How does that work?
Well, do you live by the ocean?
I've went there.
You've
before.
never seen this for yourself, right?
I've seen. There's a beach.
Seen videos here and there. Yeah, I'm sure you see like 10, maybe 20 videos. This is not a common occurrence.
I've seen it.
Hold on, bro. I live by the ocean. I'm like literally a mile away from the ocean right now. I have never seen this, ever. In fact, I've seen a ship sail 30 miles away and still be visible 30 miles away.
But I've seen them disappear.
Not with your eyes. You've seen videos.
Yeah, honestly,
and you asked, how does it happen? And I just told you, typically there's an inferior mirage right at the horizon that makes it so you can't see the bottom of it because you can't see through the inferior mirage. What you'll see is kind of like a little mirrored section that's a really thin mirrored section at the horizon.
Am I wrong? Yo. The Earth might actually be a flat or whatever. I don't really know.
We don't need to rely on just looking at a boat and just going. And I should also tell you that we can replicate this on a surface that we know is flat. The same visual thing, right? So, say the globe horizon is 2,600 feet away. That's like, I don't know, freaking 700 meters or something, right? And you take a camera and you put it really close to the water. And you use a lake, which isn't that far, right? So say the lake is 100 meters across. Right.
Yeah.
But the horizon's supposed to be 700 meters away, right? So it can't be Earth curve blocking any boat or anything. Well, we can observe You take a miniature RC boat and sail it across, you'll see a horizon and little boat disappear behind it. The same way. But in that distance, a distance that short, it can't possibly be the curve of the earth doing it.
Again,
the lake is only 100 meters long.
I gotta test this for myself, bro.
Yeah, you should. Look, bro, listen, don't take my word for anything at all. Test it for yourself, dude. Like, I'm dead serious. You could test this. Just find a very short lake, right? Get like a little remote-controlled boat or something, and you could just look. But you don't even need the remote-controlled boat. Just get a short lake that's shorter than where the horizon distance should be, and see if you see a horizon on the water. Because there should be no horizon there if the horizon is the curve of the earth. You understand? It's the curve of the earth, and the curve of the earth should be 1,000 feet away. There's no way you should see a horizon at 500 feet away. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I get you, but like, yeah, I guess you are. Well, I'm not a scientist or anything, but
I'm just saying I wouldn't rely on that. Right? That's an interesting observation, but that's not like proof of a flat earth or proof of a globe.
Yeah.
So that is actual measuring the surface of the earth, not just looking at it. Right?
Yeah, you know what actually kind of at one point why this kind of actually made sense to me. It's because of Antarctica. Like no one lets us go there for whatever reason, or like anyone actually, for that matter.
Well, they don't want you to destroy the environment.
Yeah, no, I get that, but like.
Well, think about what's the environment that they don't want destroyed, right? It's the coldest place on Earth. There's no plant. There's no animals. There's nothing there. It doesn't snow. It doesn't freaking do anything. It's just like a frozen wasteland that no one can live in, and they don't want you to destroy it. How can it get worse? Like literally, how could it get worse already? There's no plants or animals there. How can you destroy something?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of impossible
you
for
gonna kill the
anyone to
ice?
live there. Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do to the ice, dude? Is the ice like?
I bet there's answers for this.
Well, let's get back to the measurements, right? So tests have been done so I'll just give you one example of a laser test that was done in the Netherlands. This is a lake like IJsselmeer. It's a saltwater lake they blocked off the ocean and turned the bay into a lake. So some people some engineers took a laser and they shined it across this lake to multiple distances. And they did it a couple times, like 3 weeks apart. So the height of the laser above the water is like 1.92 meters, which is 10 feet. They shine the laser 40 kilometers. Right?
Yeah.
Right. So at that distance, if you go from that 10-foot end of the laser to the other end, the globe Earth should be curved away from the laser and be under it 127 meters. Okay?
Yeah.
But when they did this test, they measured the laser height at 1.5 meters. It's a big difference, right? 127 versus 1.5 is a big difference.
I mean, I feel like it's still not evidence, right? It could be faked, and I feel like it's more difficult to like.
It did it again 2-3 weeks later. It's all films, documented. There's a report, all that stuff. And that's not the only one. That's just one that I know, and the reason I used it is because I know the values in meters, right? So the only way you should have seen this laser is if you're standing on top of a 42-story building, which is a pretty tall building, right?
It's pretty tall.
Yeah. They saw it at the level of the lake.
Huh.
Okay. So this is just one test. So these people actually, they were doing, that was like their 5th test that they did. They'd done them every year, probably starting in like 2015. And globe earthers were like, no, you did it wrong. You're supposed to do this. You're supposed to do that. So then next year they would approve the test and improve the test and improve the test and improve the test. So in 2019 or 2018, they got a powerful enough laser. They engineered a aiming device because it's really hard to aim 40 kilometers away. It's freaking difficult because even if you move the laser a tiny bit. So it took a while to get up the resources to get the proper equipment where you could actually do the test. So this isn't just like someone taking a handheld laser and shining it across a lake.
Yeah.
These are actual engineers. In fact, the guy Mike Kavanaugh has 3 engineering degrees. Okay. So and that's just one test. That's just one laser measurement test. That someone posted, Kiwi Buzz posted in the chat, as a matter of fact. So the point is that when we measure the Earth, right? So the idea is that water is conforming to gravity into the shape of a ball.
Yeah.
And that the surface of Earth is mostly water. So we can test that water and we measure the water and figure out if the Earth is a ball. And that's all we have to do, because if the water does not curve and if the water lies flat and level, then the Earth cannot be a ball.
Yeah, that does make sense.
It's pretty simple. It's a simple proposition. It's really not complicated. It's not complicated math. It's not none of that stuff. They tell you that. They tell you that so that you're too lazy to inquire. They tell you, oh man, dude, you have to be a scientist. You can't figure this out for yourself. You gotta have an advanced physics degree. You gotta be an astronomer. You gotta be a big egghead. You can't figure it out. But they also tell you what? What do they also tell you?
What?
If you think the Earth's flat, you're dumb.
I mean, yeah, that is.
So how can you be dumb and smart at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know. Why would they do this anyway? Like, why push the globe Earth?
Most people don't know. I mean, why did you just push it? You came in here trying to push it. Why did you do it?
I don't know. I'm being pushed to
dirty globe pusher.
Physics in school and stuff.
Dude, we don't want no of that globe, man. I'm scared straight. No, listen. The globe is kind of like it's an idea. It's like a meme. It's literally a meme, and it just spreads and has spread just like Santa Claus. Everybody believes it. They don't know it, right? I could bring anybody in. Like when you got in here, I was talking about a guy. He works for Amazon. He thinks they're putting satellites in space, and they're connecting people's internet.
Yeah.
And we've talked to him a bunch of times, but we're like, no, he's worked for NASA. He's worked for like all these space agencies. He was the freaking UN liaison for freaking youth outreach or some shit for space shit. But what does he actually know? Does he have any primary knowledge of that the Earth is a globe? Has he been to space himself? Has he looked at the globe from space? Does he actually know anything, or does he just believe a lot of things?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. So, and then think of someone like you, or just the average person, right? They're believing that people like him, that they know. So they're placing their belief in someone like him. But then when we talk to people like him, he doesn't know anything either.
But I feel like I feel like it's more than a meme when you send billions of dollars up to space for nothing, or you know what I mean? Why would they do that? I feel like it's a waste of their time.
That's a good question. That's the number one. Really, you can ask. That's a smart question, and I'll tell you why. Do you think if we took all the money that's been spent on space since the beginning of space programs versus the money that's been made from space, do you think they'd be in the red or in the black? Do you think we've made money or lost money?
I'd say we lost money. No, what do we even?
A lot of money, huh?
Yeah.
Why the fuck would we do that? Why do we invest in something where we know we're going to lose money? Doesn't even make sense.
I mean, maybe in the Cold War.
I know they say things like, "Oh, we're going to find an asteroid made of gold in outer space or something, and bring it back to Earth, and we'll be rich, right?" Or there'll be space tourism, or all these things that they promise that somehow there'll be money to be made in space. getting some resource from space where we can actually, make money off of. But that's bullshit. First of all, okay, so you think about space tourism. Right now, the tourist industry, their operating margin is like 11%. So for every dollar invested, they make 11% more than that dollar. They have very tight margins. Okay, we're talking like the hospitality industry. People going on to the pyramids, people go to the Grand Canyon, people going all these places, right? Space is just another tourist destination, right? I'm a space tourist.
Yeah, something like
How
that.
are you going to make money when you just added the cost of actually providing that tour to millions of dollars? How are you going to make money? Can't make any money off that shit.
Yeah, I guess where you're
Okay,
coming
so let's go another one. Space mining or something. We're going to haul an asteroid from the asteroid belt. It's made of solid gold back to Earth. It's freaking 100 million tons.
But like, what's the point of like?
Now, what's going to happen to the gold market?
Yeah, that's what I was
gold
gonna
is
say.
going to
What
fall through the
happens to gold?
floor.
Yeah.
Gold isn't going to be worth anything, and then you have just made no money again.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean,
Because
if you get like a
the
bunch
value
of gold,
comes from
it's gonna
scarcity,
inflate.
not from abundance.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So, like, why are they dumping the money that's made in space? Is like it's like a circle jerk. It's like we'll make a rocket. The rocket will go into space, and I'll make money off of making the rocket to go into space. And that's just
It's like a
it's
never
really just the money is in the churn of like keeping this so-called space industry going, but they're not going into space to get anything of value.
I mean, what does the government even spend money on? Don't they just have everything? To be honest, like
They
it's
want
like
all the
they're
smart
taking
people
all the-
doing shit that's useless, so they don't frickin' pick up the torches and pitchforks.
What can we even do, bro? We can't really do anything about the government and like whatever secret society that exists because we don't even know anything about them.
You mean the death cult?
Something like that, bro. Everything's like connected in some way, bro. I don't even know how it works.
Well, it's probably worse than any of us can imagine, quite honestly.
What I'm saying, like, if something like that actually existed, it would be so much worse than whatever conspiracy theory that exists right now. Like, we would never be able to figure it out if something like that actually does exist.
So
You know
that's
what I
one of the things people ask us, why would they lie? And I'll tell you, like, how would I know? If I knew that, I'd be in on it. And I can't think of a reason why they lie. Like, yeah, that's the point. That's literally the point.
Yeah,
Like,
I guess that is.
It could be a reason that you can't even conceive of. Something you have no idea because you always assume the Earth is a globe. I'm like, why would they lie about that? And there could be some freaking grand reason that you just never thought about. It's not in the public, like, because you don't have enough information to even guess. You can't even figure out who's lying. That's the hard part. You have to figure out who exactly would be lying.
Yeah, exactly, because it's not even like, this idea came about after NASA was formed. I mean, people were saying the Earth was a ball in space before that, right? These guys are just exploiting that popular held belief system.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get you. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, let's do a little exercise. Who would have to be lying? Would Donald Trump have to be lying? What would he know?
Honestly, though, like, there's
Donald Trump
no.
doesn't got to know. Well, I'm being serious. Like, let's figure out who has to be lying. Well, I mean, we can go. The Apollo astronauts, the guys that said they went to the moon, they have to be lying. Okay, so let's just take those people, put them off to the side. They have to be liars because they said they saw the Earth as a ball with their own two eyes. So they would definitely have to be lying.
Yeah, given that.
So, okay, let's go. Everybody else that's ever lived. What do they know?
That's crazy, though. But like, how have we not gone to the moon again? If we were able to, like, so many years ago.
We didn't go the first time.
Oh.
Nobody went to the moon, brother.
That would make sense. But yeah, I guess,
Well, when they
it would also make
the
sense.
idea was in a work of science fiction by a Nazi, ex-Nazi named Werner von Braun. He was a Nazi rocket scientist that got sucked up in Operation Paperclip. And he ran NASA. He was the NASA director from the beginning of NASA. And he wrote a book about going to the moon. And he said it would take 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building to get there.
Yeah, but like my point is, if we were able to do that like so many years ago with like not even 1/100th of the computers and like the technology we have now, why can't we do it again? And why isn't it like easy at this point because of how much everything's advanced?
That's the question.
We should have gone to the moon like 8 times and probably like built a house there or some shit.
Dude, Pan Am was selling freaking moon tickets, dude. Back in the 60s and 70s.
How long has it been since the moon landing? Wait, Google this.
Dude,
56
they were
years.
promising space colonies in the 70s, man.
Computers in 1969. That's crazy. They went there with this shit. This is like 32 kilobytes of RAM. We have gigabytes now. And that's like everyone, all of us probably in this call.
Oh, it's so much worse than that. Like, bro. Okay, it's worse than whatever you're imagining. Unless you're familiar with the way things worked back then, it's worse than that. So memory was not solid state memory. They had something called iron core rope memory. So they took literally like a bit was a little iron ring that they wrapped electric wire around, like a solenoid, and they would magnetize the ring and demagnetize it. Now these things had to be sewn. So there was literally people with a needle that sewed the wires through the rings on and made a big rope out of it. And
what?
Dude, it's bro. I'll show you a picture.
There's no way. And they went to the moon with that?
Yeah.
And they talked to the people on the moon and they landed it again? And they can't even land your freaking SpaceX rockets now.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Those are wires. And those in those wires, there's like an iron ring that gets magnetized when they run a current to it. Each iron ring has its own line, 3 lines that go to it because there's the because you got to change the polarity, right, to demagnetize it. So when the current's flowing one way, it magnetizes, south on the bottom, north on the top, and when it goes the other way, vice versa. And that's considered the 0. But you have to have a sense line which actually reads the magnetic field. Okay? So, yeah, bullshit, bro. Horse.
Okay, crazy though.
Shite.
Like, how does physics work then? It's crazy.
Okay, so check this out, bro. You ain't see nothing yet, dude. They hired weavers.
Weaving software, what the hell?
Yeah, this is how they made memory. They weaved it. There was no such thing as solid state memory, dude. I don't know what what you're confused about. Did not exist.
Then why can't we go to the moon now? Now that we have everything that they needed back then, but way better, like millions of times better.
Well, wait till Josh comes back in the morning and ask him, dude.
This is but like this is like exponentially better. This is like millions of times better than what we had back then. Like an average computer, and we have like supercomputers, and we can't do that again. There's no way. There's no like.
It was bullshit, dude. Why aren't you understanding? Okay, it was just a propaganda thing. That's all it was.
Yeah, but like I'm just thinking, why would they do that? Like, what could it even be? Is there any like? I don't even know.
Keep people busy, dude.
Keeping people busy.
Doing nothing. What is the government?
Yeah, I mean,
if you're the government, what are your goals? The government's goals aren't the same as your goals, right?
Yeah.
Their budget isn't the same as your
honestly,
budget.
you're
They're
right
not
though.
trying. Look, because they can print money, right, and you can't. They have different motivations than everybody else, right? So, for instance, you don't want people just running around unemployed because a bunch of angry unemployed men burn everything to the ground, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you need to keep them busy. Busy. And if it's doing nothing, then so be it, because it's better than the alternative of them burning everything to the ground. They did this during the Great Depression in America. Unemployment was like 30%. Like 1 in 3 people did not have a job. Okay, and it was getting a little sketchy. So what FDR did, he made a program called this. It's like some civil service thing, and the government hired people to build roads. Okay, cobblestone roads.
Yeah.
So they're big, huge. I don't know if you've ever seen like cobblestone roads. The fucking rocks are heavy. It's all heavy manual labor. But these roads didn't go anywhere. They didn't connect anything. They didn't connect any towns. They just made roads that just like went off into nowhere. It's called the roads to nowhere.
Yeah, I've heard of that actually.
But it kept people busy, right? So the government is paying people to make some fucking thing that's completely useless to keep them busy so they don't burn everything down, right? So that's what I mean by torches and pitchforks. They don't grab the torches and pitchforks and storm the White House and burn it to the ground, because people will do that if they're starving, right? And there's no hope and there's no future. You know,
every creature except us doesn't need like money and like a social construct to be living. You know, they just live on their own. They're like free living beings, except us. We say we have consciousness, but we're just confined in other people's like. You know what I mean,
NASA. Right? Well, NASA has 2 purposes. It's a government slush fund make work program used to prop up private industry and whatever else and people to grift off of. But if Yoder was in here, he's got documents from NASA's founding documents that NASA was created to create the perception of a technological superiority so that no adversaries would ever try to attack us.
That's crazy.
Well, yeah, I got all the documents for it. I mean,
yeah, I mean, NASA is like something super big. I get why they would like make something that would like, you know, suppress anyone's urge to say like, yo, that maybe this is not this and this should be this instead. And they made it like super, you know, like massive and like, oh, you can never think about how smart a guy working at NASA is, so you better just leave it up to the professionals.
Why would you think anyone at NASA is smart? That's an honest, like, why? Where did
that's
you
just what
that
that's
idea?
just what
Have
I
you ever met
know.
somebody from NASA?
No.
Okay, then why would you think someone from NASA is smart? See, this is all propaganda, right? Oh man, fucking go to NASA. You're a fucking genius, dude. Automatically, even if you're stupid, I can be stupid. Go to NASA as soon as they freaking go. You're hired. I'm smart. Like, how does that work?
True though. True.
No, the freaking brainwashed freaking plebs. Those are the ones that work at NASA. They're the guys that got good grades and, you know, suck the government dick, and they're the ones that want to work at NASA.
Yeah, I mean, they gave us no way out except to like study for like 11 years and then.
Well, if you're anti-government, right? Do you think you could get a job at NASA?
No way.
Yeah, so that's never going to happen, right? So only certain types of people are ever going to get in there. They got to be pro-government. They have to, you know, pass all the background checks. They got to do all this stuff, right? And they have to have gone to the right schools and took the right classes and kissed the asses of the right people. They're not smart. They're connected.
Yeah.
Ever hear the phrase, it's not what you know, it's who you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, we talked this satellite dude. We talked about this very thing with him about how he got his job at NASA, not because he knew anything.
Yeah.
It's because he had a friend that worked there and they had an intern. The intern decided they weren't going to do it, and he knew that this dude was doing nothing for the summer. So he's like, "Hey, you want to come work at NASA?" Like, okay. You got to interview in 45 minutes. Let's go to what he says in the podcast. You got to interview in 45 minutes. And they hired him on the spot because he knew. Yeah, he didn't even apply for the job, dude. They called him.
What the hell, bro? And that's just how people get at NASA. It's not like actual good students.
Dude,
it's crazy.
Look, if you talk to him, you're not going to think he's a smart person. You might think he's clever, but not smart.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does make sense wasting people's time and everything. 'Cause, like, that's what the world made to, like waste our times in school and then college and then uni and then a job, when animals are like literally every other organism can just live and not have to worry about these things.
Well, I mean, neither do you, man. Look, bro, learn how to shovel. You always have a job. It's not glamorous, but you'll never be unemployed.
Yeah, I guess so.
What can you do? I can shovel really good. You're fucking hired. Dude, no matter what the economy does, something always needs to be dug up, or someone needs to be put in the ground.
Yeah, actually, though.
I worked.
Well, what do you think about like
teenager?
Yeah, what do you think about like
Hiring
general
people.
AI, like stealing all our jobs and shit? Like, what are we gonna do then?
You can steal our jobs.
Yeah, I can't. Why do you think they can't?
I'll believe it when I see it.
When you see it, but like that's gonna be soon. AI can already like code and shit. It's only so far until they
Have you
start
used it for
making
coding?
smarter AIs. Yeah, I have. It's not that good, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. But what are you talking about, bro? If you're gonna code something simple, you want to code a Discord bot. It's good for that. But anything more complicated than that, you're fucked.
Yeah, it's not good at anything complicated, but like it is true that it's actually like getting stronger. Like if it could make an AI itself and like not let us know, then how are we even sure at all that it exists? You know what I mean?
I use it to do things that would be laborious that I could do myself, but it would take me a lot of time to do it. I use it for that. Like if I want to research something, I can get it to like find all the shit for me, so I don't have to freaking Google it. It's basically I use it as like a freaking Google assistant, research assistant. That's kind of like the only thing it's really good for.
Yeah. Anyway, bro,
It's wrong a
looking
lot.
crazy. Yeah, I don't know. There was like actual like evidence, like low key evidence, because I don't know how like real that is. I haven't seen the source of those laser experiments and stuff.
How real it is?
Yeah,
Are you
I
serious?
haven't seen the actual evidence. I've only heard it from you, right? Can't trust you.
Someone
completely
posted the
yet.
video, bro. You can watch them do it.
They knew it was a sphere. They knew what the Quran was actually referring to before it was discovered, like by science. They already believed. So we don't look at science and we apply that to strengthen our belief. No, this is before science. They already knew. So we're not using science to whatever. We already knew that. Okay.
Well, discovering the globe is not a scientific endeavor. It is a matter of measurement.
No. Here's the thing, because measurements can actually be wrong, so that's why there's science to like observe it, so that we can eliminate like errors and mistakes. That's why there's observation, so that there's no like brainer
Well, no, I would say observations can be wrong. That's why we measure.
So that means that your eyes can lie to you?
Right. So that's why we measure things, to make sure that we're not being deceived by our bias, by our senses.
No, I'm talking about your eyes themselves, your vision. Does your vision lie to you?
Your vision doesn't lie to you. You lie to your vision.
Okay, cool. So if you see something and it's truly there, then yeah, you do know the truth. There's no brainer. Your eyes don't lie to you.
Right. Right. So nobody sees the globe, like you established earlier.
Huh? No. Allah doesn't need to see the globe. Or Muhammad doesn't need to see the globe to believe it, because Allah tells him. And everything Allah says is true.
And you're saying the only place in the Quran that we can find out that Earth is a globe is by using this particular word to mean wrapping the Earth, the same word that can be used to wrap a flat thing, like a tray of food.
Again, I told you, the exclusive use for this word is a reference to things that are a sphere. Also, we're not only dependent on this verse. We have many other verses, and we also have hadiths, which are directly from Prophet Muhammad.
Now, this word has multiple uses.
No, during the context.
Yeah, and wrapping a turban around a head, I mean, you can wrap anything in a dome shape around a flat surface too.
My friend, is turban a sphere? Are you seriously?
No, it's not a sphere.
Turban is not a sphere.
Yeah, a wrapped turban is not a sphere.
Is a sphere round?
Yeah, is a half a ball round?
Yes, it's round.
Yeah, a dome has a flat surface.
Okay, but it's round. Like, you don't look at the specific spot and you say, okay, because it's round on the side,
round on top.
It's not going to be, because everything that curves, it has at least microscopically a flat surface. But we don't look at this little thing. We look at the whole picture, and we see that it's round. It's a sphere. So a turban is a sphere. It's round.
No, it's not. You can remove the turban off your head very carefully and place it on a flat surface, and it's not going to roll.
Oh my God, my friend, we are we are talking about the turban itself when it's wrapped, not when it's unwrapped and placed flat.
No, not unwrapped. You can very carefully lift it wrapped off your head so as not to disturb the folds and place it down on a table, and it's not going to roll because it's not a sphere.
My friend, things that okay. Listen, again, I told you, it doesn't have to be a perfect sphere to fit in the definition. All we have to understand is that it's circular. Is it a circle that wraps around your head?
I mean, is a round table flat and a circle?
Oh my God. My friend, is it a circle that wraps around your head?
Yeah, circles are flat.
Okay, thank you. So it's a circle that wraps around your head. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a flat circle.
Cool. Thank you very much. Flat circle.
Yeah, circles are flat.
By your logic, wait. By your logic, because by your logic, you are not flat, but I can smash you and I can make you flat like a paper. So by your logic, then that means that you're also technically flat.
Well, what is a sphere but a flat, or what is a circle but a flat sphere, right?
Huh? No, I'm telling you, like a circle.
Yeah, circles have no third dimension. They're flat.
No,
but Earth,
God. No.
Earth measures flat, but it has mountains and valleys.
We are talking about we're talking about shape. We're not talking about any dimension. One jump now. We're jumping now. We're talking about shape, not dimension. Even like, how is this relevant?
Well, if I go to a planetarium to go see stars inside of a domed room, the sky is wrapped around the flat surface that I'm standing on.
Yeah, I don't get what you're saying. But anyways, what do you have to use? I'm curious. Like, why do you have to use the Quran to strengthen your case? Do you actually believe the Quran? That's very good. That's very good, brother. You should become Muslim.
The worldview of people from that day in that part of the world was that the earth is flat. That is indisputable. There were fringe Greeks and Gnostics who thought the earth was a globe, who received their knowledge from Jewish mysticism.
Yeah. And there's idiots who believe other things. Does that make it? Does that okay? Let's say someone. Okay, let's say someone believes that the Earth is a donut. Let's say 2,000 years ago, someone believed the Earth is a donut, and this became a very famous belief. Everyone began to believe it. Everyone began to believe it, right? But then someone comes later, and he uses that as a metaphor, even though he doesn't actually mean to be literally a donut. Would you say that because of that, they are wrong?
I would say that's a false analogy. For the reason you mentioned earlier, we can only see and experience a flat and motionless Earth. So describing the Earth as flat and motionless is just describing observable reality. We cannot see the globe. If I were to say Earth is a donut after everybody sees and experiences a flat Earth, and I say that Earth is a donut, I'm going to need to provide some tangible proof, some evidence, perhaps some measurements.
Okay, and I told you, I think you didn't listen to what I said, because I said, what if someone uses it as a metaphor, not literally?
Well, no, flat Earth is not a belief. Unlike a donut, flat Earth is a description of reality. You and I both see and experience a flat and motionless Earth.
Hello, guys.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So if there is a field, and half of the field is like it has like grass, the other side doesn't have grass. Are you going to look at this little bit that has grass and not the other side, and you're going to say, okay, because this is that means it's all going to be grass?
Can I ask you guys a question? Can I ask you guys a question?
Ask me.
Okay, so I'm assuming all of the people here are actually flat earthers.
Fuck no.
Yeah, you're in the flat Earth realm. I mean, what do you mean by a field that has grass on one side and no grass on the other? Do you mean like a pancake that has syrup on top and no syrup on the bottom?
Guys, stop giving me these NPC analogies or whatever. Listen to me. I'm telling you, you need to look at the bigger picture, right? So if there's a circle, and a little bit of that circle. Okay, for example, look at a circle, right? Do you agree that circles are also flat somewhat at microscopically?
I mean, a circle is two-dimensional, so yeah, it doesn't have height.
Okay, let's say something that's a sphere, and it's like a circle, and it's in the 3D shape. Would you say that, okay, for example, like a turban, would you say that turban has like a flat surface?
I would say that the turban has a circular base that goes around your head.
Okay, and that circular base is also like microscopically flat, right?
No. I mean, the turban is basically a bowl.
Okay, and if we look at, let's just say, at the edge of the ball, and we zoom in, we can see it's like a straight line. If we zoom in a lot, right? It's made of straight lines, but are slowly bending, which makes it curve, right?
Well, it's curving in 2 dimensions, not 3. The surface, because you can take a bowl and lay it face down on a table, much like you could take a turban that is unwrapped and place it on the table. Where the table contacts the turban is the same as where a table contacts a bowl, and that contact area draws a circle, which is flat.
Okay, cool. So when I gave the example of a turban, you seem to take it way too seriously, like way too scientifically. That's we're not doing that. Okay, what I'm saying here is that as long as it looks like a sphere and it's circular, and we're not using any dimension bullshit, and we're just looking at shape, then my analogy.
Well, then it's a hemisphere.
It's completely successful.
Well, it's a hemisphere with a flat surface.
Oh my gosh! I don't think that. I don't think there's a point. Like I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
Well, we measure the Earth flat. We have laser tests. We have long distance observations and infrared. We have radar and radio microwave tests. We can see too far for Earth to be a globe, and we can prove it.
Okay, cool. But here's the thing. If you want to completely seal your belief and claim that it's a fact, then you should actually show me a picture, a little picture of Earth from far away being completely flat. Show me that. I want to observe it.
Would you like to see high altitude infrared footage from an airplane?
I don't give a crap. I want to see the whole thing. The whole Earth being flat. Show me an image from space.
An image from space? What makes you think outer space exists the way you believe? Earth is not a flat planet. So flat Earth is actually the floor for outer space above it.
So there's no space. You're telling me that we exist inside nothing? We exist inside ourselves or whatever?
We exist within God's created realm. And we know that when we dig down deep, that it gets denser and denser and denser and hotter. And when we go up, it gets less dense and colder and colder.
Okay. So,
right? And all the stars and all the planets, the moon and sun, are above the Earth at all times.
Okay. So, let's say I live, okay. I don't know how to say it. Okay, let's just go back to what we were talking about. Why are you using the Quran for your case?
I'm not. You asked me if I knew anything about flat Earth, and you brought up the Quran, and I mentioned the Quran describes flat Earth as a carpet.
Yeah, and then I refuted that. You give me another argument.
I wouldn't say so. You made my point very clear that the Quran describes Earth as flat, and it comports with what we see, and that when you wrap something, you can also wrap other things than spheres.
Yeah, well, yes, you can wrap anything you want, even if it's something flat. But I'm telling you, you're ignoring the actual definition of what the word actually refers to in Arabic, which is to only wrap something that's a sphere.
In what other context can that word be used? Can you provide another sentence where you're wrapping a sphere in reality using that word?
Yes. We could say like a ball. Like a ball. You could wrap a ball.
And you'd only use that word?
For what? For only a ball? No.
And you'd never use that word to wrap something to put in the fridge?
You could do that, yes.
Right, so...
Is it curved?
I mean, I don't know if the sky is curved. I don't really think it is.
Okay, so when I'm using this word, right? This word is not literally referring to anything that has to be perfectly sphere. As long as you get the idea, then you're good. You will understand that it's a sphere. Also,
to the ancients, the sky looked like a dome.
I don't care what they say. This is about the Quran. I don't care who says. Okay.
Well, it's obviously, and so thinking of the celestial sphere. I mean, this idea came from the Greeks and the Babylonians. And you could say that the celestial sphere wraps a flat Earth.
My friend, the Babylonians, they also come up with the idea that God exists. The Quran does as well. Does that mean the Quran is wrong?
Not suggesting that. I'm
Okay,
talking
so-
about the flow of ideas from culture to culture through history.
Okay, cool. So what does it sound like to you? Night wraps into day. Day wraps into night. A continuous, seamless blending. That's exactly what happens on a sphere rotating. The light source.
Well, that's just one interpretation. You don't have to imagine a sphere.
Well, this is the classical interpretation. It's universal. There's no way. There's no other way. Maybe there is another
You
way.
can also wrap
but-
a box.
Well, I don't care. I don't care about the box. We're talking about something that's a sphere. Why are you
How do
bringing
you know
another
it's a
shape?
sphere from that definition when you can use the same word to wrap a box?
Oh my god, my friend. Because of the word, we can only wrap things that are a sphere, that have sphere shape.
You can wrap a box.
Oh my god. Okay, whatever. You know what? Here. I will give you a website. I will give you a source. You should read it about this verse, and it will explain to you. What you want? What you want?
Oh, you can post it, but I need to understand how this reconciles with our measurements of flat Earth, because I can present to you laser tests and long distance observations. They don't show a globe as possible.
Oh, are you really trying to prove that the Earth is flat? Are you really?
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just telling you that we have evidence that Earth is flat and not a globe.
Okay, present it to me then.
I trust globe measurements, not
What evidence? What evidence?
the evidence are all
Let me go
measurements.
find
They
some.
don't
I'll
have-
post it in chat.
Okay.
I need a
They
few
don't
minutes.
have-
Okay.
Hey, sure. They only have like measurements. They don't have any like pictures or anything.
Well,
And
pictures
so
aren't
because-
good evidence.
the pre-
You need
you know
data
what?
to go
Okay,
with
first
the
of all-
pictures and video.
Okay. Do you agree to this? Measurements can be mistaken. Just as simply yes or no.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, cool. And your eyes cannot lie to you. You can lie to your eyes, but your eyes won't lie to you. So
No, it
that
will.
means-
What are you talking about?
that means that the only option that's infallible is observing it, which is an image, a picture, not some measurements that have a chance of being wrong. I'll give
No,
you a
I mean,
picture right now.
pictures can be falsified, right? People have been faking pictures for 150 years.
I'm talking about a real picture. I don't care about any falsified.
A real picture. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Telling the difference between a real picture, like what I'm about to show you, versus pictures that you can't determine are real, like those from NASA.
My friend, I'm talking about a literal picture, like a picture. You know what I mean? Like an image. Show me that. Can flat earthers not afford paying for a rocket to launch themselves or whatever? And get a picture from there? Because I think one picture can completely change you guys. Like it will. This one picture is gonna change everything. As long as it's not, as long as it's true, like it's honest. But then you guys use the excuse that space doesn't exist and you can't go there, so that you can't get a picture. Because you know you're cooked after that.
All right, this is a long distance laser test that was conducted. It's conducted in two places on Earth. The first place was Lake Balaton in Hungary. The second place was Lake Isel in the Netherlands. I'm going to post an infographic that describes what the video. Okay, so what you're going to see in this video is you're going to see, now I want you to focus on the measurements that were taken at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. They set up a laser. The laser was mounted to a GPS-enabled aiming device that was custom built using CNC machines that has millirad accuracy. They shine this laser a distance of 24.94 miles. That's just over 40 kilometers from one side of the lake to the other. The laser was visible from 1.5 meters above the water's surface on the other side. Now, if Earth is a globe, do you have any idea how much the globe should be blocking that laser's path? And the answer is 90.8 meters. In other words, for that laser to shine and hit the target on the other side of the lake, if Earth is a globe, there would be a hump of water 90.8 meters high in between the laser and the target. But that hump of water for the globe was not there. The laser was shined with pinpoint accuracy from one point to another, and the globe did not get in the way. Here's another infographic if you're interested. Oops. Same one. Let me back up. Now, this test was conducted by physicists, by engineers. The group is called Field Engineers Corps. They've gone all over the place with this custom-built laser costing around $30,000, conducting these long-distance laser tests. And I believe that these are the longest-range laser tests in history for the purpose of measuring the Earth. It's interesting to me that nobody who believes in the globe can present such rigorous evidence as this. This is something that anybody can conceivably do. The barrier to entry is not very high. You can go make long-distance laser measurements at the same exact place. Now, what's the barrier to entry for NASA photos, for pictures from space? The barrier to entry is insurmountably high. You need to become an astronaut, which means you have to have a master's degree in a STEM field. You might need some flight time, so you might need to learn how to pilot airplanes. You need to go through the physical exams and the psychological exams for NASA. And then once you become an astronaut, you need to be able to freely, independently verify the images that were shown to you before you became an astronaut somehow. So you might need to go up in the space station. You might need to go up in a space shuttle or do something like this. And what we're presenting is evidence. The barriers to entry is not as high. We're not going to a place that is an environment that is considered to be unique and special. We're just going to somewhere on Earth with a lake. Now, what's unique and special about space is how they claim space is a violation of thermodynamics, of natural laws that we can demonstrate on Earth. And what I mean by that is space is considered to be an ever-expanding vacuum. And yet we have an atmosphere, we have a pressurized environment that exists adjacent to this vacuum without that gas, without that pressurization expanding to fill the void. This is the only instance they claim that this is possible in an environment that nobody can really go to test to see if it exists in the way they say it does, except for a handful of astronauts. So what I'm trying to understand is if Earth is a globe, if the Quran states that Earth is a globe, and you believe in the Quran, how does that reconcile with these flat Earth measurements? And of course, he left. Well, that's what you get when somebody's best evidence for the globe is the Quran. All right, I gotta head into my office, so I'm gonna go on mute. Hope you guys have a good day.
What's up? I don't know. I'm just bored, and I want to learn English.
Well, you've stumbled into the Flat Earth room. Have you heard about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I know that thing, but I don't know. I'm just curious about the flat Earth.
Yeah, well, we're here in the English Hub to help widen people's vocabulary by talking about the flat Earth, talking about science.
Yeah.
And
That is interesting
empirical.
topic.
Yeah.
That interesting topic.
Yeah, so our position is that the flat Earth is it's actually empirical evidence. It's not a belief. It's not a model, or we're not telling you the shape of the Earth. What we're telling you is that the Earth is actually measured, utilized, and experienced as a flat topographical plane, or you could say planar. So we don't actually have any evidence.
Yes.
We don't have any evidence of curvature or rotation on the Earth. Were you aware of that?
Yeah. I see. I heard that flat Earth society about the kind of geometric theory or something like that.
The what theory?
Geometric theory.
Oh,
about
geocentric.
sun running into Earth. Just
Yeah, so the geocentric idea, basically.
That's what I mean. Geocentric theory.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you look at the sky, it doesn't matter whether you're, heliocentric or geocentric. The sky would do the same thing, so it's no way to tell, really.
So where's the others about this opinion? I want to hear that, and I want to hear about a flat Earth. Is that community or something like that, or just a theory and theory and theory? There's if there's something about scientific evidence, it's kind of interesting, just like that. I'm just saying.
Hey man, sorry dude. The door went. I missed what you said. Can you repeat what you said?
There's I need to know about the scientific evidence like that. I'm just saying. The flat Earth theory is that a bigger community, or there's the movement about the happening right now. I'm just saying. I don't know. Where's the other opinion?
Yeah, flat Earthers there's a lot of people. There is a lot of people all over the world who are flat Earthers. There's actually quite a lot of people who don't tell you, or you would never know, are flat Earthers, because it's the type of topic that can attract a lot of controversy. But in terms of us guys here, we basically are what you would call empiricists. Do you know what empiricism is?
I don't know. I'm just new
No, I mean,
in this
have you ever
topic.
heard of the term empiricist or sorry, empiricism?
Yeah, empiricism. Yeah. It's based on the practicing. Is that
Yeah,
wrong?
it's well, it's a
Empirism.
view.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Empirism.
it's a view that knowledge comes from direct experience, right? So
The fruit. Yeah.
it's yeah, literally the foundation of the scientific method. Have you heard of the scientific method?
Yeah. I know that.
Right. So as an empiricist, we say we know things, we don't believe things. We know things because we can observe them, verify them, test them. So when it comes to the flat Earth, we believe it's an empirical argument, not a belief. We believe that you can know the Earth is flat by observation, by experimentation, by validation. So there is no evidence of curvature. There is no evidence of the Earth spinning on its axis. And there's no evidence that there is an out of space. So empirically, it's a logically sound position, the flat Earth position.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? What about solar system?
The solar system is a story that we've been told. So all the movies and what we've learned in school has told you that the lights in the sky make up a solar system, and that we have 7 wandering stars called planets, and that they are balls of rock and gas in a vacuum in the sky. But empirically, we have no way to know this or prove this. And actually, the term planet never meant a rock or a ball of gas in a vacuum of space. It's only ever really meant wandering stars. It's just recently, the last few hundred years, we've moved to believe that these wandering stars are planets and that the Earth is rotating around the sun. Everything is in the solar system is rotating around the sun, orbiting around the sun, but we have no evidence of that. And in reality, when we look up at the stars and we look up at the sun, we don't have any evidence that any of this stuff is in a vacuum. The fact that there could be a vacuum in the sky kind of goes against the laws of the gas laws, the thermodynamic laws. So consistently, it's illogical. It's not consistent with the laws of science and nature as we know them. So solar system, it's a story we've been told, but evidence for it. Yeah. That might sound like a bit extreme or of a shock to you, but if you really think about it, everything you've learned about the solar system has been via cartoons, CGI pictures. We have no footage. We have no means to get there and validate it, so it's just a belief system.
Wow, I'm shocked. Now I've been told on the scientific movie, sci-fi, I like watching anime, and also I'm really thinking about it, about what I was saying about the solar system, and it's kind of confusing to me because I believe in geometric centrism. It's like I read a book about Ghazali and Galileo Galilei. So I don't know. I'm quite interesting about this topic.
Yeah, the thing you've got to keep in mind is a lot of the stories we've been told about the ball Earth, the heliocentric model, they're not based on any evidence, direct evidence. They're based on assumptions that we live on a ball. Now, they decided we lived on a ball before they had any technology or any actual, means of understanding it. They just decided it was. They decided through, a story that was told in ancient Greece that a man measured some shadows, and it could only be possible to get those shadows if we lived on a ball. But now that time has passed and we're smarter, it's obvious that this is not evidence. This is what we call circular reasoning. You have to assume we live on a ball to begin with. So when you read the articles online that say we've known the Earth is a ball for 2,000 years, blah, 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 we haven't known empirically. We haven't observed the solar system. We've assumed it. And for down the line, for some reason, they pushed this as the mainstream narrative. And I'm not trying to confuse the situation, but there was a lot going on at the time in history when they pushed this idea. So I would say, yeah, they pushed this idea originally, not knowing whether it's true or not, but it worked, and it was convenient for them to have us believe that we're on a spinning ball on the edge of a solar system in a galaxy. It really does change and affect your philosophy, the way we think about existence. So I think there's plenty of benefits for them to have us believe that. But yeah, in short, if you want to be an empiricist and if you want to be logical, the globe is not a empirical, logical position. So you've got a choice. You've got a choice to either be a follower and believe these stories with no evidence, or you can stand on your own 2 feet, question the narrative, and follow the evidence. I mean, when I said we observe the Earth and treat the Earth as flat, I'm talking about every industry, whether it's in aviation and ballistics, whether you're building, anything that leaves the ground, we treat the Earth as motionless. It's evidently motionless. We don't measure any curvature, and we have no evidence of space. So really, this is all direct evidence points to the fact we live on a planar topographical Earth. And we know most of the Earth is water. And we know that water at rest lays flat. We have a mean sea level based on the principles of water. Water's one of the things we know a lot about. And just the water itself will tell you that we live on a planar, flat topographical Earth. Hope I haven't overloaded you there, sir. But I feel like you get what I'm saying.
You may have given him a stroke.
Yeah, I thought I said too much in that last bit. Ixan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to you guys. I'm just curious about this thing, Can think about the universe every day, but I wanna learn English. I wanna speak improve to, I'm just student in here in Asia, I don't know about anything about flat Earth, and yeah. So scientifically, you said it. Full of yeah, I don't know, assumption, anything like that.
Yeah, I've sent you a friend request. I've sent you an invite to the home server. We have a server that has a database of information, observations, videos, articles, documents.
Yeah.
So good.
That will
If you're
help.
genuinely interested, it's a great place to start, my friend.
That will help.
A good place to start is if you are interested, is if we do live on a ball, what evidence do we have? And is that evidence direct evidence, or do we have an assumption in that assumed evidence? And that's where it really gets interesting. That's where you can actually know this to be true empirically. And you can go out, you can do your own observations, and you can verify that.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go out and do observation in my own.
Well, get your head around the globe, right? Because they claim it's a certain size. They make specific claims about gravity. They make specific claims about the curvature. So get your head around it and ask yourself, okay, how do we know this to be true?
Yeah.
And not believe, how do we know this to be true?
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
Yeah.
Once you start realizing things can be known through empiricism, kind of changes your whole perspective on things, because we're just bred to believe stuff, right, from school. We're just taught to believe stuff. Don't ask too many questions. Everywhere's been explored. Sit down, read your book, and regurgitate. So this can have a profound effect on your general philosophy, really, your approach to information. This can improve your critical thinking skills.
Yeah. I agree with that.
So, Ekshan, what do you think about NASA and the moon landings?
NASA, right? Yeah, I think they are a big company who runs to colonize Mars or outer in the space, and they run a satellite, and then I don't know anything about that. I'm just curious about the UFO. I think NASA knows something I don't know. What about your opinion about NASA?
Well, when it comes to NASA, I believe that they're very deceptive. There is numerous instances where they've actually fabricated footage. They've taken basically images of the flat Earth, stitched it together to make a ball. They have been caught using technology, augmented reality, green screens.
Yeah.
They're deceivers, my
So
friend.
they just shoot on the studio. Do you mean and the green screen?
Yep. We've got evidence of that. We've got evidence that their footage, even the moon landing itself, has been debunked by, not flat earthers. It's been debunked by Globers, and a lot of scientists don't agree that the moon landing was real. But they will say, oh, they faked it because of political reasons, right? But actually, this is the only evidence we have of anything credible in actual out of space. If we lose the moon missions and the Apollo missions, there's not very much we have that we can verify from NASA. And with all the deception that they've done, my question is, why should we believe a liar if we can't validate it to be true? Because they're known liars. And they like to troll us. I think it was the Mars rover mission. They had, the Rick Roll guy, Rick Ashley. They posted one of his tweets on the launch or the landing of the Mars rover. They like to troll. They do funny little gestures to let you know that they're actually trolling. But yeah, it's NASA's a rabbit hole in itself. When it comes to UFOs, my friend, UFOs
what
are
about
just unidentified flying objects, right? Doesn't mean these unidentified objects are from a vacuum in the sky.
So what do you think about Neil Armstrong, who first landed in the moon, and the media make it viral, and then he famous about the first man in landing in the moon. Is that NASA help him back there? I'm just
Yeah.
curious about that.
Yeah. Ask
And
ask
why is
NASA.
he become famous about that? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It doesn't make sense to me. Really, really doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I would say let's get Neil Armstrong on an interview. The problem is he doesn't do interviews. He's
Because
supposed
he's
to be the
dead.
first.
Yeah, as
Well,
you know that Neil Armstrong first man landed to the moon. Just think about it. How they
Yeah. Just look into the
Yeah,
situation regarding his death, and
that's
you'll
the
find
story
out
behind
some
gold
weird
in
stuff.
every year, every generation. I've been told
yeah,
that in
I
school.
forgot. Yeah, he died a long time ago.
Yeah,
But he didn't do interviews. He didn't do interviews when he was
but
alive.
he is really, really inspirational. I think Elon Musk, think about him. There's a lot
Let me
of
ask you this:
pictures
they say he was the first person on the moon.
of him.
Yeah, but who filmed him? Who filmed him
Yeah,
when he got out of the craft?
yeah.
Wouldn't the cameraman be the first man on the moon?
And guess how many photographs of Neil Armstrong there are on the moon?
Oh, so you have it?
Yeah, take a guess of how many photographs of Neil Armstrong there are on the moon.
Wow.
There's only 2, and they're not very good. There's more picture of Buzz Aldrin on the moon than there are of the first man to step on the moon.
Yeah, but so they're lying to us?
Well, if it was this historical event, why are there so few photographs of this historical event? And the other thing they're missing is how many feet of 16 millimeter film did they take of the Earth from the moon?
Yeah.
And the answer is 0. They didn't bother to
What?
point the cameras. They went to the moon, didn't bother
Zero?
to point a film
Oh my
camera back
God.
at the Earth.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Because
blowing this
taking
guy's mind.
motion pictures is a lot harder to fake
So they
than
film it in the
individual
studio
photographs.
with the green screen? Did you mean that?
No, I just mean that taking film of the Earth, like motion pictures, is considerably harder to fake than just taking an individual photograph.
Wow. Why he become so famous? I mean, everybody knows who first man to land in the moon was Neil Armstrong. In history.
So remember, nobody knows
It's kind of hard to
that.
believe for me.
But remember, nobody knows that to be true. That's not empirical.
Yeah.
People believe that. They believe the story because they broadcasted some footage live, and people believe it. But we do not know for sure whether any of that was true. And there's actually a really good documentary by a guy who we were discussing earlier, actually, a guy called Bert Sabrell. He has a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I can't verify that footage, but if you watch that documentary, you're going to see unedited film, a film reel of the picture of the Earth when they were apparently halfway to the moon. But the camera, the footage they used was only a small piece of footage. They had footage of them actually setting up the shot. And at the end of the footage, you can see that they actually faked the shot of the Earth when they were halfway to the moon. And I would say that's pretty damning. That video that's on that documentary, you can literally see how they did it, how they forged it, how they made it look like they were halfway to the moon, and then you can very clearly see that they were not halfway to the moon. They were just at high altitude, but they managed to pull off a shot that made it look like the window was the Earth. So whether you want to believe that or not, that's up to you. But I would highly suggest have a look at that footage, and you'll see why so many people, so many globe believers, don't believe in the moon landing.
Wow.
It's called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I highly recommend you watch that.
So the funny thing is, it's like making a Disney movie, I think.
If you look in the side chat, Old Dude has there's a guy called Old Dude who has posted the documentary
It's
by
like
Bart
Hollywood
Sabro.
movie.
Yeah, they staged it. They staged the footage of the moon landing to have people believe that they went to the moon. So everybody started to believe, of course the Earth is a ball. Of course there is an outer.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.